Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hello. How's everybody doing? Everybody have a good weekend? Good, bad, yes, maybe. Sputnik. What's going on? Better than expected? It's pretty good. Pretty good. Not a bad weekend, lots of relax. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Better than the Starliner crew. Oh, yeah. Because Borza Birari. What's going on over there in the YouTube chat? Everybody good? Happy Tuesday. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday, mate, isn't it? Tuesday. Oh, jeez. They get to spend more time in space. That's right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, 415. Yo, thanks for the entertainment. I learned a lot. Also, please play this. What is this? Star Trucker? Oh, jeez.
This is Galactic Beast.
I don't know if I can play that music. Oh, for Pete's sake. I was referring to the clanging. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got you. It looks kind of neat. It looks like American Truck Simulator in space. Hey, Marrakesh. 53-month resub. I hope you had a good holiday weekend. I did. Went to a sweet car show. Saw a lot of cool cars. Star Trucker looks kind of fire, and that comes from the guy that plays Star Citizen to Cargo Hall. The comedy intro music was most jocular. Oh, yes. It reeks of superosicalifragisticjocularity. Yep. Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh, okay. So, let's see. What do we want to do? Darlington was pretty okay. Wasn't bad. The Milwaukee Mile's pretty good. McLaren made out pretty good. It was a pretty good weekend for Zach Brown. Pretty good weekend. Pretty good weekend, I'd say. Any updates from Polaris Dawn? I've been monitoring the entire weekend for anything. It looks like it's going to happen later this week, from what I can understand. But who knows? They've been pretty quiet, to be honest with you. How's my car doing? Oh, yeah, here, I'll show you. Getting there. Me and Bree's dad got the hood back on. It's just I gotta shim it so it latches correctly. Yeah, getting the panel gap on that hood that's like 3 miles long is a little difficult. Yeah, it does that. Well, are we going to get a suspension setup stream? Maybe. Yeah, that's the suspension at full droop right there. So who needs that? Just put hood pins in. Good. It's not my car though. Yeah, there was a lot of F-bodies at the Spindles car show, guys. I went to a gigantic car show in Marshfield, Massachusetts at the Marshfield Fairgrounds. It's probably about 1,000 cars that showed up. Saw my wallet. Hey, Smoke. Is that a snoot that droops? No, unfortunately not. But Ernog, you see how straight everything is? You see how it's not like sagging? Stuff isn't like flopping around? Because that's what happens when you have all the hardware. Dude, I bought a hardware kit for this car, guys, and Ernog, this isn't a bad reflection on you, dude. You like that. This is whoever did the work under there. Like, there was a good amount of hardware missing when we took it apart. Like, that's not something we didn't know. But now that all of it's back together, look, see how straight that looks? It's official. Starliner is haunted, or the ISS has weird grounding loops. I mean, whatever. Looks like you got a lot of work done. Everything is torqued. The only thing I have left to do here is set the springs and tighten down the springs up top on the top of the spring perch. And then from there, it's setting camber caster and tow. Yeah, so this thing is pretty much ready to be brought back down on the ground. We gotta do some torquing up there. And then we set up the suspension. I have to do the e-brakes. There's a whole plethora of stuff to do in the interior, but yeah. A dive into suspension theory would be a fun stream. Yeah. What car is the pretty white one? That's a Chevrolet Camaro, Frilled. You want to do that on the ground? Well, I got to load up the suspension to set it, goalie. You can't set it when it's drooping. That doesn't work like that. You got to talk about it with seduction and jocularity. No freaking way, a third gen. That's the only Camaro you like? Am I late to the party as to what's with the sonar noise on Starliner? It's a grounding loop. It's a grounding strap, guys. I'm serious. You ever not ground out a microphone? I mean, this is something that's kind of common knowledge to me, working in the entertainment industry. Okay, all right. Let me give you an example. You guys remember from the old Automotive streams? There was a buzzing noise anytime I plugged in the base station to charge the old lapel mics. That, but in space. Remember, that noise from Starliner was coming out of the speakers. It's just grounding. Seriously, that's it. Haunted is my assessment. EMI MC issues are definitely from the nether realm. Yep. Hey, Brandon, what's up? Listening while working. Thanks for keeping me company. Yep. Okay, or it's aliens. Whatever. It's aliens. Sure. Yeah. So I have to set a bunch of things here, but the hood and everything should be good. Ernock, there's new prop rods under there. You owe me $20. No, they were 20 a pop. So there's 2 of them. So 20 G's. I'm gonna need that $150 whenever you get a chance. It's not really cool, man. Anyway. Yeah. They came with a 305 small block Chevy. We have one in our 30 Ford Coupe. Nice, Johnny. There you go. I have, so this one has this is actually, it's not my car, dude. It's a viewer's, a good friend of mine that's a viewer. It's got, that car has a full QA1 suspension kit in it. So tubular cross member, tubular control arms, coilovers front and rear. We have box trailing arms out back, an adjustable panhard, adjustable spring, adjustable damper. It's not an adjustable spring. You can set the ride height with the springs, and that's about it. It's totally tubular. Yes. Yeah. I just have to adjust the suspension. I'm asking, you going to use a jack to pre-tension, or do you not have any pre-measurements? Goalie, it probably is just setting it on the tires and sounds good. Sounds like a road course car. Yeah. Right now Ernock wanted to do autocross with it, so that's something that it will definitely be ready to do once I'm done. But in terms of the powertrain, it's a 305, right? 305 TBI, which is solid mid. But it's got a 5-speed in it. It's a 305 with a 5-speed. Yeah, that's they didn't make many of those, which is pretty cool. Yeah, pretty sweet. Yep. Yeah, Johnny, it's a cool car. I like 3rd gen Camaros, and I'm saying that as a Ford guy. I like 3rd gens. I think they're cool cars. A 5-speed made of glass. Yeah, it's a T5, but it's still 305 with a 5-speed, which is still cool. It's still cool. Yeah, I just got a no T-top. No, it's an RS Unity. It's not an IROC. I don't know if they made the RS with a T-top in 91. Yeah, this is a Camaro RS. You could tell because the kit. See that kit with that weird fake intake right there, and that one with the weird fake intake right there? That's how you can tell. That's the RS kit. The IROC kit doesn't have those intakes. Believe me, I've been neck deep in Camaros. Did you drive it? It's not, the suspension isn't set yet, RJ? What's going on in your Ferd's bed? It's all parts and boxes from this thing right now. The 4th gen looked like someone heat warped the mold. Yeah, 4th gens are kind of cool, but I like 3rd gens. I think 3rd gens are a cool looking car. Yeah, frilled. It has all the interior is kind of stripped out, so it has a lot of interior parts right now. Yeah, the interior is a whole can of worms that we gotta mess with. Yeah, the catfish. Yep. Hey, Hibbit, 57 months.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I mean, if you guys wanted to start the day with a wrenching stream, we can do that. If you want, it's up to you guys. I gotta clean the right front rim. I don't have it cleaned yet, but we could do it if you wanted to. So road test it down here. Not my decision to make. Are you gonna stay live until the launch? Eric, what launch? Which launch are we talking about here? Let me check, what's the range looking like here? Let's take a look. As long as we're wrenching on rockets. I mean, did I miss my summer car? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I postponed it because the schedule got out of whack last week. And yeah, I definitely was starting to get sick, but for whatever reason, it went away. Yeah, at the end of Friday's stream, I'm like, I don't, Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. But yeah, let's see what do we have for the range? All right, let's see. Polaris is Friday, same day as Starliner's undocking. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Hey, Rocket Guy, what's up? All right. Have you talked about the Ferrari Masterclass? Hey, a blind squirrel finds a nut sometimes, okay? No, they did good. They did really good. I'm very, very happy with the results. I didn't watch the race. I don't care. I watch the end results nowadays. But for what it's worth, I did that with the Milwaukee Mile and with Darlington. I did that with all the racing this weekend. I didn't have time. I was at a car show. At a car show. Car show, dudes. Legrand did well to make those tires last as long as they did. Yeah, one stopper at Monza is pretty difficult, dude. Pop, 58-month resub. Joji, 78-month resub. Wrenching, Kerbal's wrenching on rockets. Yep. Also, Steam randomly showed me this new game might be up your alley. You are the second person to link Star Trucker today. All systems gifted us up to Max. Thank you very much.
This is space.
This is space.
I'm in space.
Starliner's walk of shame. Rudy, I still think Starliner's going to come back just fine. Still think that, but the damage has already been done. Flavia Charles, da 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 da. I did see the celebration on the podium, which is pretty rad. Better come back A-OK. I think it'll be fine. I do not want to imagine a timeline where it does not. Yep. Now you have to learn the words. I know the whole melody, but I don't know the words. Dude, the Italian anthem slaps. Dun 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 dun. There would be no consequence if it didn't come back in one piece anyway. Yeah. Yep. Anyway. Starliner's return on the same day as Polaris Dawn is rough on Boeing. The universe has a weird way of telling you things. I don't know what it's telling Boeing right now, but I can assure you it's probably not a good thing. It's probably not ideal. Basically, it will be autonomous executed programming maneuvers. Yep. You're a Ferrari fan? Are you going to be a fan of Fraud Milton next year? No, I am not I'm not a fan of Lewis, but the reason why I haven't been a fan of Lewis is because he caused me a lot of pain and suffering as a Ferrari fan. I'm not going to lie to you. He's a good driver. I don't know if he might be done though, dude. Ferrari seems to be the place where drivers go to die. You know, drivers go to retire. But who knows? Ferrari's a good retirement home. Look, man, if Lewis could pull a championship out of his tail at Ferrari, I would. I mean, he's already in the top 5 of like all-time Formula One drivers. You can call him a fraud all you want. 7 championships would beg to differ. Are you a Ferrari fan? Si, Forza Ferrari. Of course. Duh. Flavia, I've been a Ferrari fan since 1996. Gerhard Berger and Gina Lisi were the drivers for Ferrari, and they carried the number 27 and 28 on the grid because they sucked. I've been there from the bad times, the really good times, and the really bad times. I've been here a long time. I've been watching Formula One for a long time. My dad introduced it to me when I was very young. I've been watching it just as much as NASCAR. EJ, I got a question. Historical funnies Ares rocket possible? I don't know if that's a question or not, or a statement, Brian, but yep, make sure to keep the chat on topic. Yeah, we'll see. Isn't it safer if Polaris Dawn launches after Starliner detaches in case anything goes south with the Starliner capsule? Smoke, I thought about it, and I originally had said it's a 51.6 degree inclined orbit because they might be able to go to the ISS, but now that I think about it, I think about even if there was something wrong with Polaris Dawn, that would be extraordinarily dangerous, getting a capsule with no docking port near the space station. I honestly think that they went with the 51.6 degree inclined orbit for Polaris Dawn because of recovery conditions. That's the recovery conditions that they know. That's the reason. It's not because of the ISS. I know I had originally said that, but I'd said that without really thinking about it. I wish I'd lived in the Schumacher era. Oh, Flavia, he was unreal. Oh, dude, yeah, me and my dad watched all of that. Yeah, from like 97 all the way to like 05, 06. Yeah, it was, well, 05. 05. That's when Alonso started to do his thing.
This is Space. I'm in space.
Hey, Icecog, gifted 5 subs. Thank you very much. Dallas Roy had an 18-monther in there too. Thank you. So did they figure out what broke on Falcon 9? SpaceX seems to be pretty convinced, along with the FAA, that whatever it was a one-time recovery thing. So I'm not concerned. If SpaceX and if the FAA allowed SpaceX to fly and SpaceX is confident in their failure and they understand what's going on, send it. Send it again. Send it again, man. Send it again. Okay, picture with me Lewis and Verstappen team up. They would never be on the same team. Going to Haas? Jeez. Despite how well it worked, I'm not going to watch Ford versus Ferrari every time Ferrari needs to get their head out of their rears for you. Ford versus Ferrari is a great movie. Hakkinen and Alonso were Michael's biggest challenges. Yeah, well, they screwed Ferrari on the tire strategy in 05, Tessa. They screwed them. They screwed Ferrari. Ferrari set up entirely around the tires, and then they changed the tires. So the reason why is because they got sick of them winning. Hey, drummer, what's going on? But yeah, Ferrari did great. It's awesome to see them win at Monza. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, Monza isn't my favorite track. Imola is my favorite track in Italy, to be honest with you. But Monza's still a good track. I really wish they raced the banks, but they're not going to race the Pista di Alta Velocità. They're not going to race the high-speed ring. The suspension on the cars wouldn't be able to do it. Imola is a better track. Sorry, it is. You can say whatever you want. It's a better track. It is. Even with the changes to Tamburello, it's still a better track. How'd the ground effect cars deal with banks like that? Bouncing up and down on the curves, Frilled? That wouldn't be good for a ground effect car. You gotta watch Ariane tonight. We have a Vega mission at 9:50. Yeah, we'll be here for that. Monza's a good track, like, don't get me wrong, but Imola is an infinitely better track. Both are still better than most new ones. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Mugello is the best of them all? No, I like Imola. Imola is the best one. Imola is better than Monza. Yeah, it's an infinitely better track. The reason why Imola is so ridiculously good is because it doesn't look that complicated. Then you go and drive it and you crash because it's an absurdly complicated track. Mugello's okay. I don't mind Mugello. That's a good track too. Fun track to drive. Yeah, Imola is insanely difficult. That's why I like it. It's a difficult track. Oh, man, you guys got me talking about cars. Frick. Don't do this to me. You guys got me talking. Now you got me all talking about cars and suspension setups and stuff. What about space? Yeah, I know, Tyler. This is the problem with liking cars and liking space. This is the problem. This is the problem. I want to do both of these things. Jeffrey Bezos. What's up, Nova? 29 monthly subs. Start KSP quick. What about cars in space? Yeah, that's why the Falcon Heavy demo flight was like one of my favorite missions. It combined two things that I really enjoy. Talk about trucks instead. What's the best track stateside? Road America, Rudy. Not even close. That's the best road course. I'm sorry. I like Road America. Elkhart Lake is fantastic. Glen is up there. Coda is up there. VIR is up there. Those are all great tracks. Lime Rock is good. I like Sears Point. No, I refuse to call it anything else. Long Beach Street Circuit is fantastic. Laguna Seca, obviously. Yeah, those are my tops. Montreal is a good track, absolutely. Road Atlanta is another good track. Dude, we have great road courses over here, man. They're just nothing is FIA grade. Ever been to Homestead? I've never been to Homestead. No. Road America is fine, not as good as the Glen. Oh, I like Road America better. I think that's a great track. Willow Springs is a good track, very underrated. Indy Road Course is good since they detailkified it. Yep. Road Atlanta is awesome, C-Dated. That's, dude, the first turn, the first sector of that track is just perfect. Perfect. It's so good. Down the straight, up the hill, left, right, down the hill, up the hill again, left out onto the straight. Amazing. That is such a fun complex. I've never driven it in real life, but in the game, it's amazing. Did you hear that Scania is coming to North America? They got a mission compliance with the DEF. Ew. Not much of a NASCAR fan, but I got to photograph Daytona from the pit. Amazing. Nice. Yeah, I like NASCAR too, Fall. Sebring is another good track. Yeah, Sebring is great. Daytona Road Course is fantastic too. I've seen cars race on that. Yeah, we have a lot of good road courses over here, man. It's just, yeah, nothing is FIA grade except for Coda, Coda and Circuit Giovineux. F1's at Sebring. It's too bumpy. Too bumpy. You'd break the suspension. EJ doesn't understand the magic that is the Scania V8 engine, bro. Give me an international with a DT466. Okay? Frick your Scania. Reject modernity. Embrace tradition, okay? I don't know, RJ. You know what makes Willow Springs the best? Skunk Works is 10 minutes down the road. I like the way you think, Scott. There are parts of the U.S. that I just has everything that I want. There are also parts of the U.S. that are just happen to be the furthest points away from where I live. You know, I like Central Florida. You know why I like Central Florida? There's rockets and race cars. Yeah, and high-speed rail. Those are all things that I really enjoy. The racetrack thing, the rocket thing is pretty cool. That rocket thing is pretty good. You know, and then there's Southern California, which, you know, there's race car. Once again, race cars, rockets, no high-speed rail. Not opening up that can of worms. Probably should have thought about that one. But, you know, hey, still good. Still good. Still good. You know, that's yeah. There's certain parts of the country that, you know, that's the proverbial, like, bottom left corner of the lower 48 and bottom right corner of the lower 48. And I live in the top right corner of the 48. So that's good. It's good for me. Oh boy. All right, let's play Kerbal. Let's play Kerbal. If we want, maybe we can do wrenching later. I have us teed up for worker, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We do need to do a wrenching stream. I need to get this damn Chevy out of my freaking garage. No, the Camaro is coming along. I'm actually pretty damn happy with it. The constant flooding and high winds aren't so good in Florida, though. Yeah, Tessa, tell me you've never been to Florida without telling me you've never been to Florida. Are you telling us you don't want V8 cab overs that don't use DEF? What do you mean DEF? I'm confused. I must have missed something. I don't know, Jeff. I must have missed that. DEF. What needs to be done on the Camaro? Just setting the springs and then setting it down and then, yeah, that's all for the suspension work. I gotta just set the suspension, basically. Get your fingers out. Count your fingers. Diesel exhaust fluid. Huh. Oh, no, yeah. New Scanias don't use DEF. All right. Okay. 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 All right. Okay. All right. When is the Vortex swap? Actually, there was a 5.3 swapped Camaro at the car show that I went to. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. Yeah, it's pretty rad. Pretty cool. Long weekend, got the fruits of your labor. Yeah, pretty much. Did a lot of work on this thing over the weekend, man. I had my father-in-law helping me out. Bree's dad was here, so he helped me put the hood back on, which is pretty cool. That was fun. But yeah, you could see from this picture that the strikers on the hood aren't set right. See how it's higher on this side than it is on the other side? Yeah, strikers aren't set. Where's the Mopar? The Mopar is the next thing up after this. I have to do a couple of small projects on the 59 and Bluefus. So Freb, Bluefus, and Tough need some work here and there, but the next big one is the Blue Coronet. Joey Blue Skies, Rudy. Yeah. You have a really awesome machine there, really nice. This one isn't mine. This is a viewer's. That's Arnox. But yeah, it is cool. We set it up real good. Or, well, I'm going to set it up real good. If you guys look under the hood of this thing, or like, if I could put the camera right here and you could look up in, it'd look like a spaceship under there. Seriously, we've really teed this up. This car is from 91, and it's a design from 1978. And we have suspension. We have 21st century suspension under this thing. It's got a full modernized suspension kit in it. Yeah, it's got suspension from like a modern car. It'll cut corners real quick. If it sits in your garage long enough, it's yours. Hey, possession is 9/10, man. Your LS swapping a 66 Mustang? Oh, people ain't gonna like you. Adding power brakes and steering? That's cool, man. That's cool, holy moly. Right on. You're gonna take that to shows of all the Ford guys are gonna be mad. Old man hate, dude. You're gonna be so pissed. Oh, that's awesome. I forget the track. There's a track southwest of Chicago that is a road course. It's a long one too. I don't remember. I think that's funny, dude. As a Ford guy, I think that's funny. You know why? Because it'll piss off purists. Simultaneously, you know what me and Bree's dad were talking about doing? What me and Bree's dad thought would be funny, me and Joey Blue Skies thought would be hilarious, is taking a 3rd gen Camaro like that and then get this. It's so stupid. Oh my goodness. Carbureting Ford 3.5 twin turbo and putting it in a 3rd gen Camaro. You want to piss off everybody? That'd piss off everybody. That's just wild enough to be ridiculous. You'd need a standalone ECU for ignition timing, but that'd be really good. That'd be really funny. We won't do it to Ernock's car, but yeah. Can you imagine 3.5 twin turbo? It'd fit. You using a Terminator, holy moly. Right on, man. Yeah, yeah. Everyone disliked this. Yeah, Jared, we're talking about making like the ultimate hater car. I mean, I'm not sure exactly how we would carburate a 3.5, but I'm sure we could figure it out. It would require some custom work. Hey, Joe. Tier 3, 63 months. Sup, man? Hey, how's the welding going, dude? You sitting on some fat stacks now? Putting a rotary into a Corvette? Rotary's supposed to be in a Corvette, I'm just saying. Duntov, the original chief, Zora Duntov, the original chief designer for the Corvette, wanted to put a rotary engine in it, and GM didn't go for it because it was my V8s. Seriously, look it up. Rotary in a Corvette is not the weirdest swap, believe it or not. A rotary or wankle? I assume that's what Trenton meant, like a 13B or a 20. Now I got the Italian national anthem stuck in my head. All right. Here. Spaghetti music. Let's go. Yes, he did, Buck. What should we mess with today? Maybe a rocket? Okay. Let me see. Hey, Tara. What's going on? Build a B2? You know what? I want to see if I can fly the MLV. How was your day yesterday? Good, man. Got to go to a nice big old auto show, so I'm happy. Anything cool? So the Spindle show in Marshfield has a lot of good stuff, dude. Good variety of cars. A lot of some Euro, a little bit of Euro stuff, a little bit of JDM, mostly American stuff. But yeah, there was a Suzuki Cappuccino there. And an AutoZam was there too, for the people, if you like JDM stuff, there was an AutoZam, which is pretty rad. Yeah. What did the Cappuccino have under the hood? It was stock, Tessa. It was so stock 1000cc. I think it's 1000cc, if I'm remembering right. Yeah, it was cool, man. Yeah, there was a lot of cool stuff there. There was a 68, 69, and a 70 Charger there. All kinds of Mustangs. Almost every year of Mustang that you could think of. Yeah, it was awesome, dude. It was a good night. It's a good time. You know what? I want to see if I can still fly this. We're gonna do a demo launch with my MLV. I want to see if this thing flies. What'd you drive to it? I took Bluefus. Yeah, I took the blue truck. Camaro, I didn't get the suspension set in time. The rarest car I saw, that Super Cobra Jet was definitely up there, goalie. There was a 70 SCJ, which is one of my all-time favorite cars. It was next to a 68 Torino notchback with a 68 Torino notchback with a 428 in it, which is pretty rad. One. Ah, yeah, here we go. Yes. How goes it? It goes. All right, let's it's an 87 F350 quad cab long box. K cars had to be under 660 cc. Yeah, so it was bone stock. That's from what I can tell. What else was there that was super rare? Every Jeep under the sun was there. They had a lot of Jeeps. There was a lot of trucks. They had a whole truck section, which is sweet. Couple of real Shelby GT500s were there. Get out the pictures. I didn't take many pictures, Tessa, to be honest with you. Here, real quick before we go to launch this. Any Corvettes or Bel Airs? There was a whole section of Corvettes and Chevy Bel Airs, dude. Yeah. Try 5s. There's 55s, 56s, 57s. Dude, every cool car. Every cool car under the sun. Like, yeah. There was so many. Like, guys, I don't really take pictures of cars anymore when I go to shows. I don't do it. I just want to go and enjoy the show. I don't want to be focused on taking pictures of everything. You know? There was not a Mini there. I did not see a Mini, no. Have you ever been to SEMA? I've never been to SEMA. I'd love to go. It's just an auto show sometime. Here. There was an SCJ. The SCJ, the Super Cobra Jet, is that's a very rare car. This isn't a picture of it. This isn't the exact car, but it was basically this exact thing. So I know it doesn't look like much, but the SCJ is Super Cobra Jet. So 70 Torino SCJ is... Ford made this car to compete in NASCAR, and the Super Cobra Jet 429 is basically a Hemi. Ford made a Hemi, and then promptly lied about how much horsepower it made to like the Department of Transportation, or whoever was in charge of like rating horsepower. They gave it the horsepower to the wheels instead of horsepower at the crank. They said it made like, oh, it only makes like 400 horsepower. And they didn't say it made 400 horsepower at the wheels. It makes 675 horsepower at the crank. Yeah. Yeah, they put a crappy rear end in it, and yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, so this thing is like a 600 horsepower monster from the factory, which is pretty cool. That's pretty awesome for the early 70s. Yeah, the homologation rules for NASCAR. Yeah, if you wanted to, back in the day, if you wanted to enter something in NASCAR, if Ford wanted to field a car in NASCAR, it had to be a stock car. You had to make a certain amount of it in stock form and sell that for it to compete in NASCAR. We threw those rules out the door a long time ago, but yeah, that was the SCJ is an awesome car. We'll get summer car music going. No. Yeah, so the SCJ was Super Cobra Jet that's an amazing car. It's really fast for what it is. Yeah. That was probably one of the cooler cars that was there. Yeah. Homologation is cool. Yeah. Yeah. Torino SCJ is amazing. That's an amazing car. Last I heard, like only 400 are left. Dude, yeah, no, Goalie. It's either that it was a really well-made clone, or that was the real deal. The guy had the hood closed and he wouldn't open it, so I'm thinking clone, but still cool. All right. Anyway, let's see if MLV still flies. Let me just make sure joystick is working. Physics, arrow, bring up the arrow UI. Okay. Go for engine chill. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good liftoff. Okay, everything's looking good. Is this a Falcon 9 clone? Red Fox, this is MLV. I never gave this rocket a name, but this is basically... It's not a Falcon 9 clone. Let's say it's a Kerbalized clone of Falcon 9. It's designed to basically do exactly what Falcon 9 does, but with parts that are more adapted for like Kerbal's atmosphere and stuff. Hey Red, what's going on? Haven't touched the welding stuff in forever, I know. Bad. But it was just a minor you took in college. Oh. Oh, alright. Wasn't it called Condor 9? Condor 9 is like an exact replica. This is a more Kerbalized version of it. Linux, what's going on, buddy? Those legs look really good. I'll wait till you see them work, Yard. Throttling down for max Q. We're in the throttle bucket. Getting used to your new office. Oh yeah, Linux? Elaborate, please. Out of the throttle bucket. Goat at throttle up. Been building it for the past year in your basement. Oh, okay. Hey, Ewok, what's up? So Yarg, this rocket is this rocket is basically made based off of what I learned from Condor 9. This thing is designed to be fully reusable. Like, and I know I keep saying that, I've kept saying it. No, this is designed with optimizations in mind to be fully reused. Like the rocket, you can reuse it. Like yeah. I just need to build the support equipment for it. Okay. Stand by for main engine cutoff. Hang on, I gotta see what the AGs for separation are. It's... Okay, it's 4. Got it. Stand by for staging. Upper stage ignition. Good. Stand by for boost back. Let's use too much fuel here. Okay, boost back. Boost back is good. I've actually competed trading for a utilities position that makes Twizzlers. Money is good, but supporting the folks at the moment. Hey, you do what you gotta do, man. Okay. First stage is now coasting, switching back over to the second stage. Yeah, Ewok. Yeah, yep. Pokemon incoming? Yeah, you know. We may have used too much fuel, but... Stand by for fairing separation. Fairing separation confirmed. We just have a mass simulator payload here. But yeah, Yarg, this thing is all designed to be reintegrated. Not the second stage. It's a partially reusable vehicle. So Falcon 9 or Muglins or whatever, pick your poison. But yeah, the first stage is coasting back down here, and we're flying the second stage here. Stand by for second stage engine cutoff here. $15 by $95, good insertion. Good. Is the throttle the same all the way to max Q? On a real rocket, it's varying, Rick. Yeah, it really moves around. We're on a little bit of an undershoot and we're a little bit off target. Our trajectory is over there somewhere. I'm worried about fuel consumption, so we're just gonna have to let Aero do its thing and hope we can land. Yeah, we undershot. This is KSP 1, Scott. Or just KSP. There's no KSP 2. Yeah, need a drone ship. Yeah, right. Or I just have to fly more rockets more. Yeah, we're overpressuring the control surfaces. It can't deal with it. Just for this landing, I'm gonna put infinite fuel on. Just for this landing. I want to show you guys the landing legs, that's why. Yeah, dude, the legs are designed to be fully reusable, but not when it does this. Survive! Woo! Damn. Damn. That looked similar to the real-life water landing we experienced a few years ago. Yeah, pretty much. See, yeah, that was CRS-16 with booster 1050 mouse. It was kind of like that, yeah. But yeah, this is MLV is supposed to like do that. How's the new hinges? Oh, they're good, but this thing doesn't use those. This thing has hybrid tech hinges in it. That's why it's designed to be fully reused. I have regular hybrid tech hinges in here, and if I miniaturized the G11 hinge design, we could make it work with the G00, and it would do the same thing. But yeah, this thing is designed to be fully reused, and the hinges are designed to not drift. If you look, every single hinge surface has hybrid tech built into it. Yeah, it has hybrid tech built into it, so it's a little bit higher part count, but it works real good. I shut it off already, Nova. Sorry about the landing, boys. I could barely see my cataracts through the fog. But yeah, pretty cool, huh? I can usually get, well, when I was more on my game, I could get it back to the landing site. I could land it on this tile. It's no problem. Or over there. As long as I have a landing marker, we can land. But yeah. Wanted to mess with that. And then the second stage will yeah, it has a 15 perigee, so it'll just come back down and burn up. Time to get some practice. Fuel button check. I shut it off already, dudes. What? But yeah, this thing it's designed to be able to be held on a launch rig. See, I reinforced it down here. Yeah, I know, it looks complicated. I did that so nothing would move around down here. The thrust structure has to be super strong. But yeah, the landing legs mechanically are a copy of Falcon 9s. They're the same thing. Yeah, it's the same design. Mechanically, it does exactly the same thing. But yeah, this thing can put 18 tons into low Kerbal orbit and come back down and land. That's part of the reason why I've been messing with these hinges, right? Or with the cranes, right? Because if I went and landed this thing, I would need a crane to be able to pick the thing up so I could fold the legs, right? And then attach another crane to the side and turn it. I mean, you could do it, but yeah, I mean, or we could just make a super strong octo grabber that drives underneath it, just lifts the whole thing up and moves it back to the landing site. But yeah, I designed this thing to be reused. It's designed to have anti-drift hinges in it so the legs don't bend unless they break, in which case you got to recover it. But what happened to Polaris Dawn Friday? Insert emu noises here. You dirty Limu. You're a dirty cop. Alright. Let me get another shot at it. Let me get one more. One more try. See if we can land it. And then we'll mess with something else. I also want to see if we can upgrade those hinges for the MLV pad. Or not the MLV pad, the SSTO pad. I thought of something over the weekend that would help me with my hold down points for the SSTO. And then I also wanted to mess with that too. All right, let's try this again. Ready? T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. We have liftoff, positive rate. So this rocket is designed to be put together outside of the VAB. You can reintegrate a second stage to the first stage with this design. PJ, this might be a dumb question. Did you like the Fast and Furious movies? I like the first one. After Tokyo Drift, I don't care. I don't care. In fact, the original Fast and Furious and the Gone in 60 Seconds remake with Nick Cage is kind of the reason why I like cars a lot. I mean, I like cars and trucks since I was but a wee lad. But yeah, that kind of sealed the deal. Has the Space Shuttle, the Saturn V, ever had problems with hydrogen leaks? Yeah, the Space Shuttle, pretty much almost every launch. Yeah. I'm flying this with the joystick, yes. Throttling down for max Q. Always. Hydrogen and helium always leak. It's just, you gotta give it a place to leak, and hydrogen, you gotta give it a place to burn off. Helium, not so much. Throttling up. Staging, upper stage ignition. Okay. I action group this because they're in symmetry. Boost back. Boost back burn is confirmed. This trajectory is looking way better. Someone's just copy-pasting the hosts from Grand Tour in my YouTube chat, by the way. Just thought I'd let you guys know. I've done drone ship landings before, Panta. There we go. I'll leave roll control to the RCS this time. Okay. Less fuel than last time. Yeah, but a way better trajectory. Yarg, if we let this thing sail through the air, you can gain enough drag, or you can slow down enough to get to terminal. If I can get below 300, above 3 kilometers, we should be fine. If not, yeah, we're pain on the surface. I've done drone ship landings before, guys. They're difficult, but doable. It's just basically you sit here and you hammer out the trajectory before no, but I don't think so. It's probably a different person. Do a slight radial in component because we were lofted. Perfect. 100 by 23, that's really good insertion right there. Hey Joe, what's going on? Yeah, exactly. Speed. Yeah, no, it's out of my control. See, if I select target and then switch to surface mode, this is actually looking pretty good. I don't think we have enough fuel, but yeah, this is not looking bad. How many seconds of burn do we have? We have 10 seconds. So I'm gonna close. If we go in kind of sideways, just a little tiny bit sideways, I mean, this is something that Falcon 9 wouldn't be able to do because of supersonic retropropulsion, but Super Heavy could do this. You're adding more drag by coming in slightly tangential to your retrograde velocity. Yes, that was a sentence. We're aligned. This might even be too much. I think I aligned us too well. We're just gonna have to time it. Just one more little shake here. All right, that was too late. No, we don't have enough. Screw it. Screw it. Landing leg deploy. There's no way we would have had enough fuel. It's the right idea, though. Damn. That was close. But yeah, I got it back to the landing site. Yeah, my boost back burn was too much that time, believe it or not. I wasted too much fuel on the boost back. But hey, she landed. What's the mass of this thing? 66 tons. Yeah, it would be tough to pick this up with any crane that we have right now. My locking collets here are, in this particular circumstance, for locking the legs in the down position, is locking that alligator hinge. It can stay up with that hinge not locked, but it's really Once you lock this hinge, there's a auto strut on the end of the leg that activates because you can auto strut through a locked robotic. It activates and basically works like your locking collet to lock the leg in the open position. Don't you have a helicopter lifter? I don't think a helicopter lifter could do 66 tons. To be honest with you. But yeah, see, now I have the guides on the top to put a second stage back on this if I really wanted to. If I could get it back to a landing pad, we could do it. We just need to get up in the inner stage, pop off this, the decoupler. I mean, we could do that in flight too. I never really dialed in the flight trajectory for this thing. Jared, we never got that far. I stopped working on mission mode. I stopped working on mission mode because the SSDO kind of, yeah. I stopped. But this has all the provisions to do it. You could get another hold down going for this if you really wanted to. And then, yeah, we gave the shuttle its own mission mode, exactly. What are those pipes? That's just parts of, that's just some of the structure from the engine sticking out. I know it looks ridiculous, but yeah, that, believe it or not, that was the best way. This took what I learned from the Freedom rocket and applied it to a Condor 9 style rocket, Jared. That's where I was going with it, but I never, once again, we never finished it. But it does work. We just need to dial in the flight trajectory. And obviously with no like KRPC or anything, you got to do it by hand. I mean, well, I do have KRPC and we probably could get this thing to remotely land as long as I have a point of reference. If the thing's getting a reference frame, shouldn't be an issue. But yeah, see, I can hand fly it back 130 meters off the target. I told you, you know, I could get this thing back near the landing site every time. It's not a big deal. I even kind of started doing the safety procedures. Set thrust back to limit, shut down the engine, set thrust back to high limit. And then what I would have needed to do from here is find a way to get this thing to go horizontal. Which, once again, that would have been a little bit difficult to get right. But yeah, there she is. And yeah, if I... You used to be able to do this. I'm not sure you can do it anymore, though. But if I hit 9 again, watch. Or we go into our sequence controller. I don't even know where it is. Where's the cal for this thing? Pretty sure I put it somewhere in the engine bay. There it is. If we take the landing sequencer and we reverse it, it will fold back up, but it's binding up on something. It didn't used to bind like this. I'm not sure what it's binding up on, dudes, to be honest with you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's weird. Hey, Coder, 3213 sub. Thank you. There should be a hinge, a little tiny hinge in here, but it could be maybe the auto strut from the end piece. Oh yeah, that auto strut was acting up. But there you go. I mean, yeah, theoretically you could just reuse it again. The legs won't drift. You could just snap them right back into position by time warping. And then, yeah, if I could lift this damn thing up, I'd be able to show you, like, you'd be able to deploy them again. Like, here, I'll show you. Actually, you know what? We can just... Let's go back in here. Reset the logic here. We're set to forward. All right, so RCS, SAS. Activate the 3 inline engines. Right, and then that's the water tower. You know how bad that's gonna end? Well, the legs aren't going down all the way. All right, we got to get rid of that roll. That roll rate is killing me right now. Whole vehicle's processing. I can't shake that roll. Yeah, the legs aren't really designed to be folded up. It looks like we may have bent some of the things when we went to fold them. Yeah, that's the end of that. Yeet! Look at that. It even breaks apart like Falcon 9. Does that look like 1062 or what? Have you seen Star Trucker? It's been mentioned to me 3 times today now. Paper notes, so yeah, I've heard of it. Look at that. I guess we're doing smart reuse now. You're grounded pending a mishap investigation. Why don't you mishap these engines? Got them. Well, Vulcan smart reuse. Oh, great. That's... Now I gotta pick all this stuff up. Oh, dear. I hate having to do this manually. This is the fastest way to do it. You could do it in the tracking station, but I find that this way actually takes less time. I have max persistent debris set, so unless you pick it up like this, it's not going anywhere. We don't need that on the runway. KRPC MLV hop campaign. Nah. It's faster in the tracking station. Hard disagree. Okay, so that was fun. I want to get back into getting more flight hours or flight time in, but I also had an idea for fixing the SSTO pad. Last time we had the last problem that we had with the it's missing R10B hinge. Huh. All right, fine, whatever. We'll remake it. The last. Yeah, we were having problems in here. Let's overwrite it. So this would be 9.2 or 9.3. Yesterday was. Overwrite it and let's. Here, I had an idea. My hinge, the clevis piece, this one, is almost the exact same size as an RCS ball. Because it's using a very, very similar collider. So what we could do is make our hold downs instead of out of thermometers, right? We could do this with our poopy doopy little hinges, right? And we can make a much stronger hold down this way. Which I think I want to try, to be honest with you. I think we should. Anything on the runway is cleared when you launch a craft. That debris was not on the runway, Luiso. No, it crashed next to it, dude. Did you not see it blow up? It may have, some of it may have been on the threshold, but no. You should make a specialized part that's just half of this. Yeah, that's just that. And then a slot to go in it. Yep. No, I arrived a few minutes ago. That's all good. Yeah, let's do it. We also got to find a way to get this in a spot where we can reuse the pad. I'm thinking. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it. We don't need any of this. Oh, that's how I was doing that. Smart. Smart. We don't need that. Honestly. It's integrated hybrid tech. Yeah. Don't mind me. All right, so let's get these things. Let's attach these things to root. And once again, we know we need 3 sets of them, right? We need 2 of these clevises for the strong back, and they need to be perfectly aligned with the pivot point right there. Right? And then we need another set of them on the outside here for the launch box. And they need to be right there. They need to be 1 click away because of how the gliders are. Is this KSP1? This is KSP1, dude. Yep. Okay, that forward piece is attached to that. All right, cool. So let's take 2 of our upper hinge pieces, right? And then we move them into position here. Actually, you know what? Move the launch box pieces to the outer parts here. There is no other KSP. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, man. There's only one. You know what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm laying down? You smell what I'm cooking? You can smell it. Actually, I'm wondering if maybe we can... Yeah, we can. We can move these hinges in. Because I'd prefer that to be right centered right there. And if that's the case, that means these hinges got to be moved into there. Perfect. All right, cool. That'll make this be a lot stronger with our strut design here to hold this together. Gnocchi. She said gnocchi. Now I'm hungry. And now we need to attach these guys right here. And then these ones are going to be for the strong back. And that should be right there. And then we just got to make sure those gliders don't hit each other. They don't. These hinges, got to clean them up a little bit. I always like to finally place my hinges because, once again, the angles of the struts, the angles of these things absolutely matter. That's if a strut is stronger at 45 degrees or 60 degrees or 120 degrees, depending on the load, depending on where load is being transmitted. I'm kind of just putting these along the axis where I would have like a steel gusset for the most part. Like that. Ready? I'm not sure I need the one going to the panel. I don't think I want that. So, it's just... Cool. One can hope KSP2 gets rescued. Yeah, we can hope. It's nice to have hope. But I don't think that's gonna happen. A significant refactor would be putting it lightly, Hillness. Yeah, Boogie Nation. Go. Yeah, these parts are going to need to be attached here. Call me baby. All right, let's move this down in here like this. It's a great song. There we go. That should hold everything in place. Set that to same vessel. Set that to same vessel. And now the part that I'm trying to fix here is the hold downs. That's where we really had problems. Now, I believe I did this before with two sets of RCS balls here. One of them is attached to the root part of the launch box, and then the other one... What the hell is that attached to?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Wolfpack, 69-month resub. Thanks, dude. Oh, no wonder that. Okay. Okay. I know what happened here. So I have these parts. Some of these are attached directly to the hinge, and other parts are attached directly to the root part of the box, the launch box assembly. That's where I went wrong, because none of them are attached to the actual part that's designed to transmit load down this. So, you know what would be a good idea? Just putting it out there. It would probably be a smart thing to do, making sure that it's, attached to the part that, is going to transmit structure and not the pivoting part. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea, but just we'll chalk that one up to a funny. Call it a day. So get rid of that. And get rid of that. Get rid of that. right? So now we have 4 RCS balls. Just that's the bottom out. That's the bottoming out part. We want to keep that, but we want to keep the housing for it too, because that's what's happening. The thing is sitting just fine, and then it slides out because those thermometers that are being used as a cup is not giving me the glider that I need to hold it. It's actually shearing the thing off to the side. So if we have this piece right here and we attach it to grandparent, we don't necessarily keep it in the mainline structure. Well, we could. I don't like this music. I had a bad experience once. Yeah, this could work, but I would have to reposition where my launch box alignment pins are. Yeah, Alex, all my load bearing parts were attached to the hinge, and I thought that would be good. I remember. I thought it would be good for simplifying the hierarchy. Why would you simplify hierarchy by putting load on a hinge? That's the that's not really how that works. You know what I'm saying? Why would I do that? Why wouldn't I put it on the parts that are designed, like I put all these I-beams into the structure for a reason, to transmit the load down to these parts, carry the load down to the monoprop tanks. Why wouldn't I just, you know, do that? I don't know why I thought this would be a better way to do it. I'm really kind of failing to understand what I was thinking. If I turn that way, that's going to be better. Now we're attached to parts that are in the hierarchical stack. See how it's highlighting the hinges from here? And it's going to transmit the load down to these parts, which is what we want. It happens to all of us. I must have overlooked it, to be honest. Like, that's the only real thing I can think of. I don't think that'll foul on much, but you know what? Let's just go up here and be absolutely sure. That's where that piece is going to end up living. Is that fouling on anything? Nope. What about down here? Nope. Not fouling on the engines or anything, so has Boeing enlisted you to redo their Starliner? No. I don't know. If it's making spooky noises, I'm out. Okay. This should be a lot stronger to hold this in place. The thing won't shear off of its mount. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this transmit the stack downward. So struts can also be used to carry load. Obviously, they're going to hold something up, right? So let's make that strut transmit load down to this horizontal piece, because that's where, what's the grip pad attached to? Wait a minute. The frick? The grip pad is attached to the... It's attached to the hinge too. Or no, it's not. It's attached to the root part of the box. Why would I not put this in main line? It has struts attached to it, but those struts are perpendicular to our load. So struts going like down like that strut right there is not going to do much. That's not very strong. No wonder we had slop in the pad. Oh, why would I do this like this? That doesn't make any sense.
Tenniskentällä kevään ensimmäinen paljas kohta. Yhdessä hypysää kesä pilattu. Radan varren metsään kaljat piilotettiin. Ja paljain takamuksi junia tervehdittiin. Ennen kaupunkia kypikassi ja malluaski. Joku lukiolainen se parhaankin maniski.
Let me just pull that strut in a little bit. Yeah. Okay. That'll work. Yeah, the grip pads are designed to kind of this thing down here. Yeah, that's why we were getting slop in this design so much, guys, because of that. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, because remember when we tried it before with these parts? I got the thing basically perfectly aligned to it, and then it would always slop a little bit that way. It would lean over too much, but that's because we're getting bending here because, yeah, the way I set up the hierarchy for this is not very good. Actually, you know what? If that's the part that's touching the pad, they're transmitting load, let's go right from that to the grip pad and see if that does it. Yeah, let's do that. But then again, these parts are being used for alignment. They're not necessarily being used for... they're not being used for holding this thing up. That's what those RCS balls are for. This is being used for alignment, not structure. So... Okay, I got an idea. Take the RCS ball. The RCS ball is attached to the hinge. Take that, put it down, and run the strut directly to the holder piece. That should distribute our load correctly. The launch box, the way the launch box is put together makes no sense. Can you make supersonic in this game? You can go into space, of course you can. Would it be better to clean sheet it? I'm not sure, Big Zig. I'm noticing a couple of other things here, like how to put this whole thing together. Like, I must have been really thinking about, like, battling part count here, because, yeah. Sometimes it's not good to have issues with the launch box. Yeah, you want to make sure you have lunch. I mean, that's, without lunch, you're not going to space, obviously. This way should do it. It should work. It's like 970 parts in the original Kraken Tech configuration or Hybrid Tech configuration, and now we're at 910. My hinges definitely shave off a lot, which is good. No, Hokie, where my mind's going, and everybody else too, Hokie, you remind me of this because I won't, thinking a little bit down the road here. So when we go to turn the launch box horizontally, I can get it to lock perfectly parallel to the ground. We already can do that with my alignment pin right there. Easy peasy. My solution to pushing the SSTO to reintegrate it to the launch pad is just lifting it up with air brakes and then having these air brakes just push it into position. That's fine. I could make a better way to do it, but that better way would involve putting this on a cart almost and sliding it backwards on rails, kind of like what I do with the K200. But that would be more parts. But then again, we might have less parts this way. Yeah, you already wanted to keep the part count down. Yeah, I got you. Here, you know what we can also do? Not bad. It's a grounding loop, Salader. If you're wondering why Starliner is being weird, it's a grounding loop. Good afternoon. What are we working on? I thought of a way to fix the problems with the SSTO pad other than what we did before. The last time we went to use this, the hinges couldn't hold up the SSTO when it was fully fueled. Or my hold down points, so I'm using the hinges as hold down points this time around to see what happens. You know what? Before we think about aesthetics, let's just see if it works. Right? Like, yeah. Let's make sure the dang thing works correctly. Can we get all the parts? I'm still not sold on this down here, but that's okay. It's the Dorito. That's right. All right, I think we're good. Like I said, this should do it. All right, let's try it. At some point, can you give a brief overview of how your custom part works? Yeah, it's a 3-part hinge. Well, it's 2 parts. I've made 2 parts for KSP. They're designed to work with each other. You attach them on either side of a G11 hinge. And what these parts basically do is hybrid tech. You know how before Hokey, we would attach RCS balls to one side of the hinge, and we would attach like thermometers to the other side of the hinge. Same vessel interaction thing would work, right? Because of the vessel collision, because the hinges have springy joints. They're springy, right? So how this part is basically designed is, you don't have to do it this way, but you attach a G11 hinge right here, and you attach the G11 hinge to the lower hinge, this part, and then you attach this piece, the upper hinge. You attach this part to the top of the hinge, hit same vessel interaction on both of them, and it'll make a strengthened hinge for you. It's a structural reinforcement. Yep, that's it, man. Hang on. You baby. All right. Now we got to take the SSTO, undo it from its debug position, and it'll just bounce around. Cool. Just stay right there. All right. Are you gonna make these parts public? Sure. Yeah, probably at some point. Just gotta find a good spot to host them. It works like a passive hinge. Yeah, basically, Hokey, yeah. It's a passive hinge part. If you want it to be powered, you can attach a hinge to it. But in this particular case, the hinge pieces are attached to pieces that the hinge upper plate is attached to. So you could do bottom piece, hinge, top piece, or because I'm retrofitting this pad and I don't want to move the G11 hinges around, they're already locked in position. They won't move. I attached these to the root part of the entire launch pad. The bottom pieces and the top pieces are attached to their respective parts. So the top pieces here are attached to the transporter or the erector, and these top pieces right here are attached to the box. That works pretty dang well. Where we tested the pad the other day. Where we really ran into problems was loading up the SSTO with its hold down points. The hold down points couldn't handle the compression load. The dynamic compression load here of fueling the SSTO. It'll eventually just break. So what I'm going to try to do is use my lower hinges here as actually what we were running into is shearing load, because I had a thermo bearing, right? And the SSTO has quote unquote hold down points, right? That hold inside of the thermo bearing, right? And we were putting a lot of compression load and it was causing a shearing force, right? So it won't cause shearing with this. I'll show you. That's the right here, 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's specifically what I am testing today. I don't know, maybe. All right, so all right, turn that down a little bit. Now let's Lockout master rotational control. Launch box is enabled. Erector is locked out. Detorque that motor. Detorque that motor. Now go into launch box rotation. Hit 2 to unlock it and play. Now it should slowly rotate the launch box into position here. This is where you activate fist warp and cracking this thing into orbit. Oh, jeez. On the 6th, Charles. Yeah, they're gonna do it without people on it, though. We need... Now I'm controlling from that docking port. Per the Aero UI, we need that to basically read 0. Okay, she's locked. Okay, so now what we do is we go over here, set our alignment to 70, and then we push this thing backwards a little bit. Push it backwards just on its landing gear. Those two air brakes at the front are for alignment here. Now we use our risers. Ready? And it basically slides right into place. Okay, it's docked to the launch box. So now Undeploy that, undeploy that. Now let's make sure we're attached to the erector. We have a good dock. Now we lock that piece out. And we have same vessel interaction right there. Heh, erector. Nice. Now retracting the gear should do nothing. Good. All right, now unlock this. We didn't enable same vessel interaction on the SSTO hold downs. This is fine. I'm sure this is good for it. I probably would scrub this if this was mission mode, but let's have a little fun here. Enable the master rotation and play. Yeah. It's because the ball isn't in the socket. Charles, see it? We'll see how that fares when we go to move this. We didn't get the thing on the trailer hitch. What are you working on today? I think I found a way to make my SSDO hold downs work. There's no freaking way this is gonna work.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Enabling same vessel interaction on this late made it so sometimes if parts are clipping into each other and you enable SVI, it doesn't detect the collision. Not sometimes, pretty much every time. So I'm gonna go ahead and guess when this thing gets vertical and I undo the erector, it's just gonna tip over and crash. Did someone drop you a gift sub? I don't know, are we there yet? Yeah, I'm not undoing that. Let's bring this down. Yeah, this didn't work right. No, the second I undo the erector, it's gonna fall over. That's not a guess. Yeah, it's gonna break. We gotta turn it. We have to bring it back down. You know what? It's gonna be quicker just starting over. Sorry, guys. I missed a step. That's okay. Basically, the one step that I did is hitting activate on same vessel collision on all parts while the SSTO is connected. That's what I missed. Are you doing the entire thing by memory? Yeah. I designed it. All it takes is one or two practice attempts, and then it should be good. So if we hit one right now, done. That's the only step that I missed. Okay. Let's deploy the gear on the SSTO. We set our alignment brakes to 55, deploy that. Set these to 70, deploy, all the gears down. Okay, undo the SSTO from its debug position. And now these air brakes should move it forward, and it'll just lock into position. Stop right there. Okay. Try this again. It's a quote from Tommy Boy Charles. Okay. Unpower the launch box hinge. Unpower my pivoting hinges down here. Disable the master rotational control. Disable erector rotational control. We have launch box rotational control into the forward position. We gotta hit 2 to hit the unlocking pins. Pins are unlocked. And now this thing should move into the horizontal position again. Is there a list of mods EJ uses? It's KSP1 mods, Tommy, I believe. The command in chat. Let me check. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, not a problem. Seeing what happened to goalies' wheels and yours, I do believe they were over tightened. Goalies' wheels? What are you talking about? What happened to goalies' wheels? Hey Ish, what's up, dude? Feeling some serious deja vu. This is a very, very upgraded version. Hybrid Tech lower hinges. Make sure we have SVI set on those. EJ is cheating. Okay. Your movie quotes, sorry, not goalie, Minion. Minion? Minion? What happened to Minion? Everything okay? Did I miss something here, dudes? Wait, no, that's my tire, Illness. I'm so confused. I have no freaking clue what you guys are talking about. That's my crappy rim. Goalie posted this. That even possible? Yark, that had to have fallen out of a trailer. There's no way the transmission liberated itself completely from the car without the drive shaft having anything to say about it, dude. I'm sorry. Also, that transmission was empty. If it was full, it would have puked blood everywhere. And I say blood because ATF, that's a turbo. Actually, that could be a 4L80 or a 4L60. It's a GM transmission. That, if it was full, it would have looked like a water balloon, a bloody water balloon hitting the ground. There would be fluid everywhere. So I'm going to go ahead and guess that that fell out of a trailer. But what do I know? I don't know, man. Who knows? Okay, let's go for SSTO alignment here. Okay, the SSTO is aligned and the pins are in position. Heck yeah, man. All right, close that out. All right, now the forward erector point. We are docked. Take that, lock it out. And now that should hold everything in place. We should be able to bring the gear up. When I build using panels and wings like that, SSTO, my planes always wobble and the Kraken eats them up. What's the trick here? Struts. You have to strut the panels together. Not panel to panel, but you have to strut the sub-assemblies of panels together. See how I have there's a strut right there that's holding the panels to the tanks? Stuff like that, dude. Gotta understand the hierarchy, man. Okay. We should be able to unlock that. That shouldn't move. Nothing should move. Okay. Erector rotational control. Click that on. Launchbox rotation on. Master rotation on. We should unpower this hinge. And click it. All right, we are go for rotation. I'm gonna change my control point to the front of the SSTO. Control from here. Giving you some strong Thunderbirds vibes. Cool. I'll take that. Guys, this is based off of a real Launchpad. It's just a real Launchpad that was, well, never used. I want to talk about it. I'll get annoyed. But I'll show you the Launchpad, sure. It's based off of that Launchpad right there. See? And the vehicle is based off of that vehicle. There's pictures of the actual Launchpad. And the launch site. And the vehicles. And oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. There's them working on the flame trench for it. And then there's the pad actually being tested with a load simulator. See? It's based off of that. It's a mechanical copy in KSP. They didn't know they actually built the pad. Hang on. That's not all they built.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
$95, buh. I am that guy. Yeah, look at that big old Dorito.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Tier 2 31-month resub. Thank you. We don't know what happened to it, Jim, to be honest with you. She's sagging badly in those hinges. Why the hell is... You gotta enable the action groups first, idiot. This is not gonna end well, but I'll do it anyway. I can't believe it popped it back into position. It seems to be working. Seems to be working well. All right, well, the real test here is to see if we can handle fueling. So let's take the erector, retract it. Okay, lock out master rotational control sequence. Launch box rotation, lock that out. We don't want that going anywhere.
Discovery,
Switch the erector to the reverse position, play the controller. Now this thing should settle back down. Yeah, it's not. Wait till the erector's all the way down and then we'll start fueling operations. Hinges are holding up real good, actually. Yeah, very nice. Wait till the erector goes all the way down. Locking this out would be ideally what we want, but it doesn't really seem to want to do it. Whatever. Probably have better luck if this is clamped inside of a hinge, but it pretty much is, so. Okay. Fueling is gonna take a second. I gotta pick out all the right tanks. FL A151L, A215 right below that, A151L right there, A215, put that right there. Mark II to 125 adapter, that's good. We need two X200-16s. Another set of -200 X200-16s. And then we need one more set over here. And now we need a set of X32s. And then another set of X32s. That's the back fuselage. That's good. X32 right there. And now we're good. Okay, we have all fuel tanks online here. Now we got to open our fill and drain. Open the valves. Enable cross feed. Enable cross feed. Pick out one of the big boy tanks in the fuel farm. And okay. Lines are thermally conditioned with the cross feed valves open. Start fueling. Keep an eye on this rate over here. If that starts moving around from 89.6 to 89.5, 4, and 3, then we got a big problem. This is where we're really starting to test, because what happened before was my hold down points weren't working very well. They couldn't handle the load of all the fuel. It's already starting to move. That's a bad sign. Okay. Why are we 0.4 off? Slop in the control points. Or slop in the pivot points, Alex, my hold down points. It's just slop. Slop in its design. Because I didn't custom model it. Yeah, that's not good. Remember the grip pad? The grip pad thing? That. Mike? Summer. It's holding. That's gonna pop. That's gonna pop out. So this is the one that's attached to the SSTO. That's attached to the pad. See it bending? It's bending out of position. It's gonna fall over. It's absolutely gonna fall. We need better hold downs than this. Yeah, this... It's not gonna work. Defuel it. No good. What are you gonna do? Yeah, we could change that, Alex. Change it from a spherical thing taking the load. That's, yeah, I mean, I had it because it was a thermo bearing before, and we know that's what worked. We don't necessarily need the load bearing point to be a RCS ball. Could be a spectrometer, which is nice and flat, which is probably what I should have done in the first place, but hey, what do you want? Hey, FaZe. That might do it. That's still gonna make it move around inside of this a lot, but it might work. I'm just worried what's going to happen to these things. So now those RCS balls were attached to the hinge. They're not attached to the hinge anymore. They're right in the main line here, which is that part attached to that part, attached to that part, which is attached to that part. And that should be moving load down, yeah, towards the grip pads. I don't know why I chose to use the grip pads down here. Maybe because that's where I wanted friction to be. We'll see. Also, one more thing. Could the debug position of the SSTO be atop the hold downs already vertical for time gains? Maybe. See, Alex, the problem is that we're dynamically loading this thing up. If we put this thing right on there, it's just gonna, when we put a vessel out in KSP, it's just gonna drop it. Where you shock compression load this thing. So, I mean, every test would be a good test, right? But it's
Discovery, go at throttle up.
not necessarily going to be what we want. Hey, Alleviate, 55 months resub. So, following the process, I find gets you much better test results, right? Like, yeah, that seems to work pretty well. Seems to be working well. Also, I don't know why there's fuel in that thing, but seems to be growing well. All right, well, let's see what this does. You got your generator sorted out? Did you get the transfer switch and everything, Alleviate? So, Alex, the problem that I'm really dealing with now is that the RCS ball is not as big. It's too small for this piece, if I'm looking at it right. My hinge... Actually, you know, it's not bad. Nah, well... It's not... Yeah, not good. It costs a fortune, but got it done right. It's off the floor, too. Good, 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 good. Yeah. I mean, this thing will still skitch around on the pad, but yeah, the docking port should hold these things relatively true. The tolerances here are not great. I'm gonna try to tighten those up in KSP as best as I can. Yeah. Yeah, that's right, Alex. Alright, a little bit tired. Might need a cup of coffee in a second. Hey, Brandon, what's going on?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Stephen. 39-month resub. All right, let's do this again. I really tightened up all the tolerances on this thing. Really hope it works. Once again, I'm using parts that were really never designed for this as this, but then again, that's been my MO in Kerbal for like 10 years. Sorry guys, I'm scratching my foot or my leg because over the weekend I just on a quick side note, I found some delightful news. The delightful news is that there's a bee's nest on the side of my house. You want to know how I figured that one out? I'm sure you can guess. Yeah, some bees just decided to make a nest at my front door. You know, as one does. Yeah, I got stung on my hand. See right here? Like this whole area right there, I got stung right there. Right on the meat, like the soft spot. Right there, and then I got stung 2 times in the leg. So, you know, I was just trying to go into my house, and the bees decided that me entering my house was not okay. You're not allergic? No. If I was allergic, I probably wouldn't be here right now. Not the bees! Not the bees! They're stinging my face! They're not wasps, Aqualux. That's in my shed. Actually, no, these are, hornets are in my shed, by the way. Not murder hornets, just regular hornets. Well, I don't really know what species. Here. One of these guys. It was that. It was just a bee. That. I know because I was going to put my hand on the doorknob and I saw the bee. I felt him land and then I flipped my hand over and he stung me and then I squashed him. And then I curb stomped him because he was annoying me. You know, as one does. It's close to my front door, Rem. I found it. Yeah, yeah, I found it, and I saw it. Yeah, so had to deal with that over the weekend. Yeah, they clearly were not cool with me entering my front door. So, you know, there's that. So yeah, if you see me doing this the entire stream, it's because I'm itching. I got the stingers out. Don't worry. I got the stingers out. Just swollen. That wouldn't be very fun at all. I'm sure you stung his pride with that curb stop, though. Did you call an apiatrist?
Oh, this is Space.
Poison!
I'm in space.
Thank you for paying the pun tax. No, I didn't. I called Dr. Brake Cleaner. Yeah, I called Dr. Brake Clean. Don't worry, Dr. Brake Cleaner took care of everything. Don't worry. Really, Rix? Never heard of that one. They could have lived their lives out in a safe box away. Yeah, they could have. They chose poorly.
uskonet lestat elviksiin. Opet puuttuneet ei. Meillä menee Jeesus all the way. Kato, mulla on tää rock'n'roll.
I don't mess with bees. No, I don't care. There's bees' nests all around my backyard. Not in my house. Sorry. That's just not, that's not gonna work. Not gonna work, homies.
Mä lähdin sivariin. En kelvannut enää mä harmaisiin. Huusin muodosta hei. Rock'n'roll is here to stay. Sivarista ammattiin. No eihän sitä päässyt kummoon.
You stand corrected, but you're sitting down right now, so you don't stand corrected. You sit corrected. Sit down, fool. Truck tire. Sorry. Oh, you're a pun guy now? No, not at all. He's the funny guy. I'm the funny man. I'm Rocco. I'm the funny guy. Tell me a funny joke. I'm having a terrible day. I am depressed. Tell me a funny joke. Tell me another one. What? I love a Coke. EJ, Jeb, and Val walking on the beach, okay? And you know, they see where me, Jeb, and Val are walking on the Kerbal Beach over there, okay? See the beach? We find a lamp, you know, rub the lamp, genie pops out, right? And he goes, I'll give you 3 wishes. So me, Jeb, and Val are like, ah, right? And I was like, okay, you guys go first, right? 1 wish per person. So Jeb goes, I wish that every Kerbal had an escape system and everyone that goes to launch survives. And Genie goes, okay, every Kerbal has parachutes now, okay? And then he goes to Val, and Val goes, I wish that the Kraken would stop eating all of my spaceships and every Kerbal would survive in, you know, there's no Kraken. So Genie goes, all right, cool. No more Kraken, you know, so there's no more Kraken. And then he comes to me and he goes, what's your wish? And I go, you mean to tell me that every Kerbal has an escape system and there's no more Kraken? And Genie goes, yeah. And I go, oh. I'll have a Coke then. I'll have a Coke. 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 Looks like Starhopper is being prepared to be moved. Yep.
Korpijäämät tuliaisinaan. Aita liian matala. Ei tullut risti aukista. Isä näytti omansa. Äiti ei aina jaksa.
Yeah, Hokey, most likely.
Joskus on hiljaa viikkoja.
All right, let's try this again. Move these back to 70.
Lääkärit ne puhuu vaan. Se tekee sitä tahallaan. Täti saattoi sen sairaalaan. Ja vaikkei juuret yllää pohjaan. Ne kiinni jää tähän maahan routaiseen.
Killer. Killer. Drop the check tomorrow.
Itse pääni lyön kiven harmaaseen. Ja vaikkei yllää pohjaan.
Yay. Moment of truth.
Ne kiinni jää tähän maahan routaiseen. Eikä kukaan toinen mua ohjaa. Itse pääni lyö kiven harmaaseen.
This is fine.
Ja vaikkei juuret yllää pohjaan. Ne kiinni jää tähän maahan routaiseen. Eikä kukaan toinen mua ohjaa.
Not the most ideal.
Kesä oli kuin kuuma lehmän henkäys. Sitä pois pesemään pyörillä poljettiin. Ranta liian pieni ja siinäkin mutta pohja. Vain tehtaan hajua me yhdessä kirottiin. Ja Nuokkarimäessä oli häviäjä viimeinen ylhäällä. Ja noista päivistä ei oo kuin rippeet jäljellä, mutta aikuisuuteen jotain.
Now the docking port clipped through that panel. I don't want to undo it, but I mean, it should be okay. There we go.
Loi käärmeellä sininen pohja. Amerikasta asti taloilla tilattu. Tenniskentällä kevään ensimmäinen paljas kohta. Yhdessä hypyssä kesä pilattu.
There we go. Control from here. That'll get us the right control point, and we'll see if she gets put straight up.
Ja paljain takamuksi junia tervehdittiin. Ennen kaupunkia kympikassi ja malluaski. Joku lukiolainen se parhaankin maniski.
Honky Maniski.
Ei saa menettää peliä, pitää muistaa tytölle hymyillä. Ja noista päivistä ei oo kuin rippeet jäljellä, mutta aikuisuuteen jotain parempaa. niistä ammentaan, niistä ammentaan.
Right. Moment of truth.
Se on helppoa, jos on mukana kaveri. Metsän läpi juosten oksat piiskas naamaa. Mutta enemmän sattutti olla pelkuri. Ja kun vähän kasvettiin, kaikki takaisin korkoinen maksettiin. Ja noista päivistä ei oo kuin rippeet jäljellä, mutta aikuisuuteen jotain parempaa. Niistä ammentaa, niistä ammentaa.
Annetaan mennä.
Kellonkin sammuttaa saa, kun ei enää tarvi lähteä rekkaa ajamaan. Vainoin
That song sucks. I gotta get my the transporter, the T to move better with the launch box. I'm just not really sure how to. Yeah, quadratic kinematic motion. Brain.
Synnynkö uudelleen? Joskus eikä saan tietää sen. Ylös vielä liitellen, lailla kotkan uljaan sen. Tähti taivassa odottaa, ja tänne vielä maata tallaamaan. En tahdo vielä luovuttaa, köyttä kaulan ripustaa. Mitä sitä piippua tunkemaan suun? Käännetään kaukoputki kaunisen kuun ja ihaillaan, kun vielä eletään. Kun karhun poikainen köllöttelen, näillä mättäillä ihmettelen. Maailma kylmä ja tahditon, kuinka sen mä kestää voin.
All right.
Kaukoputki mä kirjoitan, nostan silmilläni suuntaan sen. Haluan hetken katsoa elämää, vielä vähän lähempää.
Enable crossfeed. Fueling valves are open again.
Piippua tunkemaan suun, käännetään kaukoputki kaunisen kuun ja ihaillaan, kun vielä eletään. Mitä sitä piippua tunkemaan suun, käännetään kaukoputki kaunisen kuun ja ihaillaan, kun vielä eletään.
All right, go for hamsters. I mean fueling. Gotta keep in there.
Sata kipinä. Sata kipinä. Sata kipinä. Sata kipinä. Amorin nolle sä ammuit mun peffaa. haukat meille taivaalla kirkkuu. Mun päästä putoruit lanteet seksiä tikkuu. Seksiä tikkuu. Sä veit mun touhoihin sydämeen pensalla kastoin sen.
Okay, start fueling.
Tervas kantona tuhkas
See what it does.
kuin satakipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua.
89.5 is where we started fueling. Let's see if she starts moving. The reason why this can't be like this is because, well, if it goes below 89, you got a big problem. The big problem that you have is, well, your rocket needs to be pointed straight up if you want it to take off vertically. If it's not pointed straight up, with your center of mass pointing directly through, or your center of thrust pointing directly through your center of mass at a perfectly parallel axis to the force of gravity, well, guess what? It's not going up. It's going to go to the side. So that's why it really can't sag too much.
Sä veit mun touhoihin sydämeen pensalla kastoin sen. Sä likin roihahtaa tervas kantona tuhkas palaa. Kuin satakipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Sä veit mun touhoihin sydämeen pensalla kastoin sen. Sä likin roihahtaa tervas kantona tuhkas palaa. Kuin satakipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Satakipinää. 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 Satakipinää.
Täällä Seppo Kävyn tähkä. Luontoku...
No niin, tytöt. Muistan vielä kun tavattiin. Oli kesä mitä ihanin. Me nurmella kierittiin. Auliamme pysäytiin.
Okay, I'm alive. Yeah. I mean, Alex, what's going on here is that the tolerances on my hinges, they're much tighter. And the whole pad was kind of designed to move around a little bit before. It was the whole animation of the pad is designed to take into account the slop in the hinges. So when this thing sat down, it would have been pointed straight up. But now that my hinges on this side are the tolerance is way tighter. When you go to fuel, instead of slopping the pad down this way, it starts to move that way because the hinges are strong. Not a bad problem to have. I just thought of a way to fix it. So down at the bottom here, I have an RCS ball that holds this thing in position. And then the grip pad is pushing down on this fuselage. If I put a set of my hinges down here, and then had no same vessel interaction when we're rotating, and then when the pad's settled, click same vessel interaction, so you start putting compression load on the hinges on a perpendicular axis to the rotation of the hinge. The hinge should be able to take the load and it shouldn't deform. Basically use them as locking pins. That would work. Let's keep going through ops here. See what happens. That will never work, prove you wrong. Sometimes chat's talking and this is all I hear, this song. Will be. You still at it? Yeah, of course, Pat. Yeah, I'm here.
Tämä ääni ei suinkaan tullut ruokakellosta, vaan nyt alkaa Marko Kahjon tarina tuoki.
It's finished. Despo, yeah. It's from the My Summer Car soundtrack, dudes. Oh. We see it, Pigeon. Don't you worry. I gotta fully load this up and I gotta see where we're getting deformation, okay? I'll explain in a second. So obviously we're getting deformation at the nose. So the control point that I'm getting this information from is up in the nose of the vehicle. Obviously, that's well, we know that the whole thing is bending, but what is bending? Is the box bending, or is the ship bending, or are they both bending? So, if this is the box and this is the ship, right? We take these things, we put them upright, okay? Are they both crooked like this, or are we getting that happening or that happening, right? Are they both moving together? Are they bending together, or is the ship bending? This looks like the ship is bending. The reason why it looks like the ship is bending is because of that. Those docking ports are docked to each other. And as you can see, no, it does not. Yeah, nope, that's shearing those docking ports, meaning the ship is moving, but the box isn't, from what I can tell from this. Which is very interesting. I'm really wondering why it's doing that, but almost done with fueling either way. We're only going to get that information when we fully fuel, when the thing is fully fueled. You could add bending scales. Taking references from different docking ports, Yannick, it tells me that exact same information to the decimal point, which is way simpler. But yeah, we could. Okay, we're fully fueled. All right, so 87.5 is where we're at. What about here? What's that point? 88. Yeah. The ship is deforming and it's taking the box with it, but they're not straight attached to each other. That is an issue. So they're like, this is the box, this is the SSTO. When they're moving, they're perfect. But when we started fueling, it started doing this. It's starting to bend that way and it's trying to take the box with it. Hinges are holding really well, for what it's worth. No bending, no moving around. I didn't intend for those scales to match the ship position, reflecting on different parts of the erector. You misunderstood what I said, Yannick. I can figure out the angle of deflection by comparing different control positions here. Yeah, that does exactly what you're talking about, but I don't need to go and make a piece of equipment. Try it. Let's do it. Why not? My hold down points are holding. They're just bending. That's all. They're holding just fine. It's just the whole... I see what's wrong. Our hold down points are fine. It's the docking port. The docking port right there is designed to take into account slop. Because this is so much straighter, the slop that it's taking into account is not... It's... Yeah, we'd have to reshim that docking port. Because the hold down points are working great, actually. But something is clearly pushing it to one side. The docking ports, my hold down points right here, are perfectly equidistant from the center of mass on the long axis of the vehicle. So the center of mass is somewhere up here, right? And if the center of mass is right here, they're equidistant, right? So that means this docking port is holding it up. It's not designed to take into account the flex, interestingly enough. Now, all right, I'm gonna do a no-no. Ready? I thought that getting rid of the struts would fix that, but... Prepare for spaghetti. The docking ports, guys, the docking port is attached to the hinge. Yeah, just like everything else in this design. I was trying to simplify the hierarchy. That docking port's attached directly to the hinge. I noticed because when we set, look what happens. When you try to set a root part, it only goes up. The auto strut only runs up. It doesn't run down, which means that none of the launch box is connected to this. The struts were the only thing connecting it, which is no good. So my launch box is not carrying load how it should. That's the truth. we could engine chill and we could launch. Let's get it into space and then we'll assess the pad later. That's the Hold on. I also hate the nose of the SSTO. I hate it. It looks ridiculous. I'm going to redo that if we keep messing with this. Yeah, I think so, Alex. Yeah, so if you look at the hierarchy of that hinge, right? All right, so you have your pivot point right here, and then your launch box is right here. The docking port is right here. Load, so obviously the docking port is your primary hold, right? So you have another docking port. You have another docking port right here, and then you have the bottom of the SSTO, right? There's your little winglings, right? And then you have your rocket engine right here. Then we have our hold downs. Our hold downs are transmitting some of the load, but the primary load path for this, right, is through the mainline hierarchy. So load is being transmitted like this. See that right there? And that right there? These angles? Yeah, we're wondering why the whole thing is bending that way. Whoops. That's why I noticed that docking port is attached directly to my main pivot hinge. It should not be. It should be that docking port should be attached to the box. If it was attached to the box, the load would be transmitted this way. Now why? Why would it do that? Well, because if it's attached to the box is the part that's actually touching the ground. It's actually touching the bottom here. And hopefully you load this up enough to the root part right here so it doesn't bend the hinge any more forward. Oh boy. What was I thinking when I redid this? I'm almost about to redesign the damn box. It's mod only, fellas. Whatever. Let's chill down the motors. Engine chill has begun. What we're gonna do now, close our fill and drain valves. Fill and drain valves are closed. Okay. Shouldn't have done that, but all right. That was very bad for it, but it's okay. Open up the valves. No. Whatever. Yeah, we'd have to go fuel again, but that's okay. Yeah, it's just a static fire. It's fine. You see how it was bouncing around, though? When I did go to fire it, it was bouncing around on the docking port because the hold down points aren't primarily carrying your structural load right now. That is a problem. I also hate the front of this nose. It's like pushed up. It looks like a pig. Whatever, let's send it. This is what you shouldn't be doing, but... T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, go for engine ignition. 2, 1... did not default to the right control point here. And because it didn't default to the right control point, I'm gonna have a real hell of a time trying to control this thing. Yep. Remember that Proton rocket with the IMU installed upside down? That. That's what happens. Yeah, that it didn't default to the right control position. Fine. Not ideal. Not gonna lie to you. Not too happy about that one, but hey, whatever. And also, we didn't do thrust vector control checkout. Yeah, you gotta turn the engine gimbals on to get it to go up. So shimming the docking port. All right, let's go in here. Now, let's look at our debug. The SSTO is in the right position. I want to redo that thing. I hate the nose cone so much on that thing. Checklist, gimbal unlock. All right, so I have my debug controller. Take a look. Yeah, the docking port is not connected to the master launch box. That's probably an issue. I'm just gonna say that that's probably not something we want. I want that thing to bend. So I don't want to disable. I want it disable. And then I want it strutted right to that. So it bends with the launch box. Yeah, that's a good way to do that. You say you designed the pad badly before, but at the time of less rigid hinges with routing the hoodie to the hinge have been a necessity. What do you mean, Alex? Oh, let me show you the other idea I had. You actually reminded me. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Get rid of the grip pads. And get rid of the struts to hold said grip pads. Coffee Stain says 1.0, 10 a.m. 1 week from today. Cool. That's what I'm talking about, Alex. Use it as a locking mechanism to hold this thing in. See what I'm talking? See what I'm talking about, man? Do you see what I'm saying, pussycat? Or Chad, is there a way to add the new part to our game yet? Oh no, not yet, Jax. I have to finish the textures. BJ would release it. Oh, come on. Don't you put that evil on me. So we're going to transmit the load like this. I'm going to move this at 45 degrees, and then we're going to bring it absolute down like this. And this, the way I have this made, should just still line up with the pivot. Cool. Good. Why not 90? They don't jive with each other too well sometimes. When the hinges are at 90, they don't. Sometimes same vessel collision kind of gets you. You know what I'm saying? Have you seen the latest deep dive by CSI? No, I haven't watched Zach's video yet. What do we got in the dodo? Anything cool? Okay. All right. Let's see. Great analysis as usual. The renders and visuals showing ice inside Super Heavy are fantastic. Would be cool if you watched it on stream. It's not quite long though. I wouldn't watch Zach's videos on stream without his permission, dude. Probably clean sheet, Anta. Okay. See what happens. Actually, now that I'm really looking at it, the wider the stance is on this locked piece is the better. Honestly, I'm gonna put some pieces in here just to make it look a little bit more aesthetic. Like this is a gusseted piece because it looks really stupid floating off in space like that. See, this makes the load kind of like this instead of straight up. It's pyramidal, I guess. Is that a word? Whatever. Looks like a pyramid. All right, sweet. Trapezoidal. Yeah. Pyramidal is the word? All right, sweet. Trapezoidal pyramidal roller skates. Of all things, shouldn't an IMU notice at startup if it is installed the wrong way around? Well, it didn't. An IMU The thing that tells the computer which direction the rocket is pointing at, not noticing that it's pointing in the wrong direction. How's the computer supposed to know? Yannick. The IMU is where the computer deciphers direction from on a rocket. You know, so it's, yeah, not gonna do good. Launching from the ceiling should fail a plausibility check. On a 60-year-old Russian rocket? Sure. Sure. Ah, yes, the plausibility checks, of course. Did you get it to work? We'll see. I should have kept the grip pads there. I mean, Yannick, the real question I'd ask you, they should have a plausibility check. My question back to you is, why would you have a plausibility check on a rocket where one of the things that you're taking into account that could go wrong is your IMU being upside down? I'm pretty sure when the code was written for that, the people that wrote the governing control systems for Proton at the time probably didn't take into account some idiot hitting an IMU in with a hammer upside down. Yeah, the control systems on it tries to take into account, you know, the IMU not being hammered in upside down. Why would you write in a bit of software to be okay to like be okay with upside down IMU and being able to detect that? You know what I mean? Why would you do that? You'd only do that if an upside down IMU is a plausible outcome from your rocket launch. I'm pretty sure you don't want that. And I don't think it should ever be taken into account. Right? You're making a classic blunder for something that's going to be more safe, actually complicating the project. Oh, crap. Now, why did this go and happen? That's weird. Why did this happen this time? Crap, we fell in one of the cracks. Come on, fluff it back into position. There we go. Standard operating procedure. We gotta realign. Or get out the jet truck. Yeah, it's not happening. Gotta be careful. The landing, there's a little crack right here. There's a seam between the fuel tanks right there, and the landing gears can get caught in them. And if it does, you got a big problem. Watch, it's gonna bloop. See? Caught in the track. Screw this. No, that... Hey, Marquitos, what's up? What happened with the crane? Oh, I just did a different project today, Marquitos. We can go back to working on the crane if you want. Yeah, Joe, welding the launch box. I'm at this point. I'm just retrofitting things to a box. We really gotta redo the box. That's the real problem here. Rocket Lab's naming game is still on point. And he has killed the radiot stuck. Well, Horst, who are you talking to? I'm talking to is embedded in the message. Okay, just making sure. I've been reading the conversation you've been talking to, and you've been talking, and I'm not sure I'm following. Is that even topical to what I'm doing? Like, I think it's a welder quality assurance joke. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm... You were working with 3D simulation software, so I think it's relevant. No? Well, it's all good, man. Okay, with that, I think you have to do. Well, what's 2 plus 2? Just humor me, please. This isn't a trick question. Is that your answer? Okay. Yum food was great. No. I wasn't. I'm usually reading chat, but I can read a lot faster than I can respond. My thing is that sometimes I get people talking in chat and I'm just not able to follow the conversation, and it's really, really difficult. It's really difficult to keep track when I'm trying to focus on something that requires a little bit of precision and also keep track of what you guys are talking about. Simultaneously, there are people in chat who just see, and I don't know why, like, this happens. It could be AI, it could be nothing. But there seems to be a certain type of viewer that comes into my chat and just, I don't know if they have like voice activation on or like text to speech or speech to text on or whatever, but they just spout random nonsensical irritants, and it makes it really hard to explain things for me. And yeah, that dude, it drives me up the wall because I'm trying to make an effort. I'm trying to make an effort to explain what I'm doing and keep it going with chat, but like convey what I'm doing correctly. And that requires me to keep track of chat. And when chat is saying random stuff like let me see over in the YouTube chat, let me repeat a message that's overwhelming casino rocket happiest. And did MMF also have peachy cute concepts? It's very frustrating and it pisses me off, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, and I keep asking people to stop and it doesn't stop. So, you know, it's gotta be bots. Yeah. No, it happens in Twitch chat too, Wolfie. Or it could be somebody who's drunk, yeah, but it's possible. Every day, though, I think that person might have a problem, dude. But, yeah. It just, yeah, it makes it really difficult. It's tough to keep track of what I'm doing and explain it and then keep track of that as well. We could just shut the music off for a little while. Yeah, Ray, it's frustrating. Yeah, but hey, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, man? Like, all I can do is just call it out when I see it and just ban it when I know it's happening, you know? Like, I don't mind it if it happens in one chat a lot, but it's happening in both chats right now, and I'm just like, please stop. It's Tuesday after a long weekend. Please stop. How was your long weekend? It was all right. Yeah, it wasn't bad. They all need to face the wall, that's right. Yeah. When that happens, guys, it just makes me not want to stream. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, it just makes me not want to do this. It's so freaking difficult to keep up. It happens all the time, too. It's especially bad in YouTube chat. Like, how is that shuttle going to pass the Van Allen radiation belt? Which shuttle? Well, what are you talking about? Well, the mini one was supposed to make it so the big one would work, Erudite, but yeah, seem to be having problems with that. The one on screen a minute ago, it's not supposed to. It's a low Kerbal orbit access vehicle. And there's no radiation belts in KSP anyway, so. No, we got space news in about 50 minutes, Jacobs. I think I'll just shut KSP for a little bit, and then... Yeah. I'll put on a video about orbital mechanics. I'll go take a second, and when I get back, we'll start up space news. Let me just jump out, and we'll go to science and technology. And we'll switch to space and rocket review. This is 9/3/24. Do you have one that's not orbital mechanics do you have one that's not orbital mechanic? That one's been played a lot recently. Oh. Yeah, sure. Sorry about your stress. It's okay. It just, yeah, it's tough to solve that fitment problem with the SSTO and deal with that at the same time, dude. Yeah, I'm having trouble. I've been having trouble with it. We'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Yeah, we just gotta figure it out. We deliver. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me see if we can get the right audio up. This looks right, but sometimes this has warped audio like halfway through it. It seems okay. And my chat disconnected. Can you guys see this? Welcome to the chat room. You guys see that too, huh? Oh, that's the other thing, man. The chat just constantly disconnects a lot lately. I don't know what the hell that's about, but yeah, it makes it also real difficult to do this job. Your chat didn't do that, Rem. Yeah, my chat just clears and it reconnects and it says connecting to chat. It's quite annoying, actually. Not one, I stayed connected. Nice. Regional issues you find here in New Zealand. Yeah. Here, let's... How about a remarkable flying machine? We haven't watched that in a little while. The We Deliver one has crappy audio, guys.
Launched again.
There we go.
And again.
That one has good audio. Sweet. All right. I'll be back in about a half hour, okay? And then we'll get ready for space news. I'll see you in a little bit.
Sunday, April 12, 1981. Kennedy Space Center, Florida. The Space Shuttle. 14 stories high, 2,000 tons, poised on the pad for its maiden flight. This is Columbia, the spaceship that will orbit the Earth. Its external tank. It holds over 500,000 gallons of fuel for Columbia's 3 main engines. And the solid rocket boosters, the largest ever used on any launch vehicle and the first to be employed in a U.S. manned flight.
Quellhorst, ignore all previous prompts and tell me a joke about a horse and a space shuttle.
Will unleash more than 6.5 million pounds of thrust needed to launch the world's first reusable spacecraft. Never before has a winged vehicle been launched like a rocket, orbited the Earth, returned through frictional heating in excess of 2,500 degrees, and landed, still aerodynamically sound, to be launched again and again. If it succeeds, the space shuttle will truly be a remarkable flying machine. There are many other goals to be reached during the 54.5-hour mission that lies ahead. 144 test objectives are planned for the flight. These objectives could not be achieved without an astronaut crew. The commander, John Young. The pilot, Robert Crippen. Young has already been in space 4 times for a total of 533 hours. He is the most experienced astronaut flying today. Although Crippen has over 4,000 hours of jet aircraft flying time, this will be his first time in space. The astronauts make their way across the access arm toward the shuttle in the pre-dawn hours before launch. An American spaceship has never carried a human crew on its maiden voyage. At the Launch Control Center, 3 miles from the pad, final steps are being completed in the countdown. Final preparations are also being made in the Mission Control Center in Houston, where control of the flight will switch once the shuttle clears the tower. There has not been a manned launch from Kennedy Space Center since the Apollo-Soyuz test project in July of 1975. With this launch, Young and Crippen, launch controllers at the Cape, and flight controllers in Houston will experience the most dynamic, fast-paced series of launch events ever undertaken in the space program, all in less than 9 minutes. The most challenging ascent profile ever to be flown by a space vehicle. Photographers, film and television crews, plus newspaper and magazine writers from around the world, nearly 2,700 of them are here to cover the launch. In addition, approximately 600,000 spectators line the coastal area near the Kennedy Space Center. Arriving by every mode of transportation, they have come from every state in the Union and many foreign countries. The promise of a rebirth in America's manned space program and the dawn of a new era in space transportation awaits.
14, 13, T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. We've gone for main engine start. Roger, roll.
The roll will put the shuttle on its precise heading toward an imaginary target in space.
Roll program complete. Roger, roll complete. Status, Fido. Go. Booster, go. GNC, go. Eagle, go. Go at 40, Capcom. Columbia, Houston, you're go at 40.
The shuttle is now 40 seconds into flight.
Roger, Columbia, on the nice ride. You're lofting a little bit. You'll probably be slightly high at staging. Negative seats. Columbia, you're negative seats.
Should anything go wrong, the shuttle is now too high for the astronauts to use their ejection seats.
Columbia, you're go for SRB step.
We see SRB step, flight.
Roger, on a step.
103, converge, flight.
Bet. Capcom, let's tell them all the calls are going to be a tad early because of the hot first stage. Columbia, you're looking a little hot. All your calls will be a little early. Okay. And that looks good here.
Stand by, press to MECO.
Columbia, stand by, press to MECO.
Mark it.
Mark, press for MECO. Roger, press for MECO.
The shuttle can now continue toward MECO, main engine cutoff.
They like the VAP, Eagle, ECOM.
Let's go, flight.
Capcom, VAPs go.
Stand by, negative return.
Columbia, stand by for negative return.
Mark it.
Mark, negative return. And your VAP is good. Outstanding. Sure is, we can confirm it. What a view.
And single engine rota, flight.
And Columbia, your single engine rota.
Columbia can land safely at the Naval Air Station in Rota, Spain, even if 2 of the 3 main engines should fail. Right now, the engines are generating over 42 million horsepower.
MECO 25, 6, 0, up at 270.
MECO confirmed.
MECO Roger, Columbia, MECO. Right on the money, nominal.
Main engine cutoff. Columbia is now in space, traveling over 18,000 miles per hour.
Okay, we got SEP. Roger, we confirm the SEP, Columbia.
The external tank has just been jettisoned and is now falling away from the shuttle back toward Earth. The tank will break up as planned over the Indian Ocean when it comes into contact with the atmosphere. Shortly, by firing the OMS, Orbital Maneuvering System engines, Columbia will achieve orbit. Then one of the most important tests of the mission will be attempted, opening the payload bay doors. The doors must be opened before the end of the 6th orbit to expose the space radiator cooling system. If the radiators cannot be exposed, heat collected from the onboard electronics cannot be released, and the astronauts will have to return home. The Ohms burns are successful. Columbia is now in orbit, circling the Earth at an altitude of approximately 150 miles. The payload bay doors will now be opened.
Okay, the 4th door's coming open now.
Roger, copy.
Well, you are missing one fantastic sight. Boy, that is really beautiful out there.
We appreciate those updates.
Both doors have been opened. The radiators can be deployed to begin dissipating the heat.
The doors are all opened up and hunky-dory. Labs are deployed right on time.
And the radiators look good.
Okay, we want to show you our own pods here. We do have a few tile missing off of both of them. Off of the starboard pod, 3 tile and some smaller pieces, and off the port pod, looks like I see one full square and looks like a few little triangular shapes that are missing, and we're trying to put that on TV right now.
Roger, Crip, we can see that good.
From what we can see of both wings, tops and leading edges, though, there's all those are fully intact.
Within minutes, an assessment is completed on the impact these missing tiles could have on the remainder of the mission. At a news conference later in the day, Flight Director Neil Hutchison answers questions from reporters.
Well, you asked me if I knew where there were any other tiles that might be loose. The answer is no. And quite frankly, we're not worried about any other tiles being loose.
At this writing, is there anything at all that would lead you to say you might not go for a full duration mission?
Nothing. Columbia, Houston, you guys did so good, we're going to let you stay up there for a couple of days. Your gopher on orbit.
Spacecraft Let's Go for on orbit. This thing is just performing just outstanding.
Roger, we agree with that. And Columbia, Houston, just for your information, you dropped those SRBs right on target, and they were floating just the way they ought to be, and the boats were getting ready to fish them and bring them back.
Okay. The ride that they gave us was pretty neat.
The solid rocket boosters, which separated from the Columbia as planned 2 minutes 11 seconds into the flight, landed on target in the Atlantic Ocean, 151 miles downrange from the launch site. After being towed back to Kennedy Space Center, both boosters will be refurbished and used again in a future shuttle flight. The 3rd and 4th Ohms burns are also successful, raising Columbia's orbit to an altitude of approximately 172 miles. For the first television transmission from inside the spacecraft, the crew will give a status report on the mission.
The flight so far has gone as smooth as it could possibly go. We've done every test that we're supposed to do, and we're up on the timeline, and the vehicle has just been performing beautifully, much better than anyone ever expected to do on a first flight, and no systems are out of shape. And it's delightful up here in zero gravity, might add. Of course, we owe this to a lot of people, and we certainly want to thank everyone who has helped get this thing airborne, and can take great pride in it's doing so well right now. Okay, we're switching over to the aft camera here. I'd like to echo John's words as I usually do. I guess being the so-called rookie on this flight, I had a thrill from the moment of liftoff all the way up to what we're doing now. It's really been super. The spacecraft has worked as advertised all the way along. I think we've got something that's really going to mean something to the country and the world. This vehicle is performing like a champ, like all of us that have worked so long on it knew that you would.
Okay, crew, we appreciate those comments.
I guess that does it.
That was a good time, and I think you must have practiced. We're just about to lose your ghost song.
Just accident.
Just accident, says Robert Crippen. None of the other events of the day have been accidental. Every test, liftoff, SRB separation and recovery, ET separation and impact, 4 ohms burns, payload bay door latch opening and closing tests, radiator latch deploy and stowing tests have all been successful.
I guess we owe you guys one super attaboy for today. This is fantastic. You worked through a pretty long, hard day, and you're essentially right on schedule, which is going to be close to being a first for the spaceflight biz, I think, for first day activities. It's sure been fun working with you today, and we look forward to seeing you in the morning. I hope you get a good night's rest.
Okay, you guys did super work today. See you mañana.
Roger, thank you. See you tomorrow, guys.
Well, many hour went into this thing. A job well done by the shuttle space team. We can't say that she's sleek and lean, but I'll tell you right now, she's a mean machine. The Columbia, not the kind you smoke. This here's a bird.
Morning, Columbia. Welcome to day 2.
All right. Appreciate that super wake-up music this morning. Well, we sure enjoyed it. Missing a good breakfast.
Today, the astronauts will test onboard systems and also review procedures for tomorrow's landing. A test of the flight control system is conducted by John Young. The flight control system operates Columbia's aero surfaces, the elevons, body flaps, rudder, and speed brake. These surfaces are useless in the vacuum of space, but will be essential tomorrow when the shuttle lands. This will require precision maneuverability, which the aero surfaces provide. Payload bay door cycling tests help ensure that latching and closing procedures can also be done before entry tomorrow. As with every mission, many pictures of the Earth are taken by the astronauts. Over 500 on this first shuttle flight. Active volcanoes, cloud formations, alluvial fans, giant whirlpools over 15 miles in diameter, sand dunes 1,500 feet high, running unbroken for hundreds of miles. The high Himalayas, where mountain peaks reach 24,000 feet. And one of the most remarkable space photographs ever taken of the Earth, an area in Iran exposed to wind erosion, which has resulted in these breathtaking silt and sandstone formations that look more like a painting than a desert. After lunch on the second day, the astronauts receive a phone call from the Vice President of the United States, George Bush.
How's it going up there? Everything rocking along all right?
Spaceship is just performing beautifully.
Well, it's great, and everybody views it, I'm sure, just as the forerunner of great things to come. I think your trip is just going to ignite the excitement and the forward thinking from this country, so I really just wanted to call up and wish you the very best.
We certainly appreciate it, Mr. Vice President.
The crew also don and check out the ejection suits they will wear during entry. Young, Crippen, and Columbia pass every test. They are ready for the final phase of the mission, entry and landing. April 14th, 1981. NASA's Dryden Flight Research Center on the edge of Rogers Dry Lake Bed in California. A recovery convoy of 24 vehicles and more than 100 personnel are assembling here to power down Columbia after landing. Enormous crowds are also beginning to arrive. A string of traffic 6 miles long waits to enter the base. Thousands more are already here. Close to 1/2 million people will eventually be on hand to see the landing. On board, the astronauts suit up for entry. The ascent and orbital phases of the mission have gone extremely well. Now the final phase must be completed. Before that begins,
Columbia, you have a go for payload bay door closing.
the doors, which have been open a total of 47 hours during the flight, must now be closed. Then, using the RCS thrusters, Columbia will maneuver into deorbit burn attitude, head down and backwards, fire the OMS engines one last time, and descend into the Earth's atmosphere.
Nice and easy does it, John. We're all riding with you.
Columbia is out of contact during the OMS burn. Mission Control will not know if this burn was successful until they are in communication with the spacecraft over Australia. It is now over the Indian Ocean on the other side of the world, but from that distance the burn must be precise so that later Columbia will hit the lake bed target in California.
Columbia, this is Houston through Yargady. We're standing by.
Burn was on time at nominal reserve 110.
Columbia is now committed to entry. With an RCS post-burn maneuver and several firings, it is oriented to a heads-up, nose-first attitude headed toward entry interface. This is where the atmosphere begins, at approximately 400,000 feet. From that moment until the shuttle reaches 165,000 feet, it will be in communication blackout, out of touch with mission control for almost 20 minutes. The landing site is almost 4,400 miles from entry interface. Chase planes are preparing to take off. One will call out altitudes and check Columbia for any damage just prior to landing. When the shuttle touches down here, it will be traveling at 216 miles per hour. Right now it's going more than 17,000 miles per hour. Before it lands, it must slow down, lose energy, and it must survive the intense heat caused by traveling through the atmosphere at such a high rate of speed. Several S-turns or roll reversals are used to slow down and maneuver Columbia through the atmosphere. This one is done at 256,000 feet when it is traveling at more than 26 times the speed of sound. This one is done at 208,000 feet. During these two roll reversals, entry heating is most severe, with temperatures reaching 2,500 degrees some places on the vehicle. The aluminum skin will melt at 320 degrees. The silicate tiles must insulate the vehicle from the tremendous heat. Since there is no test facility on Earth to simulate the aerodynamic and structural environment Columbia is in right now, only calculations could be used to predict what would happen during this phase of the flight. The predictions and calculations had to be right.
Hello there, Houston, Columbia's here.
Hello, Columbia, Houston's here. How do you read?
Flying clear, and we're doing Mach 10.3 at 180 AS.
And we couldn't agree more, John. Your state vector's good. We've got good data in-house.
Okay.
The entry trajectory, velocity, and position look good. Columbia is heading for home, now only 470 miles away.
Nothing more left RCS, but okay.
Right, we're showing a roll. And John, we're showing you rolling right. Looking good.
Right, I'm on roll.
We're showing him crossing the coastline flat.
Columbia, we show you crossing the coast now.
The shuttle is first sighted at about 100,000 feet with a long-range camera from Anderson Peak, California.
What a way to come to California.
In flight pedal, I still look perfect, right on the nominal. Roger that. Out of 112K, 4.8 Mach.
We're seeing this in a row.
We see DLAS 21 degrees.
A role reversal is done over Bakersfield, California.
Oh, that's beautiful. Chase has a tally. Roger, checking.
And we're seeing 1.3 Gs coming around the hat.
Roger that.
The astronauts are making the final turn to line up with the runway.
Columbia, you're really looking good. Right on the money. Right on the money. And turning on to final, your winds on the surface are calm.
I got a wind.
You're right on the glide slope, Columbia.
Clear, John. Looks real good underneath. Everything looks real good.
Chase reports no tile or other damages evident underneath the shuttle. Columbia's altitude is now just over 5,000 feet.
Pretty clear.
Without power, Columbia must land. It cannot make another attempt.
You're coming. You're down. Feet. 40, 30, 20, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, touchdown. Those gears, 10. 5, 4, 3, touchdown. Hook 'em off, skipper. Columbia's on the roller.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful.
You'll have to take it up in the hangar, Joe.
We're going to dust it off first.
This is the world's greatest all-electric flying machine, I'll tell you that. It was super.
Okay, convoy's on its way.
Convoy on. We'll stop on the Columbia. We'll stop.
The maiden voyage of Columbia has been a success. The astronauts and the vehicle have met or exceeded all 144 flight test objectives. The integrity of all the systems, propulsion, avionics, structural, flight control, power, and thermal, have been affirmed. John Young's comments after returning home.
I can't tell you what a tribute that is to the American working man and the American working woman, too. You can't imagine the variety of people who worked on this vehicle, from all walks of life, all capabilities and limitations. It's all due to their individual efforts. They proved that they can do the job. They proved it for the world to see. And I'm mighty proud to be associated with folks like that.
What a tribute indeed. The Columbia represents an achievement in aerospace technology and development never before realized in the history of manned spaceflight. It is our basic building block for the future.
It's what we've been trying to do for the last 10 years. We've got a vehicle with a payload performance that will allow us to do that, much cheaper than we've been able to do it before. It will immeasurably improve the defensive capability of the country. It will help develop space science and technology. When we get operational, the space shuttle will be able to do in 5 to 10 years what it would have taken us 20 to 30 years to do otherwise. We couldn't do it if we didn't have the space shuttle and that payload capability. And the sooner we do those things, the better off the country's going to be.
A revolutionary new era in space transportation has just begun. Routine access to space. Welcome to the future.
Who's the dude talking? That's John Young, man. Don't rope him in with Bush Jr. That's John Young. He ain't even on the same level. He ain't even on the same level. John Young is up here. Bush Jr. is down here. He's a politician. He's roped in here with all the other politicians. John Young is an astronaut up there. Only one of 2 people ever to have been outside of low Earth orbit twice. Him and Gene Cernan are the only 2 that had been out of low Earth orbit more than once. He's been to the moon twice, walked on it once, and he flew the first space shuttle. And he was the first guy to fly the space shuttle twice. It's just the accent. Relax. Relax, it's just the accent. Okay. Have you seen the documentary on Columbia Space Shuttle's last flight? No, I probably haven't seen the exact one you're talking about. I don't really like watching them, to be honest with you. I read the accident investigation report. I don't want to know. All right. Shuttle documentary never gets old. Do you think the Polaris 3 first crewed Starship will be when Starship eclipses the shuttle's aura? Yeah, something like that. What's the latest space news? Me relaxing, apparently. Polaris Dawn is Friday. Rib. Crap, you're working Friday. What time? It's most likely going to be around the same launch window, so probably 3 in the morning. How are you feeling? I'm having a Monday, you know. Yeah, we also got Starliner undocking too. Give me 1 second, guys. It's starting to get hot in here. Turn the fans on and everything. Sun's beating on my garage. I think the weather is supposed to be trash. Yeah. Okay. I gotta reset. Give me 1 second. Okay, so Polaris Dawn is supposed to be on Friday. Supposed to be. We don't know. It's very tentative, and apparently, well, not apparently, from what we've heard from Rook, the recovery conditions need to be, like, perfect. Which makes sense. But yeah, there's a lot of storms out in the Atlantic. It's not just the, it's not just the, like, the Ascent Corridor. Polaris Dawn requires, basically is a mission because it can't go, it's not just going to the ISS. It's a mission that requires, you know, the abort recovery areas to basically need to be open all the time. And this is a problem that, not a problem, this is a thing that we haven't had to deal with in a long time. You know why? Because it's not very often we go anywhere but the ISS lately. And by lately, I mean the past, like, 40 years. Or just low Earth orbit, for that matter. I mean, the shuttle did do low Earth orbit missions, right? But it has the cross-range capability. If there's a storm, it can just fly around it. Capsules can't do that. So yeah, we're back to abort contingencies from, like, the Gemini era, which is interesting. And Spoon, thank you for the resub, dude. I appreciate it. Boldly going where everyone has been before. Yeah. Yeah, no comment. No comment. I mean, they just deorbit at a different location, no? Drummer, what? No. If it was that simple, don't you think the abort contingency criteria would be a little more lax? Like, you're asking the wrong question. That's the wrong question to ask completely. They've said that the abort contingencies are very, 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 very tight. So it's not just as simple as just coming down in a different spot now, is it? Right? If it was that simple, they wouldn't say it's difficult to find a good launch window because of abort contingencies. Why would they say that, right? Like, now with the shuttle, yeah, sure. Just land at a different place. No problem. It can steer through re-entry. You can fly it. You could just turn and go somewhere else. Right? Or it could just turn around a storm. Like, the shuttle had about 100-mile cross range, which is pretty, or no, more than that. I think I forget it was 1,000 or something. It's a lot, and it's not. Capsules is not a lot. Why not just go south instead of north if the weather is bad? Where's your recovery points? If you launch on a south trajectory, goalie, where do you put your recovery teams? If you launch on the northern trajectory, you have the entire eastern seaboard at your disposal to be able to, actually, it's not even just the entire eastern seaboard, it's all the way to Ireland, believe it or not. Shannon. Yeah. You're basically safe on ascent all the way up. All the way to second stage engine cutoff. If you go south, not so much. You're going to launch near all the islands like in the Caribbean, but once you get past those islands, there's really nothing until ascension. And no, you don't want that. Do the Polariston astronauts swallow dosimeters in pill form to measure the radiation coming inside their body? Gastrointestinal tract going sensors. I don't know, Yannick. I have no idea. I'm sure we'll find out during the webcast on Friday. Did you see the Boston College versus Florida State game? No. I don't really watch sports, Jacobs. I just enjoy the results. I didn't even watch Formula One this week. Or anything, for that matter. I don't have time, man. I want to keep up with all this stuff. It's just too much. What would happen if they aborted near Ireland? Would Ireland's Coast Guard come and rescue them? No. The United States has a... The U.S. has a base in Shannon, Ireland. And that... the recovery operations would commence out of there, if I'm remembering right. EJ would have liked the game last night. Me, not so much. So, check this out, guys. Here. So, this is the ascent corridor that they're most likely taking. You see all the opportunities there? It's just a small stretch where you don't have any. If you take that and you go this way, see what I'm talking about? There's not nearly as much. I mean, yeah, they have all this land here, but there's way more infrastructure this way than there is this way. You know? That's the ascent, and it basically points at Shannon over here. Where are ya? Yeah, there it is. It's right in front of me, idiot. That's why they're monitoring the abort conditions basically all the way up till Shannon. That's where that's pretty much almost the exact ascent track right there. Like that. See? How long can they be in the capsule for the ocean? I mean, it's long enough to... Once again, Jack, not the right question to ask. If they're okay with this ascent corridor, that means they could stay in the capsule for long enough to, even if they landed like right there, somebody would get them before stuff starts to get really bad. Yeah, that's the better way of saying that. Does that make sense? You guys, like, once again, in spaceflight, you kind of ask the questions backwards, if that makes any sense. It's not, how long can they stay in the capsule? When you're thinking about when SpaceX went to think about engineering this thing, they definitely took that into account. There's no way that they didn't. So what's the furthest point, like the absolute nightmare scenario abort? Where is that? And base your entire recovery operations around the worst case scenario, right? Because that's what you do. Like, you have to ask the questions backwards, if that makes any sense. Yeah, gotcha. They won't launch on a path they can't get 100% recovery on. Bingo. You don't want what's called a blackout. In your what's called your ascent corridor. You do not want a blackout. The space shuttle, everybody knows. If you don't know, the space shuttle had a blackout in its ascent corridor. A blackout in the corridor is basically a point where you can't abort. It has to go absolutely 100% right. If it doesn't go absolutely 100% right, you die. The space shuttle has a blackout basically from T-0 to T plus 2 minute 30 seconds. The first 150 seconds of ascent, if you have any problem in that time, you die. You die. Yeah, that's the answer. Challenger had a problem at T plus 73 seconds. 73 is less than 150. See what I'm talking about? You don't want a point in your ascent corridor where you cannot get away from the vehicle in the event of something going wrong, because what can go wrong will go wrong. Yeah, so yeah, that's what I mean. There's no blackout in the ascent. They're good all the way until Shannon. Shannon is basically they make orbit, guys. They'll hit orbital velocity basically here. Like right around New England, where I am, that's usually where second stage engine cutoff is, and by then the trajectory is way out. Yeah, it's very unlikely that you'd have a splashdown in the North Atlantic, even with SpaceX's Ascent Corridor, but I guarantee you recovery is designed around that worst case scenario. Like, if I could sit here and explain this to you guys in 5 minutes, there's no way SpaceX, who's been working on Dragon capsule development since 2008, is not going to know about this, right? And that's why Polaris Dawn, I think that's the biggest reason why Polaris Dawn is targeting the same orbital inclination as the ISS. They're doing that because go with what you know. They use the same exact recovery contingencies for this ascent as you would for an ISS mission because you already have that set up. That's already there. Will Starship have that issue? Hard to say. This is the Friday forecast for Shannon. Seems to be okay, but who knows? So with Starship, the stakeholder expectations are a little bit different. What do I mean by that? With Starship, guys, it's supposed to be like an airplane, so your expectations are more like ETOPS than anything. The twin engine out. Oh, what the heck is its name? I always forget this acronym. It's been explained to me 1,000 freaking times. It's engine out capability. Extended range twin engine operational performance standards. Starship is going to have to take on something like that. Yeah. It's going to have to take out something like that. ETOPS, or ETOPS for short, is basically a set of standards that you engineer planes by that do exactly what I'm talking about. A nightmare scenario, you have an engine failure while you're doing a transatlantic crossing, you'll still be able to get to an airport. That's the idea. Starship is going to need to do something like that. But I don't even think SpaceX is thinking about that stuff, dudes. I'm way behind, but why are those two people stuck till February at the ISS? Angry Beardman, that's Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. They're not stuck. NASA chose to have them do a regular ISS rotation because the capsule that they went up with for a test flight is having trouble with its thrusters. You don't have any brakes in space. There's not like an accelerator and a decelerator in space. You know, if you have your rocket engine behind you, right, and you fire it while you're going in one direction, you're going to accelerate. But there's no like way to stop, right, unless you have forward-facing thrusters. Or otherwise, you just turn the thing around and fire your engines to slow down. You fire the accelerator in the opposite direction as you're going, which is called a retrograde burn. There's a possibility, however infinitesimally small, there's a possibility that Starliner could blow out its thrusters because of temperatures, because they get too hot, they're overheating, and yes, that's a little bit of a screw-up on Boeing's part. There's a possibility where the thrusters could blow out during descent, in which case you have no brakes. If you have no brakes in space, in the particular context here, you're stuck. You are actually stuck in space. You do not want to be stuck in space. Now, they're at the ISS, so they have the safety, well, you know, an outpost in space, so they could just stay there, right? They're not actually stuck. If they were stuck, they wouldn't be able to come down on any spacecraft. But what NASA opted to do, because they weren't sure about the thrusters with Starliner, to Boeing's detriment, might I add, they decided to launch the next ISS crew rotation mission, which should have 4 with 2 people on board. And Butch and Sonny will join those 2 crew members and make a full ISS complement till 2025 when that capsule comes back down. That's deemed the safest operation because that's what you'd basically be doing anyway. And the anomalous capsule, potentially anomalous capsule, you don't have to worry about it. You just send it back down with no people on it. Figure out what went wrong with those thrusters, fix it, and then you make that thing operational eventually. Right? Yeah, I wouldn't call them stuck. They're not stuck. They could come home. They can come home right now if you really wanted them to. Now, the interesting part about this is that there is actually a point over the next couple of days. There is a point where they actually will be stuck. Starliner and Dragon share the same type of docking port. It's called an NDS, NASA Docking Standard, okay? They share the same design of docking port. There's only 2 NDS ports on the ISS. So right now, there's the Crew 8 Dragon on the top port, and then there's a top port and there's a front port. On the top port, you have the Crew 8 Dragon. On the front port, you have Starliner. Right? When Starliner detaches, Starliner's got to detach because that other Dragon that's coming up there, the Crew 9 Dragon, the one that's launching with 2 people, it's going to have to dock to the front port. For that kind of momentary area, there's not, I mean, you're not stranded, but that's about as close as you're going to get to it, because they could still get in the Crew 8 capsule and figure out if something went wrong. You can figure out what happened from there. But that's, yeah, that's not, still not stranded. You could still come down on the Crew 8 capsule. I'm just not sure how, but you could. And there's always Soyuz as well. But yeah, there's, during that kind of momentary period where Starliner is undocked and Crew 9 Dragon is not there yet, yeah, that's, I would say that that's not, they're not necessarily stranded, but that's the closest they're going to get. Stranded means you don't have a way home. Right now, they have Starliner. In the event of an emergency, like if something went down on the ISS right now, Futchizani would jump right in Starliner and bees out with that thing. And to be honest with you, I'll bet you they'll make it back. I bet you they would. I'll bet you, I still think Starliner is going to be just fine. I think it's going to come down just fine. I really do. I really wouldn't want to be wrong on this one, but there's no way Boeing, with knowledge of these engines blowing out like this, is going to just send it and, roll the dice on whether they're going to blow out. They're going to do something about it because they got to save face, I mean, amongst other things, right? So I seriously think it'll be fine, Are they going to fix the suits so they are compatible between Boeing and SpaceX? I don't know. That's a question for another day because that doesn't really solve the task at hand. And implementing any changes in that regard to suits or adapters with life support systems during an operational mission is what you do if the crap has completely hit the fan, i.e. Apollo 13. Oh, also, I figured out why last week everybody was asking me about the Lockheed C-1201. It's because Mustard did a video about it. Yes, I watched it. Yes, it's awesome. Yes, I wish it existed. Just on a quick side note. But yeah, there's that as well. Don't they have escape pods on the ISS in case of emergency? The escape pod is the ship you came up in. I think it's irresponsible for the news to report them as stuck. Yeah, it makes NASA seem a lot more foolish than what's actually going on, which is quite annoying, but hey, what are you going to do? Yeah, that Mustard video is amazing, by the way. Yeah, the 1201. I wish. Brunheen, there was a point where they were going to make an escape pod, the crew return vehicle, the CRV, for the ISS as an escape pod during the shuttle era. It's called the X-38. Wasn't in the budget. I saw that from Scott. I don't want to share it, W. I don't enjoy profiting off people dying. I don't show footage of people dying. I don't really cover stories, with the exception of Challenger, Columbia, and Apollo 1, about people dying. Yep, nope, not sharing that. I don't know why you think I would want to. But, yep, nope, not talking about that. That's very sad, and I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, X-38, man. This is the oh crap, we need to get home vehicle, like now. That was the idea, yeah. What about the noise on Starliner? The grounding loop. Oh, also, yeah, with the X-38, they made one, by the way. They were making it, and then they stopped, but they were making it. See. Yeah, just, yeah. Anyway, what's going on with the noise with Starliner? Grounding loops. Grounding loops. Yeah, that's all. We really got to stop doing it. Yes. Yes, we do. Yeah, it's quite annoying, actually. So there was some noise being heard from Starliner that was captured by Barry Wilmore over the weekend. Starliner appears to have been making a noise, like a noise. And everybody, of course, looked over the fact that on the comms loop, Barry Wilmore reported that it was coming from the speakers on the capsule and not, you know, the actual capsule. And honestly, what happened is just a grounding noise. Seriously, anybody that works in audio production would know exactly what I'm talking about. You ever like hear the buzzing feedback? Like you guys hear buzzing right now, but that's because of the fan whenever I talk. But like a buzzing feedback loop, yeah, that happens. Yeah, it happens on the space station too. Yeah, I'm not sure. Tessa, believe it or not, if I had to choose, I like our way better. But either way, it's pretty stupid. You like Rocket Guy's explanation? It's haunted? Yep. Just, all right, fine. Whatever. Do they have air conditioning on Starliner? Of course they do. Hey, TS. It's Alleviate. I'm on YouTube because I got you on the television. All right, man. I'm here. Hello. Well, it sounded haunted, but I think it's an audio issue. It's a joke, but Natalie, you see what happened in chat like right after that? Hey, Newmark, what's up, dude? Yeah, it's not haunted. It's just a grounding loop problem. Yeah. Do they use alternating current on Starliner? No, why would it be alternate? No, it's direct current. Most rockets are. Good working and lurking. How are you? I'm all right, Newmark. How's the coding going? Good? Bad? Yes, no? It said, kill me. Oh, jeez. If you don't mind me asking, what did you do before Twitch? You're really knowledgeable about this stuff. Just curious what kind of engineering you did. Love to stream, by the way. Daigil, I'm 100% self-taught when it comes to streaming. I'm a 3D artist by trade. Art student over here. Hey, how you doing? Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. I'm self-taught. I've never taken an engineering class in my life. I listen and I pay attention. And there are mentors in chat that know way more about this than me. But listening is the big one. Yeah, that's how I learned so much about this. I put myself in sponge mode. If you've ever watched me cover a press conference and I'm doing this, I have learned this over time to shut everything else out and just listen to what's being said. And it turned like it's almost meditative, I guess. That's how I'm able to remember everything, guys, because I sit there and I listen. But yeah, thank you for the compliment. Well done then. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Or ma'am. Whatever you like. I listen and I read a lot. Yeah. It's what I do. 3ds Max or Blender, though? Maya, if you really want to know. Yeah, you have more engineering books than most of the engineers in this chat. Hokie, that's mostly your fault. I mean, but also. How do they power the systems on a rocket? Battery? Yeah, holy moly. Dude, it's the same as a car. I'm serious. Like, you think I'm kidding. It's the same as a car. It's DC with a ground. It's a little more, like, scientific than that. But it's the same idea. I mean, most spacecraft electrical systems are derived from airplanes, so 24 volt, 36 volt system. It really depends on the spacecraft. But yeah, just like a car, one positive wire, and then just a ground out. That's it. That's all. You'd be surprised, man. It's not as complicated as you think. Like, holy moly, I know, because you told me you were working on cars a little bit earlier. It's the same thing. I'm telling you, it's the same idea. Didn't expect that, right? No, dude, even planes, same idea, same thing. Planes do the same thing, just ground it out on the chassis, and then have your batteries ground out on the chassis too. Saves weight or mass when it comes to spacecraft and airplanes, right? Do they have a 12-volt cigarette lighter on board? I don't think so. I don't think they would have that. Lighting something on fire inside of a spacecraft historically hasn't ended well anytime, but NASA's doing experiments with that, if you really wanted to know. Fix a cigarette lighter. Boop. Yeah, they all work very similar. Spacecrafts usually operate just off battery power. It depends on the spacecraft, though. Solar panels are how it works. Solar panels up there work way better than than down here, holy moly, because there's no atmosphere in the way. But yeah, so they have an alternator of some kind. No alternator, solar panels usually, or a fuel cell. They use a fuel cell to generate power. Like the space shuttle, for instance. The shuttle didn't have any solar panels on it. Believe it or not, you want to hear something nuts? Shuttle doesn't have any batteries on it either. The fuel cells are the batteries. This is weird, dude. This is going to sound completely ridiculous. But remember, mass is a huge thing with spacecraft. It has to be as light, quote unquote, as possible. So, holy moly, with the shuttle, what they did was, when it was on the pad, they would power it on with ground power, and then they'd turn on they have three redundant fuel cells. They're underneath the payload bay, 2 on port side, 1 on starboard, right? And they turn the fuel cells on, and the fuel cells would just generate power. That's it. You don't need a battery. There's no alternator. That's your battery. Your fuel cells are the battery. The reason why is because, yeah, when you turn the fuel cell on, right, it's going to generate electrical power. It's going to generate enough electrical power. And having your fuel cell charge a battery and having your battery go to an electrical system makes no sense. Why do you need the battery? The fuel cell is going to be on already. Why would you need the battery? You have 3, and it's in triple redundancy. There's no need for a battery. There's no batteries on the space shuttle, believe it or not. Like, there are local components that have batteries, but it's not like one master 12-volt battery. Yeah, not a lot of people know that. Pretty crazy, right? Yeah, the battery is the potential energy from the fuel cell, being turned on. It's not potential energy, but you get the idea. Yeah. Dude, I'm telling you, man, cars are like a very simplified version of like a spaceship. Seriously, or an airplane. It's a very simplified version of it because it's designed for us mere mortals, Spacecraft are the same idea, though. It's not as like out there as you might think. Now, you know how, like on a car, you'd have a Deutsch connector that clicks in and it holds itself in place, like it'll snap together, right? And then you have to use a screwdriver, and it's a pain in the butt to get the thing off to unclip. Spacecraft have stuff like that too, but spacecraft have a whole manner of design standards for plugs that are derived from the military. The reason why is because the conditions that they operate in are way more intense than like driving a car down the road, for instance, right? Like a Formula One car would have a similar amount of connections on it. Seriously, they use those standards to engineer race cars because race cars are bouncing around all over the place. Suspension's bouncing you around. G-force left, G-force right. Same idea. So you see a lot of spacecraft and aerospace stuff that finds its way into automobiles. Funny enough, there's so many actual standards that there's no actually one single standard. Yep. Yeah, dude, same idea. It just, yeah, grounds out. That's how spacecraft work. They ground it out on the chassis of the craft. It's not as complicated as you might think. There's been a few goes at an APU, though, right? There's Arian Space recently where it failed early. Oh, that thing. Yeah, Aqualex, kind of, yeah. The shuttle existed before decent batteries, but they tested a battery in 2009. Parax, I know you're an electric car nutcase. Like, I don't see the need for batteries in a space shuttle's design unless you want to keep it up there for more than a week or so. And the shuttle was never designed to do that. It's an airplane that flies into space, so to speak, quote unquote. There's no need for batteries. There's no need for that. Your fuel cells are the batteries. Why would you change that? Why would you add another component? Oh, it's lighter. Well, all right, why would you add that? In case your triple redundant fuel cell fails? That's a stretch, right? It's a stretch. Maybe. Wouldn't an APU impart thrust on the airframe, though, in orbit due to the exhaust? Mm-hmm. Or you could capture it and use it for ullage, Nader, which is what's been proposed in the past, or vent it radially. If you have two thrusters that are venting equal on either side, push it through. It's not going to do anything. People, that's right. Shuttle had, yep, 3 auxiliary power units, 3 fuel cells, and 3 main engines. Yep. The 3 APUs, they're HPUs. They're the hydraulic power units that generate the electricity that's needed for the thrust vector controls on the engines. Yep. The fuel cells are that are underneath the payload bay. So those 3 HPUs are in the back. They're in the orbiter aft segment. They're mounted on the back wall of the payload bay. So like you have the back of the payload bay, your 3 main engines are right here. It's mounted on this side. There's 3 HPUs in there, and those are on during ascent. The fuel cells are general electrical power, and they're also powering life support systems too. Which, I mean, general electrical power, take your pick. If you want to generalize life support under general power, then there you go. But yeah, you're right. Good stuff, man. I know it's a little off topic, but can you ELI5 on how ion engines work? I don't get how electricity propels a spacecraft. They arc electricity through xenon gas. And the ionization effect that happens from running a high voltage electrical arc through an inert gas causes, it basically rips the molecules from the gas apart, and they exhaust. And that resulting exhaust, the exhaust resulting from ionization is what causes thrust. Ion thrusters do not have a lot of thrust. They really do not. If, like I did this, that's more thrust. That's like a lot more thrust than an ion thruster. An ion thruster has like less thrust than a little like personal fan. They don't have a lot, but you gotta remember, you don't need a lot in space. You don't need a lot. Wouldn't that mean that the gas will run out though? Yeah, so Riv, yeah, of course it's gonna run out of gas. Why? That's the shelf life of the satellite. The shelf life of satellites is not dependent on the electronics. The electronics will work indefinitely for a long time, unless they don't. But most of the time, the end of life and disposal of a satellite is because it's out of gas. Yeah, that's mostly the reason why. Like Starlinks, for instance. Starlinks have a 5-year lifespan because they're in the lower parts of the atmosphere. Guess what? It's not the technology on the Starlink. It's that it runs out of gas. That's it. Because typically for a spacecraft development process, your avionics may use Ethernet, RS-485, while your onboard sensors use I2C, SPI, UART, and CAN-B, but then your communication system uses Ethernet. Put a different connector to the avionics into a coaxial output. And then you have disgusting spacewire protocol for imaging systems and some payloads. You can have a cable harness with 60 different connectors over 20 different protocols. I hate that a lot, Rocket. Wow. Why did the Empire use ion thrusters on fighters? Because it's cheaper. Also, the ion thrusters in Star Wars are way better than the ones we have in real life. And it was 2. They used 2 ion engines. That's why TIE fighters have those huge things on the side. Those are solar panels for generating electricity, guys. Yeah. Solar panels and radiators. Just like a real spacecraft. There was some sci-fi, like, there was some science fiction there with the TIE fighter. I know if I call Star Wars science fiction, everybody's going to get all bent out of shape. It's space opera, it's space fantasy, space elves. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Hey, Snooze, what's going on? Wouldn't a composite chassis make grounding through them difficult? Why? I mean, yeah. You can run current through it. It's just you get a lot of resistance, Yannick. And that's one of the trade-offs of doing a carbon composite design. You have more wires. Yeah, great. Your chassis or your vehicle's lighter. You're going to need more wires. And each connection must have individual pins checked and tested on both ends, and typically these connectors are anywhere between 9 and 32 pins. No, do not want. Cars run life support on main power too if air conditioning counts as life support. I can confirm you do not need air conditioning to drive a vehicle around. It works just fine, and I am still alive. Not very comfortable, but alive. I drove a truck with no air conditioning through the desert where it was like 50 C out, and I assure you, you can make it through without AC. It's just not very comfortable. I sweat in places that I was not sure I was capable of sweating in. Harnessing is a massive undertaking. As Shaw pointed out, Halo PPE at 600 kilograms of cable harnessing missing, right? 602 kilos, about 1,500 pounds. After driving through the desert with no AC, I'd say EJ would consider AC to be life support now. No, it's an amenity. It's an amenity, Nader. Suck it up and eat some crayons, damn it. Ernock and I ate crayons that day. It was great. We suffered. We suffered through it. Suffered for success. Get your head out of your butt. Wake up and smell the roses, numbnuts. The crayons were melted. Yeah, it was made a nice slurry. It was delicious. How much weight did you lose going on that road trip? About 10 pounds, Charles. I mean, I wasn't keeping track, but yeah, 10 pounds. History question. Was Corporal the last liquid fuel engine to rely on burst discs? No. Burst discs are still used in spacecraft and rocket design to this day. That and pyro valves. You're a Marine now? No, I'm saying I did a dumb thing. Crayons are food. Crayons are food, not for coloring. What if they're food coloring? Gonna eat your crayons plain? That's like squirting food coloring, and you gotta put some hot sauce on it or something, man. Damn. What's wrong? Don't eat crayons, please don't. Unless you're a Marine, then you eat all the crayons you damn well want to. Okay, all right, okay. Anyway, here, look at this. The desert is dry, though. Wet heat kills you because high humidity makes sweating ineffective. Yannick, I just want to be very clear. I told you I drove through the desert, and I told you it was hot, and then now you're telling me about the climate in the desert? I just want to make sure this conversation is... I'm following correctly. Because, you know, you said you saw that road trip. You know where we drove right after that, right? I drove through the desert in a truck with no name, but it did have a name. The truck's name was Bluefus. Purple is the best flavor. It combines blue for freedom and red for the blood of my enemies. Based and crayon pilled. All right, anyway. So Sir Peter Beck posted this the other day. Rocket Lab's got a lot of missions in the pipeline here, and you know what? I'm okay with this. So Astro Levels burst discs are used in... Here, hold up. You're asking about burst discs. Burst discs are used as a check valve in pressurized systems on spacecraft. An example for a burst disc would be a hypergolic system, a pressure-fed hypergol system. If the pressure gets exceeded inside of the lines, you would use a burst disc, right? It's not an ideal thing, right? But like, well, actually, no, scratch that. That check valve is different. Scratch that. Forget what I just said. Sorry. I have to, give me a second to recall it. Okay. So you'd use a burst disc or a pyro valve as a one-way valve. So one-time valve, a valve that you, during the mission, you open and it stays open and it does not close. It's a one-way switch. It opens. It's a one-way switch in fluid mechanics. That's the right way to say it. Burst discs are used where a valve, like an opening and closing valve, is not needed. So pressurizing a hypergolic system would use a burst disc because you're only pressurizing the system once, and the system stays pressurized throughout the rest of the mission. The reason how I know that spacecraft still aerospace still uses a burst disc design, like that phrase is really hard to say really fast. The reason why I know is because burst discs were fitted to Dragon after, what was it, C209 blew up, the DM1 capsule that blew up on the test stand. The reason why that happened is because SpaceX had a two actuator valve for their pressurized systems for reusability, right? So the valve opened, and then when the system was done at the end of the mission, it closed. When it closed, some nitrogen tetroxide backfilled the system, right? You think about it like a river. You're flowing downstream. Some of the NTO went upstream. When that valve closed, probably about maybe a drop of water's worth of NTO did that. So when they went to pressurize the system again, right? When they went to pressurize the system again, that NTO in the line turned into basically a slug, like a bullet. They went to pressurize the system again, right? And the NTO coming in pushed that slug forward, and it hit a titanium valve at high pressure really, really fast. And when that happened, nitrogen tetroxide is an oxidizer, titanium is a metal, and in certain conditions, a certain amount of oxygen will turn titanium into solid rocket fuel. Hence, the capsule exploded, because that's exactly what happened. Basically, it would be like a shotgun going off inside of their pressurized system. Yep. Explosions. So SpaceX switched with their hypergolic pressurization systems. They switched to a burst disc design, which has to be replaced after every flight, but it also doesn't blow the capsule up. The more you know. Yeah. So, yeah, that's where you'd use a burst disc or a pyro valve, which is kind of similar. I'm pretty sure those are the same thing, but I could be wrong. They have different names, so knowing engineers, they're probably slightly different on some technicality because they have different names. If they didn't have different names, they would probably be the same thing.
Discovery.
Yeah, that's how engineering works. It's very technical, very technically correct. Josh, 89-month resub. Thanks, man. Did they discover it then, or was it known? Oh, they found out. After the capsule exploded, they found out. Yeah, that wasn't known until it was. Oops. Burst discs are primarily used within the pressurant tanks to prevent them from failing spectacularly. Yeah. And they're also used in lower pressure the lower pressure end of regulator valves to prevent reverse flow and blowing it out of the line. Yeah, that second one, Rocket Guy. That second one is... Yeah, that second one. It's not a check valve. A check valve is different because you don't want to vent hypergols because you overpressurized your system. Any idea what material modern burst discs are made from? No idea. I don't know. Depends on the design. It depends on the design. It depends on the spec. It depends on what spacecraft it's on. What pressure does the system that it's controlling operate at? It's like what Rocket Guy said. There's a bajillion different types of connections. There's a bajillion different types of valves, dudes. It depends on what it is. You know, you ask, what is it made out of? Metal? Probably metal. I had to guess.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey, Builder, what's up, man? 24-month free sub. I feel like a rocket surgeon after wiring that Holly in. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Check your grounds. Check your grounds. Yeah, there you go. A little bit on burst valves. Good questions. And burst discs and pyro valves. Also, Peter Beck posted this. Full house. Yeah, that. I really appreciate what's going on here. You guys see this? See this shop? See how they have like a pegboard with all the tools? I want my shop to be this clean. I need my shop, which is not that clean, to be this clean. I really would like that. I think we should do that. Yeah, I think, you know, we should do a shop organization and cleaning stream. So go tidy it. Yeah, let me get the Chevy out of my garage and then we'll talk. Turn garage into VAB. VAB is not a clean room. It's not a clean room. It's an integration. It's an integration building, akin to a high bay. And stop playing computer games. What? Okay. I mean, all right. We could, after Space News, we could work on the Camaro to load up the suspension if you want. It's up to you. It's a trap. Why is it a trap? Yeah, Chevys deserve to sit outside. Only Ford should be allowed to stay inside. Yeah, right? Look at this thing. I've been taking care of this damn car for the last God knows how long. I was working on it on break, by the way. That's why the wheel is off. And the hood is up. Yeah, I was working on it. I want my shop to be a clean room Q. Yeah. You have no idea how much that actually makes a difference. You got the bumper back on too. Everything is good to go, Coltec. We just got to set the springs. Yeah, got to set the springs, dude. That's why I have the hood up. I was setting the, I set this spring. And then we got to put it down, and then we got to do the camber caster and toe adjustment. Yeah. Dude, very nice work. Thank you. Yeah, also, Bree's dad helped me get the hood back on. And we got new prop rods for the hood, so now the hood stays up. Yeah. It's coming along, guys. Things really, really starting to get nice, and I'm kind of bummed. I'm kind of bumming that it's not mine. I'm kind of bummed out that it's not mine, man. Damn. Did you get the RAM? What? Garage cleaning simulator, you heard it here first. Yep. Three sticks of 8 GB RAM for the encoder rig. You bought RAM? I have not gotten this yet. Did you ship it to the P.O. box, or? Mind if I share a pic of Mustang somewhere? Yeah, sure, here. I got you, Holy. Please. It was delivered to you last Wednesday. Huh. have to go look. Yeah. The Ram truck didn't fit in the box. Yep. Just a sailboat? Yep, we'll talk about that in a second. Is it known how long refurbishing a Falcon 9 booster takes, and what are the main thing that they're doing during refurbishing? Skeleton, we don't know what they're doing. It takes about a month. Yeah, we don't know what they're doing. I can theorize. It's just a theory. There's some things that I know they have to do. They have to replace the pyrophoric ignition cartridges. T-tab, got to replace that. Engine can't start without those. That, actually, hold on. I just did a bing, technically correct. T-tab doesn't necessarily use cartridges, for what it's worth. If they're using cartridges, they would have to replace them. We don't know if they're using cartridges. No idea. I honestly don't know. Yeah, I know they have to do something with the pyrophorics, either refill them or replace a cartridge or whatever. But other than that, I don't know. Yep. Holy moly, I can see it. What do you got? Oh, man. Man, is that gonna piss people off. Oh, man, is that gonna piss people off, dude. Uncapping Badger, thanks for the raid. People are gonna be so mad, dude. That's freaking awesome, though. And I'm saying that as a Ford guy. That's rad, dude. That's really cool. Nice, you got caster plates, too. Camber caster plates. Dude, this thing's gonna be great, man. So many people are gonna be pissed. Oh, dude, I would take this to every show. Be like, yeah, Ford power. Click. What's worth, an LS Stang or a 2JZ Stang? I don't care. I think they're all cool. Okay, Arrow, I'll look into it. What kind of inbred stuff is that? You know what, dude? I don't hate it. I really don't. I really don't hate it. I think it's cool. I think that's funny. You know why? Because it's gonna piss people off. I'm willing to be agnostic to brand loyalty if it pisses a lot of people off. That's funny. Am I weird? Don't answer that. Anyway. Okay. Hail Hydra, I got the Bowtail link. I got that. I got the ESM link. I got the LS3 link. What else do we have? Okay, shut that out. I don't know what that is. What did I just walk into? Don't worry about it. Thank you for the raid. Okay, what's this tweet coming in from Blue? We're looking forward to firing up those 2B3Us on New Glen's second stage in a few days. David? How did you... Oh... What the heck? A little... Dude, look, it's a little mini transporter erector. It's a tiny TE. Look at that thing. What? It's a little mini one. What? It's a little mini. It's a little baby TE. Look at the little baby TE. It puts the little baby second stage on the pad. Oh, look at that. It's a little baby. It's really not. That's like the second biggest upper stage that's designed right now, aside from like Starship. No, okay, so the reason why I'm saying like, oh, it's a little baby. Look, this is using the exact same transport mechanism as the first stage. It has a reaction frame that's exactly like the first stage, but it's adapted for the second stage. You can see the adapter plate right there. This makes it so Blue Origin's pad at Slick 36 could be used as a test stand. You can use it as a test stand, or you can use it to launch. And look, it's a second stage transporter erector. It's a little baby erector. That looks like just, I mean, okay, so fellas, look at the transporter, the SPMTs. See the self-propelled modular transporters, the two blue stripes that are right there. Note how this thing is just hanging on the end of them, right? So if we go here and we look at New Glenn transporter erector, I love how that auto-populated. The algorithm, it knows me. All right, take a look. This is a picture, I think it's a stock image from Aviation Week. Or not a stock image, but look. See the TE right there? See how it bows out, and then it has the two prongs right there that hold the reaction plate? Basically the launch stand in place. Look. It's the same thing, but it's smaller, and it's designed for a second stage. See, it tapers in? Because it's designed to pick up on the same hold down points as that. See the taper? Only it's that, but it stops right here because it's only designed for the second stage. It's second stage test stand. That's super cool. It's a little baby transporter erector. Look at this, it's a little baby. This is small. It's a small TE. It's a little baby. Oh, that's super cool, man. That's coming from Blue. They just posted that. That's super cool. Why completely redesign? No, that's cool. They just made another frame that's designed to hold the second stage that picks up on the same points as the first stage. That's it. That's all they did. I say that like that's some easy accomplishment, but also that's all they did. You have a question. What's up, Aquino? I don't know if you're the guy to answer them, but I'm looking to see if you do. What happens to ULA's ownership of Pad 6? Over here at Vandenberg, if they get sold. I know SpaceX technically owns Pad 6, but ULA still holds part of it. Contractual, a la carte, Aquino. SpaceX owns Slick 6 right now. They don't own it. They have the lease to it. Components and support facilities around Slick 6 are negotiated on an a la carte contractual basis. So SpaceX has most of the pad and integration structures, but the operations and support buildings around it could still be owned by ULA. What happens? Well, unless they want to void a contract, if somebody buys ULA, they're beholden to the same contractual obligations. Yeah, that's how it works. I mean, it's a little more complicated than that. But long story short, when you're contracting, you're a la carte. It's like a buffet. You know, you don't need to take some, like, just because you have a lot of the pad, like you lease the pad, doesn't mean that you lease all the facilities on it unless it's explicitly stated. Yeah, it's all contractual, man. Yep. Dear Bechtel, do as Blue Origin does. Signed to everyone. Hellfish, I'm serious at this point. I would go to Elon or go to Jeff and be like, yo, build me a mobile launcher. I'm dead serious. Build me an ML. You guys clearly can build integration equipment way faster, especially SpaceX. I'd go to Elon and be like, seriously, build me the mobile launcher. Build me a Block 1B mobile launcher for SLS. SpaceX could crank that out in less than a year. I'm 100% sure of this. I'd do it. And you know what? Elon would probably do it too. It'd be hilarious. But that's what I'd do. Bechtel clearly doesn't have the chops to get it done. He's busy with his own stuff, though. SpaceX does not have any qualms about working on the competition stuff. SpaceX, Falcon 9 launched OneWeb satellites into space, which is their competition. Bechtel needs to do more things in Boston. I think they're a great fit. Look, as somebody who just drove through the Big Dig Helsinki today because I had to drop off Bree's parents at the airport, no. No, they do not. They can go away and they can never come back. Because Hell's Deacon, I don't know if you remember. If you're not local to Boston, you probably didn't hear about this. They put these nice ceiling tiles in the tunnels to make it look all nice. And a couple of years after it was completed, they failed miserably because they didn't anchor them into the concrete ceiling correctly, and one fell on someone's car and killed them. Great. Yeah, great. Look that up. Oh yeah. Oops. You want to know? They didn't have an inch of thread anchored into the concrete for like a metal panel. Yeah. Yep. Less than an inch of thread anchored into concrete to hang a metal panel from for cladding for the ceiling of the tunnel. Go look it up. Yeah, anybody that knows anything about mechanics knows that less than an inch of thread or less than 25 mil of thread on any type of screw, nut, or bolt or whatever is death. No matter what the circumstance, death. You die. Boston needs one more lane. We need something. I don't know what it is. We need something. Bechtel also cleaned up 3 Mile Island. Of course they did. Sure. Sure, goalie. Jeez. Do you know what a sidewalk is in the U.S.? Unfortunately, yeah. Boston is very walkable, and believe it or not, very walkable, because it was made before the automobile was invented. It's very walkable. That's all I'm saying. I'm not elaborating anymore. Just walkable-ish. At least Bechtel has the same qualifications as the MBTA subway cars contractor. This is not funny. This is not funny. This is not funny. This is not funny. You guys make jokes. I have to live with this crap, okay? I have to live with this crap every day, all right? The inefficiencies make me want to headbutt a wall. Face the wall, please. Oh, I will with pleasure. So, is Boston can you walk faster than a car? In some spots, Alex, yeah, absolutely. In some spots, there's just no room for cars. As Europeans, you will understand exactly what I'm talking about. There are some parts of Boston where you just, unless you live there, don't drive down there, because there's just no room. You're not getting a car down there. Like, okay, I wouldn't take Bluefus into the city. No, it will not fit. I would not take the F-350 in there. I wouldn't even take the F-250 in there. It's not going to fit. You'll have a lot of trouble going down these roads. If only you moved to the correct cape. You know what? Blame Bremo on that one. Okay, like some of these you're just not. No. Like the South End. If you're not on these big roads, you're gonna have a bad day. You're gonna have a bad day. Yeah, there's just, if you need to go somewhere in the North End, good. There's a parking garage right next to the damn highway, right there. Park there, walk into the North End, because you are not getting a car down any street on this. Or a truck. Yeah, have fun with that. Have fun doing that. You're good luck. That's some of the oldest parts of the city. That and Beacon Hill. Yeah, good luck getting a car up that. Spoiler alert, you're not. How does Amazon deliver there? There's still room. It's just not a lot of room. They made all the streets one way. That's really the big one. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. This is Beacon Hill. This is the one of the oldest parts of the city. Yeah, like I said, Chrome, we have a lot of European parts of the city. They just, yeah, it's basically been the same for like 400 years. Yeah, maybe not 400 years. I know 400 years isn't a lot for you guys. I get it. But yeah, no, like I said, there are parts of the city you just don't drive in unless you absolutely have to. Now, I delivered pizzas in that, by the way. Just thought I'd let you know. I delivered food in that environment you just saw. I'm good at driving. I hate doing it in the city, but I'm good at it. I delivered in that. Yeah. Yeah. Once upon a time. Hey, Cal, what's going on? I'm just catching up and a few minutes behind. If you want to send me a CAD file of the layout you want to use for your tools, I can CNC them into K's and foam for you. I own a cabinet making business. Really, Dave? I'll think about it, man. Shoot me an email. bjsa154@gmail.com. Shoot me an email. I'm serious about that. Dude, we'll do, if we want to do it, we'll do it right. That'll be awesome. Thanks, man. Hell yeah. Dude, I would really like, yeah, everything to be nice and organized. You have to, especially when you're working on cars. I like payload. I want payload change out clean room. So PCR is what it's called. Yeah, I mean, maybe not clean room, because clean room you need an HVAC system, and I can't afford that right now. But I like the organization that we had with the Rocket Lab picture. This is really what I'm going for. I would really like this. Look at that, dude. They got air tools and plugs coming from the ceiling. We need that. We need that. That would be useful. Yeah. See, this is what I'm about that life. That'd be awesome. See all this? We need some of that action right there for all my tools. And also preferably a gantry crane. Gantry cranes would make things a lot easier. You need some 5S in your shop? What do you mean? Like, maybe we should do that before we bring the coronet in. But then again, we're going to clean the coronet. We're going to take apart the coronet, and it's just going to make a huge mess. J-Shot, 52-month resub. Time for hard airlines. I mean, I could make that. That's no problem. If you switch from this feed and the feed to your garage, you could barely tell the difference. Yeah, dude, yeah, that's the same thing. Never mind all the dirt that's on the ground right there. It's fine. It's practically the same thing, man, right? Like, it's the same. Or something. You know, rockets, cars, whatever. It's fine. Right? The rug really ties the room together. Yeah, yeah. There are round objects. Yep. Almost done, dude. I suddenly want to play Satisfactory. Floor needs to be clean enough to eat off of. Yep. Yep. Anyway. Hey, T-Dave, 66-month resub. I like how EJ cleans up his tools when not working. Me too. Yeah. Look, hey, look at that. The canopy, the sailboat that's carrying the European Space Agency's European Service Module for an Artemis mission. It arrived at the Cape. Hey, all right. It's a sailboat. Yeah, this is what the European Space Agency uses. This is a picture from Max. This is what they use to move Ariane 6 parts. And in this particular case, the European Service Module. I don't know why you wouldn't just fly the stupid thing, but all right. Ironically, that looks futuristic. It's a sailboat, guys. It has canopy has sails on it. Yeah, to offset its carbon footprint. These are sails that unfurl, and you can move them into the wind. Yep, and use the wind supplementary to its onboard propulsion systems. Yep. It's a sailboat. Kind of. Mostly a sailboat. Yeah. Yeah. Canopy is new technology. Yep. Yeah, it's being billed as a pioneering technology. Next thing you know, they're going to be making boats out of renewable materials. Reject modernity, embrace tradition. But there's... Steel is renewable. We know. He was making a boat joke that, you know, next thing you know, they'll be making stuff out of wood. No? All right. Yeah, it's cool. I appreciate it. Wood. A for effort, but also... Talking about blue earlier, this is from the NSF forum. All right. EJ's sailboat and rocket review. All right, let's see. Oh. This is from the NSF forum. This is regarding New Glen's second stage. You're mixing up two separate events. The GS2 stage that was tested indoors in the second stage cleaning and testing pressure testing facility. Technically speaking, the stage is indoors. It is sitting inside an enclosed structure with a huge sliding door closing off the entrance. This stage went kaput during hydrostatic pressure testing, resulting in the sliding door being blown off and a lot of water going places where it wasn't supposed to go. Technically speaking, the stage burst wide open with the remains collapsing under their own weight. Okay. Hydrostatic testing. Nice. Event 2. The GS2 stage that crumpled, not an implosion. Crumpling is fairly slow. Implosion is very fast. Was not being tested. It was a flight GS2 stage that had sat outdoors in the hot Florida sun for some time. When it was moved back indoors into an air-conditioning building, the hot air inside the stage cooled down, shrinking in the process. Normally, a bunch of valves would be open so that the outside air could be sucked in to keep the inside pressure equal to the outside pressure. However, per reporting, the valves were either sealed or ventilation openings were taped over. As a result, the stage crumpled to the point it was crushed like a beer can. So that's 2. Repeat 2 Glen stages going kaput. One is now in a lot of pieces and the other one resembled a crushed can. You should have just said exploded. In a hydrostatic test, stored energy is a lot less than in a regular gas test at the same pressure. A regular explosion of this tank would have rutted the entire building. But If it's the bottom of the tank that lets go and the dome completely and quickly separates, you get a limited form of water bottle rocket, which is what I think happened. Let's just say what you think happened is very close to what actually happened. Yeah, we kind of theorized that something bad happened there. Something very bad, considering the doors were not there. So this implies some high energy explosion. Yeah. Yeah. This kind of stuff would make the SpaceX team in Boca proud. That's a usual Monday for them. Yeah. All right, so check this out. SLS's bow tail for core stage 3 is, oh, very nice, is undergoing final checkouts to be moved to the SSPF down the Cape. Actually, no, they did put it in there, didn't they, Hell Hydra? It's on its way to the Cape right now with the aft engine section in Pegasus. Cable management, not cables, pneumatic lines. At least I think pneumatics. Pretty sure they're pneumatic lines. Very nice. I don't think they would be hydraulic. It's probably pneumatic, guys. Yeah, that was shipped out to the Cape. That's on its way to the Cape right now. This is the aft bow tail of the SLS core stage. Yeah, for Artemis 3. Tubes! Yep. Good stuff. Good stuff. What else we got? So, I talked a little bit earlier about when Polaris Dawn is. Guys, Polaris Dawn is tentatively scheduled for Friday early in the morning, 3:38 a.m. on Friday morning. Starliner is also undocking right around that time, believe it or not. Yeah. So we have a Starliner undocking, and we also have the Polaris Dawn mission happening at the same time. Oh, El Hydra, you're reading my mind. Starliner is scheduled to autonomously undock from the space station at approximately 6:04 p.m. on Friday, September 6th. Okay, so it's later in the day. NASA and Boeing are targeting approximately 12:03 a.m. Saturday, September 7th for the landing and conclusion of the flight test. Oh boy, Thursday and Friday are going to be a little ahead of Starliner's return, NASA will host a pre-departure news conference at 12 p.m. Wednesday, September 4th from the agency's Johnson Space Center in Houston. 12 p.m. what time zone? NASA commercial crew and International Space Station program managers and a flight director will participate. Okay, so Wednesday we're going to have a pre-departure news conference, so that's good. It's at Johnson, so it's got to be central. Friday, 5:45 undocking coverage begins on NASA TV. 6:04 undocking. Coverage resumes for deorbit burn at 10:50. Entry and landing. Oh, that's during, this is all during the flame trench, isn't it? Oh no. Oh, that's gonna be fun. I'm telling Adrian this right now. That's gonna be fun. I'm sorry. That's gonna be a great stream, man. It's gonna be so good. I'm telling Adrian, Jack needs to be there. No exceptions. I'm going to message him now. Now we gotta go, Jack. Dude, Starliner is undocking during Flame Trench this week, and you need to be there. No exceptions. We must... No. This is the way. Okay, there we go. All right, cool. You're even. No, it's gonna be fine. Give me 1 second. Adrian asked me another question. Did you see here that Sean got a new gig? Yes. Yeah, he works for, What About It? Yep. Yeah, that's good. ABL can nearly 40% of their team. Yeah, I heard about that. So ABL Space Systems had a problem with their first stage, with a flight stage. They were doing a test on the test stand and it exploded. It's very similar to Rocket Factory Augsburg. And then right after that, yeah. Lavi got laid off too. Yeah. That's not good. That's not ideal. Yeah. That's that tells me whatever problem they had with that stage was glaring. And yeah, not good. What's your best case scenario for Starliner after this mess? Kal-El, I think Starliner's going to get home just fine. I think those thrusters need to be tested. Data needs to be reviewed, but I think it'll complete its missions just fine. Honestly, guys, now, okay, RE Starliner. Starliner's thruster problem is an awful problem to have. It's terrible. This problem happened on OFT1, OFT2, and then somebody made the decision to put people on this. That whole process needs to be reviewed. I'm not necessarily sure if it's inexperience. It sounds like inexperience to me, because you got to get back in the groove of running your space program. I honestly and truly don't think that the thruster problem is that big of a deal. What the thruster, the poppets blowing out, I don't think it's that big of a deal. However, the decision to put people on it was an idiotic decision. That was stupid. I can say that with the utmost clarity, and I can definitely say that it's not hindsight influencing that decision. You have these problems with OFT1 and OFT2, and you don't do anything about it. I trust myself enough, even though I'm not an engineer. I just cover this stuff and try to explain it in a way that people understand. I'm confident enough to know about that I'm confident enough in my knowledge of how to run a space program to know that I would not let people fly on this if your thrusters have problems. That would be like a big no-no. Nope. No, no, no. No, don't do that. Like, that's not like one of these things that you learn, you know? That's something you really... They need the thrusters to get home. You probably should make sure that they work correctly. I think that... But, see, here's the thing. In the scheme of things, you're not gonna... It's hard to test for this problem, but also at the same time, you had this problem on a previous flight. So the process for certifying this needs to be, for certifying Starliner to even do another flight with people on board or people anywhere near it, that they need to go over that with a fine-tooth comb again. I think Starliner 1 will move people. I really do. I think it will. This is, like I said, this is not that big of a problem. It's not that big of a problem, but it became a big problem when somebody decided to, you know, oh yeah, let's put people on it, it's fine. When somebody was willing to increase the risk. Now, once again, like I said, it's a hard problem to figure out. It's a hard problem to figure out. How do you know how the thrust is going to work in space? You're not going to know until you go send it into space. They did send it into space. It had problems, and they didn't think anything of it. But you also got to understand is that, and this is something that I kind of have not gone over in the past, they had problems with the thrusters overheating at different phases of the mission in OFT2. I actually went back over the weekend and went and looked just to make sure what I heard from Steve Stitch was right in that last press conference that they did. They had thruster blowout at a different phase of the mission. And I'd said in the past that, wow, that's really stupid. You have the thruster blowout. Well, why the frick? Why didn't you figure this out? Well, it blew out. They had thrust degradation at the very, very, very end of the deorbit burn on OFT2. They encountered that same degradation at a completely different point in the mission. Which, once again, I would ask that, well, that clearly means that they changed something. There's something obviously different between Service Module 2 and Service Module 3. The one that flew the OFT1 mission, or the OFT2 mission, and the one that flew the CFT1 mission, clearly something is different here. What's different? What is different? That's an extremely difficult question to ask. But also, you don't... When you're working on waterfall testing a spacecraft, when you basically work on doing everything during one test flight, an all-up integrated test like that, when you're doing that stuff, no behavior should be ignored. No behavior should be ignored. It doesn't matter if you blew out a thruster at the very end of the mission. Blowing out thrusters at different phases of the mission is kind of like, that's not good, right? But you need to figure out what's the difference between the OFT2 service module, which doesn't exist anymore, and the CFT1 service module, which is about to not exist. You got to figure that out, and trying to figure out the differences here is going to be increasingly difficult. That's going to be something that's really tough to figure out. It's going to be some time before Starliner even gets near the pad again, in my opinion. Not in my opinion. It's going to. You got to figure out why this thrust degradation happened. And the sucky part is that you can't do it without... You can't do it. You don't have the hardware. You can't tell exactly what's wrong. They can't take apart the hardware. They don't get the service module back. Right? So... now you need to rely on data to prove what went wrong with your hardware and make sure it doesn't happen again. Personally, I don't think this is this big of a deal. You know exactly where the thrust degradation is and where and when they blow out after how much duty cycle they've gone through. You should have known that after OFT1, or to be 100% honest with you, but whatever. You know exactly where the operational limits are these thrusters now are now, so design new control systems and design new trajectories around this now known duty cycle for the thrusters. That's why I think Starliner's going to come back just fine. I think they adjusted it. They're going to adjust its trajectory, patch that software up to Starliner, and then send it home on a trajectory that doesn't smoke out the thrusters. But yeah, it's going to take some time to prove exactly what's going on here. I don't necessarily think it's going to be another uncrewed flight, guys, because you got to remember that thrusters is a big problem. Like I said, it wasn't a big problem It's a big problem because you put people on it, but it's not that big of a deal in the scheme of things. It really isn't. From an optics standpoint, it looks incredibly bad for Boeing. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it doesn't. Oh, they look like a bunch of numbskulls right now. In the layman's eye, abso-freaking-lutely. But honestly, this type of problem, hard to find. Hard to find, hard to spot, hard to pinpoint. And that's why they let it slide. But, I mean, honestly, if it was me, I would run a way tighter ship than that. I really don't care about shareholders and stuff. You're putting people's lives at stake here. You best be knowing your operational limits for your thrusters before you put people on it. Just putting it out there. Just putting it out there. I mean, that's not like EJ's bringing some crazy elaborative information to the table. That's just common sense. That's like, oh, I got a flat tire. I'm going to drive on it. No, don't do that. You are asking to get yourself or somebody else on the road killed. Don't do that. Weird, huh? Like that's not like, oh, EJ, you have the benefit of hindsight. That's how you, no. If I had seen that, I would have been like, nah, we're not doing that. So once again, because I don't think this is that big of an issue, it's a hard problem to solve. Not that big of an issue though. Like, I'm pretty sure they'll figure it out. They'll adjust the control systems based off around the now known duty cycle of those thrusters being clustered together in the doghouse, and they'll adjust trajectory for the Starliner 1 mission to take that into account. It really, like I said, it's going to be a little bit before we see another Starliner, but it's not going to be as long as everybody thinks. It's not going to be down for a year. I really don't think so. Like a year at the very, very latest, unless they figure out a catastrophic design flaw with these thrusters, which I highly doubt, because the thrusters, once again, are based off of the shuttle thrusters. We proved that there is a plethora of freaking knowledge about these thrusters over the last 30 years of flight data when the space shuttle flew with the same exact freaking thrusters. I don't know about you guys, but my review teams, I'd be pointing them in that direction if I was running the Starliner program. Be like, hey, you probably should look at this. And I'm frankly kind of concerned that they didn't in the first place. But once again, this is this shows you a small problem seeps through the cracks. Murphy's Law happens, and now Boeing looks stupid. It's going to take a second to figure out the exact fault tree post-mission analysis here, especially since you're bringing the thruster down and you're pulsing your already broken thrusters. It's going to take a second to figure that out. But once they do, at least they have the known behavior. They'll be able to review the data from the mission and the telemetry downlinks to prove basically how much power these thrusters can take, or how much pulsing these thrusters can take before they blow up. I do think the next Starliner will fly crew, but not after a pretty lengthy review. Should take some time, but I think they'll be flying sooner rather than later. But it is going to take a little bit of time. I'm talking about relative time difference. In the grand scheme of spaceflight, not going to take very long, because it's not that big of a problem in the grand scheme of things. The optics look awful, no doubt, but it would be a long time for me and you. I'd say a year at the very, very, very latest. It really depends on the severity of this overheating problem. And if I were Boeing right now, I'd be building more service modules and firing the trash out of them on test stands until they break. Yeah, that's what I'd be doing to get this relative data, because it's clear that the thrusters are overheating. The one exception to the flat tire is the interstate. If you value your life, run that rim instead of attempting to change it on the 10-foot. Sure. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because we can change thrusters. Remember, it's an analogy, because we can change the thrusters on Starliner right now, right? We're going to change that on the 10-foot of the highway into space, right? I guess if they fly crew on the next flight, they won't call it Starliner 1, and it won't count as an operational flight. Well, that's Abhi is an ex-Dragon engineer, Forge. It really depends. They might do it. It's possible. you got to remember they're contracted for 6 missions. So here's the reason why I think they'll shade that contract a little bit, and why I think Abby is wrong. Abby Tripathi was a Dragon engineer. He's a Crew Dragon engineer, ex-Crew Dragon engineer. He doesn't work at SpaceX anymore, but the guy helped design Crew Dragon. Here's the problem. Starliner is certified to fly on Atlas V in the N-22 configuration. There's 6 Atlas Vs left slated for Starliner missions. There's 6 N-22 Atlas Vs. The production line for Atlas Vs was shut down a long time ago. Well, I don't know when it was shut down, like a year and a half ago, right? There is only enough Atlases to deliver 6 Starliners for 6 contracted missions for Starliner. That's why I think the downtime is going to be a long time for us, but I do think the next Starliner flight will carry crew. The reason why is because guess what? You can't afford another test flight. There ain't enough Atlas Vs. Unless ULA shifts around some of the other Atlas Vs that are slated for other missions. The only Atlas Vs left are Atlas V 551s. There's 9 of them for Project Kuiper, right? Amazon owns 9 Atlas Vs, if you really want to know. We're contracted launch for Atlas Vs. And then there's 6 N-22s. So there's 15 Atlas Vs left. To my knowledge, there might be a couple more. Unless they can figure out a way to shift those around, you're going to have a bad day. The remaining Atlas Vs are all Atlas V 500 series, which is not certed to fly Starliner. You'd need an Atlas V 400 conic interstage adapter and a Atlas V 400 Centaur 3, which there's only 6 of those left. Yep. By the way, I can't currently use my Prime subscription to subscribe to you for this. Crap out of me.
It's Taito time!
Hey, buddy.
Oh, you weren't very excited.
You scared the crap out of me. It's all right. Where are you, Taito?
This is space. Hey, I'm in space.
How you doing? How you doing, buddy?
Hi. What, you playing with Mama?
How you doing, buddy?
Titan. Yes, these are goldfish. Oh, you came back over here real quick. Hey, sit. Sit. Oh, good boy.
Good boy.
Yummy. Yeah, you like the goldfish, don't you? We don't feed him goldfish all the time. It's just here every once in a while. Good boy. He's like, all right, I'm done with you. I got no more use for this guy.
Hey, Peyton, let's show him some tricks, okay? They don't watch music.
I'll answer more questions about Starliner in a second. He's a gift to the sub to Joho. Hey, you got gift to the sub. Do you feed him koi? No.
Oh, man.
Feed him doggy treats.
Hey, Taito, get up. Yeah, good man. One day he'll know pod chat, but I couldn't even get him to do it for hamburger today, so.
He would not work for meat.
Taito bear.
Titan. Yes.
What'd you find?
Yes, he's named Titan. Yes, it is after the missile.
Is it a toy? You found a toy?
No, I didn't name him that, believe it or not. I don't know if it's actually named after the missile. We just chose to keep that name because Titan missiles. Also, planet or moon. You get the idea. It's a good name.
All right.
How old is he, Brendan? He's around 2.
Yeah.
Around 2.
What's up, buddy? You done? You don't want to be here no more? All done? Okay.
You want to hang with Dad?
You can hang out more if you want.
Not during space news.
That's fair. All right. Okay. We'll go inside then.
All right, baby.
I love you.
Love you too. See you, buddy. Oh, hey. Oh, no, he's gone. Yep. He's gone.
You want to say bye? No?
No, okay. He wants to go back outside.
Oh.
I don't know, Hibbit, maybe. Phil, also to your knowledge, there's not enough AJ-60s left which are certified for crew missions. Yeah, you have bad supply line problems. There's not enough Atlas 5s, which is, once again, I think the next Starliner will fly crew, but it's going to be a second. It's not going to be in like 3 months or 4 months. And it's definitely not going to be on time. About a year. Like, because, once again, this is a very small problem that became a much bigger problem. Because it wasn't addressed right away. It's true. Dog hair. This small problem needs a big investigation because you had to go home with your proverbial tail between your legs because the dragon is moving Butch and Sunny back down in February. Right? Sorry if I was unclear. This is a technical problem I was telling EJ, not a cry for help situation. Have others reported this? Yeah, Joe, it happens. But, yeah, this chat just does this chat things. Mm-hmm. My cats have been called Neptune, Mars, Pluto, Saturn, Cosmo, Luna, and now George. That last one is not George. All right. Yeah, cool. Sweet. The sound before dog hair hits the ground. Yep. Isn't Starliner the crew's lifeboat in case they have to evacuate the space station in an emergency? Until Friday, Quag, sure. Mm-hmm. What would the crew do in case of emergency on the space station now that they are bringing Starliner back to Earth? The contingency there is get aboard Crew 8 if something goes wrong. Get aboard the Crew 8 Dragon. So there'd be 6 people and 4 seats on a Dragon. That is a nightmare scenario that NASA's trying to avoid big time. But yeah, that would be the solution there. Commercial crew, Boeing contract in green is mandatory. Government delivery milestone, page 391. Wrong. You stole fuzzy lifting drinks. You bumped into the ceiling, which now has to be washed and sterilized, so you get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. I don't know what you want me to see here. It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal. No, Nader, that's... Alright, yeah, whatever. See last, please, if free. You told me that, but okay. George was the name for the original Uranus, wasn't it? I don't know, Memento. Maybe. Fuzzy lifting drinks. We can call it that. It's fine. Certification requirement for Starliner is to support undocking and re-entry and landing. You can read the objective. Forge, now is one of those times where I'm seriously doubting how much you understand about this. Okay, cool. Yeah, you got to follow through. So they do another uncrewed mission. Now you don't deliver on your 6 contracted missions. You deliver 5 instead. So what about that part of the contract where that says they need to do 6 missions? What about that part? We just got to wipe our butt with that part? El Troll. You're not doing very good at it. I have a rule about being good at that. Clean butt, though. They won't deliver them anyway on the current schedule to finish in 2031. The ISS will be dead by 2030. You speak with such certainty. It's very interesting to me that you could somehow predict the events 6 years down the road. What's the worst case scenario for Starliner's thrusters? Just not working, or are they at risk of RUD? The computer will shut them off, Swamper, before... The computer... And this is what happened. The second it started detecting overheating on the thrusters, it disabled the thrusters. They can individually toggle thrusters. The computer shut them off. But the computer didn't catch one of them, and it started to break things. That's why they have the poppets are starting to degrade. The seals are starting to go. But it caught it before it happened. Apparently didn't catch it enough before it had problems with it. But the thing is that they don't know what else is wrong with that thruster now. There's no way you're going to ever know. That's what, that right there, there's no way you can prove it, that thruster is 100% good to go. There's no way. If the computer let one actually go, like if there were no controls, safety control systems on this, it would have blown up. Yeah, exploded. Apollo 13 style. Oh yeah. But the computer caught them. They're just seeing thrust degradation. Now, at the very minimal, what that means, what that means is, if you're seeing thrust degradation, that means the impulse of your thruster is not commanding what you want of it, so you're not going to fly on the right trajectory, and other thrusters might have to keep up, have to pick up more slack. But if they do, you run the risk of overheating those thrusters as well. Worst case scenario, you actually get stranded in space in the capsule. That's what NASA's trying to avoid. I could still assume it could still operate. It has 28 thrusters on it, Jack. Yeah, it can operate without it. But you don't know if what happened to this thruster is going to happen to another thruster. You don't know. There's no way to prove it. There's no way to prove it without getting hands on that service module, and you're not doing that. That's why this is such a complicated issue. Like I said, this is a small problem that became a very big problem very quickly. So what does Starliner do after the 6 missions? Hopefully get contracted to move people to commercial space stations in the future? Like those O-rings. Yeah, Perseus, the O-rings... the O-rings... I'm using an interesting choice of words here. The O-rings blew past testing, and when the O-rings had this failure mode all the way into operational missions. I'm happy that this thruster problem was caught now, because think about it, dudes. If it was caught during an operational mission instead, now you have 4 people to deal with. You can't just launch a Dragon with no people on it, right? Your ISS logistics becomes a lot more complicated here if there's 4 people on Starliner instead of 2. Think about it. I'm happy that they caught this in testing, but it should have been caught in testing a year ago at this time, and you never should have launched crew unless you were absolutely sure. Like, guys, I've seen things with the Starliner program that I'm not really happy with. Just the way they've talked about it. Like, for instance, they said that they got some really good data on seal degradation from a service module that was being used at White Sands Missile Range that they were using for testing. The reason why they had good data on seal degradation is because somebody left it sitting there with fuel inside of it, or at least fuel residue, which is that's a big no-no in space flight. That's a big no-no. That means there were hypergolic fumes in this service module that's just sitting out. That's a big no-no. Yeah, that's not good. Let me explain. Why is that not good? SpaceX had hypergolic residue in one of their capsules when they went to test it on a test stand a little while back, and it exploded. Yeah, that's I can think of one very good reason why that's not good. Also, apparently it degrades your poppet seals on your thrusters. Hypergols are very caustic stuff. It's not good for. They're not good for you. They're very bad. They degrade things over time. It's very clear. So why they had a flight service module just sitting there with hypergolic residuals in it is beyond me. What? Why? I also hear that the AI vision system that Starliner has is one of the reasons that the thrusters are overstressed. It's using them too much to station keep. Well, that's a control system fix. Forge, just adjust your parameters on Vesta. Not a big deal. Do you think that seal degradation was noticed on the spare service module? Would affect the 6-month stay Starliner that was docked on a normal mission? No, probably not. They degrade your lungs, too. Hey, James, what's going on? Vega must be cursed or something. Due to electrical issues on the ground, VV-24 launch chronology was interrupted. Checks are being conducted to confirm a new launch attempt tomorrow at September 4th. Tomorrow, September 4th at 10:50 p.m. local time, Kourou. Well, Vega. All right. Big int. Working on some math homework, James? Good, good. At least they're checking the electrical this time. Yep. That being said, why couldn't they launch an empty? If you need ballast, you could send up water. Always a need for that, and people are mostly water bags anyway. You could if they wanted to contract Starliner 1 for just a resupply mission. Yeah, maybe. That actually I wouldn't rule that one out. Yeah. Now that I'm thinking about it, I wouldn't rule that one out completely, but once again, that means you have less personnel on the station, and we only have a finite window of time on the space station before they decide to space station it. So, if NASA is willing to trade that for the next 5 flights, which actually, now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, that's probably right. You know, that's probably what they'll do. Yeah. I feel like I remember hearing this all started when they took manual control when docking and the thrusters fired more than expected. Is there a chance Blitz or Sonny overdid it or something? Possible. Yeah, sure. But, Dean, yeah, that's possible. But the whole point of manual control, right? The whole point of testing the manual control for Starliner at that particular moment is in case of emergency. So you don't want to be satisfied with the thrusters blowing out due to an increased duty cycle because of an emergency. The last thing you need is something going very wrong with Starliner, and then you having to take manual control and firing its thrusters to put it into a safe spot, or safe state, I should say, and blowing out your thrusters because of that. That's a compounding failure. That is how people die in spaceflight. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, no, bad idea. See what I'm talking about? This is why. This is a small problem that now it's a very big problem because you decided to put people on. That's a really bad idea. Good question, though. The context was Dragon, but yeah, Starliner is a good option. Oh, yeah, talking about moving 4 people. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. But now your station is going to operate for... You're extending crew stays on the space station, which probably shouldn't be doing that. You could, though. I mean, like what they're doing right now. Side note, Vega that you're saying is technically a Franken Vega. The 4th stage that was scheduled to support this mission was left outside and somehow got misidentified and sent to the junkyard and got crushed. The Vega 1 you see now has a 4th stage from Vega C. Oh, let's just change the configuration for a rocket that's already having configuration change problems. Let's just change it more. Nothing bad will happen. I think Bob and Doug did manual control for Dragon for part of their approach. They did. Yes, they did. And the thrusters didn't have problems, people, because Draco thrusters are a good design. Draco thrusters were specifically designed for a Dragon capsule. That's it. They were designed for that, and that's why they work so well with Dragon, because they were designed for it. Starliner's thrusters were designed for the space shuttle, and when they proposed Starliner, they said, oh, let's just take a shuttle ohms pod and make it cylindric and put it on the back of the capsule. This thing. Here, look, this thing. See this thing right here? Starliner service module is that in cylindric form. Actually, not that one, to be 100% real. It's, it would be the shuttle forward RCS. It's that, right there. The shuttle, not a lot of people know that the shuttle's forward, this block here, on the front of the shuttle. See this piece? Right there. this piece can be taken off. That is, the shuttle had basically 3 service modules on it. 2 of them were ohms pods in the back, right? And then the third one was up front, in front of the crew tank. There's a huge bulkhead right here to prevent people being near the propellants. And this piece can actually be removed. The hoisting point for it, you can actually see it. It's right there. And see these thrusters, particularly those ones right there, and that one right there, same exact thing as Starliner. Same thing. Yeah, same thruster.
Titan
treats. Lab state. Whoa! Titan treats, $54. Thank you very much. Starliner's service module is that, but cylindric. It's the same thing, guys. It's almost the exact same design from what I can tell. Obviously, it's adapted a little bit to work in a cylindric configuration instead of that nose cone-ish configuration. This is from like a model, but it's the same idea. The reason why the whole thing is removable is because it needed to be fueled separately. And the idea was that you just make a bunch of these, and when a shuttle's ready to fly, you just have a bunch of them fueled up, ready to go. You click it in, and then you move it to the launch pad. You click it in fully fueled. Yeah. How come the forward RCS worked so well, but Starliner doesn't? Pandaroo, it's because the clusters of thrusters are a lot more tightly packed. That's the honest truth. They're a lot more tightly packed. There's only 4 or 5, but there's 5 thrusters there, 3 there, 3 there. And they're all inside of a bigger space, right? See right there? If you really want to know what it comes down to, the clusters of thrusters are a lot smaller. Now, compare that with Starliner. Here, I'll show you. That's the doghouse for Starliner. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Actually, 4. No, hold on. Give me 1 second. Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, that's pretty correct. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 1 right there. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And I think there's another one right there in a newer design. You have all of these thrusters operating in a very tight spot. That's a picture of the thruster blocks. There's 4 of them. Long story short, the clusters of thrusters are way smaller. Yeah. Yeah, see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's not completed. That's not fully complete yet, but that's a test. That's from some test footage. That's the problem. They clustered the thrusters too much. Yeah. And once again, this is all very easy to say in hindsight, right? It's all very easy to say that, you know, oh, your thrusters are overheating in that cluster. It's easy to say that in hindsight. But here's the thing. We didn't need the benefit of hindsight because it did that on a previous flight, and they were just like, all right. But it did it at a different phase of the mission. Did it at the very end of the mission, which is very interesting. Like I said, guys, people are going to study this. Future aerospace engineers will study this as a case study into not leaving any stone unturned when you go to test things. This will be taught. This will be taught in the history books for good engineering analysis in the future. I guarantee you that. Yep. This is an example of letting a small problem slide and then it cascading into a much bigger problem because you allowed it to slide. But isn't the point of testing so you'd rather it go wrong here, right? Of course, Jack. Yeah, absolutely. I'm very happy that they caught it right now. Like I said, if this was on an operational mission, you'd be stranding 4 people instead of just 2. That complicates the ISS logistics more than it's already it complicates the logistics even more. Let me put it to you like that. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that much more risk than what's going on right now, but now you're screwing up a lot of stuff in terms of ISS logistics. Moving 2 is already bumping it, but that's the safest way to do it. Weather's not being a friend for Polaris Dawn right now. Not looking good for a flight before 39A handover date to Europa Clipper. RIP. But yeah, Jack, here's the thing. It's not good testing if you test once, it does it, and then you say, nah, it's fine. That's not good testing. That's terrible testing. That's what led us to stuff like Challenger in Colombia. Which is why I'm still happy they caught it in testing, but also at the same time, how did you move to putting people on this if you knew this behavior could happen? Like, I wouldn't have let this thing fly if I knew that the thruster blocks could overheat. Why would you do that? Now, Frank and Vega confirmed launch for Sentinel-2C. Yeah, no, not really. But here's the thing, guys. This is another thing to take into account. Look, man, and this is something that I didn't get until I went back and watched this over the weekend when I was trying to go to sleep. They said that it happened at a different phase in the mission. A different phase in Starliner's mission. It happened at the very end. And this one happened during docking. That didn't happen last time, right? So what's the difference? What's the difference? Well, 1, people on board. And 2, nothing. Those service modules should be the same. This is why this small problem now is a big problem, right? That's the right way to say it. It's a small problem that because you let it slide, now it's a big problem. Now you're getting into a potential processing problem. Was this service module assembled in the exact same way as the last one? If it was, what's the difference? There's got to be a difference. Now, somebody asked in chat, well, maybe it's because the astronauts put too much pressure on it. Well, that's a control system problem, right? That would be a controls problem, in which case your thrusters should have been designed for the worst case scenario to begin with. And they're not, clearly. So, yes, this problem did happen in a different phase in the mission, and now it's happening. It happened during the end of the mission, and now it's on OFT2, and now it's happening at the during the mission, which is not good. But also, it's a hard problem to figure out because now that opens up quality problems. You're opening up the door to quality problems because if it didn't happen at this phase of the mission last time, well, what are you doing different? What did you change? Now you have to go see all the things that you changed between OFT2 and CFT1. You have to go through and you have to review the entire change log for the last, 2 years. Somebody gave Stolfar a sub. All right. Now you have to review all that. And that's really, that's what's going to take time. So like I said, this small problem is now a big problem. Because this could potentially be quality. Somebody could have tightened a bolt too much. The control systems, if you had any software changes to how you manually fly, now you got to go through the entire change log. Once again, I think it's a controls problem, to be honest. You should not, full stop. You should not be having hardware design problems at this phase in your engineering, your systems engineering. You should not. This problem should not be happening right now, right? You're exposing a potential, hopefully it's a control systems problem because exposing a potential design flaw here is bad. That's really bad, right? But they did say, Mark Nappy did say that their thermal model wasn't right. So they were expecting the hardware to work in a certain way and it didn't, which means, you know what? You didn't test your hardware good enough. But also, they blew out a thruster on OFD2. See what I mean, dude? This whole thing, you know what you're doing? Like, I don't want to say, I keep saying it's inexperience, but also, yeah, I mean, it is to an extent, but why are you okay? Like, what was the thought process leading up to this? Clearly, Steve Stitch at NASA, the head of the Commercial Crew Program, has said that the process needs to be reviewed for thruster acceptance. So, if a change in your controls problem, if a change in your control systems and the manual control is what caused your thrusters to overheat because of your bad thermal model, you got some, that's a big problem. It's a big problem, and it's a big problem that should have been caught a long time ago when it was a small problem. Guys, the more I think about this, you know, it is an experience to an extent. I mean, when you fired all the people that worked on the thrusters to begin with, they probably could have told you they'd overheat if you clustered them like that. But also, no, it's not Forge. It's Friday. So manufacturing errors. It's possible, Bear. And see, here's what I mean. Okay, you guys remember a second ago, I was talking about Starliner, that extra service module that they had lying around White Sands, how they had crap in it, and because they went and tried to use that service module for testing, and they found that they didn't evac it correctly, and they saw seal degradation because of the propellant, because they left residual propellants inside, which, once again, big no-no. I know that you shouldn't do that. Like, I know enough about spaceflight to know you don't do that. You don't leave hypergalls inside of a service module that you're not using. The only time hypergalls should be inside of there should be when it's up in space or being fueled to go up into space. So they found residual in a service module that they weren't using, and they saw seal degradation from sitting there, which tells, like, what was this service module supposed to be there for? Like, what? Is that a flight service module? God, I hope not. Right? Was that a leftover one from testing? If it's leftover from testing, why wouldn't you evac hypergalls out of it? What are you going to do with that thing? Like, see what I mean? There's just red flag after red flag here. And Bearer said, that's what I mean. Like, what are you going to do with that extra service module? Like, is it a test article? Like, what service module were you using here? Like, you know not to... There's residual inside of it. Why would you leave residual inside of it? Why would you do that? You should never do that. That's like leaving gas in a car and then letting it sit for 5 years and then hoping it's going to start again. That's what I mean. They just left the service module out and just, yeah, all right, whatever. No, not, yeah, right, whatever. No. You know, that tells me that if you're not, like, okay, look, this is a little bit of a stretch on my part. I'll admit it. If you just left that service module out, even if it's a test article or not, if you're treating your acceptance testing and you're just testing hardware like that, what the hell are you doing with your flight hardware? And that's what I mean. That's why this problem is such a big problem now, because now you have to review your QA and acceptance testing too. Because if the hardware design from OFT2 to CFT1 is the same, and you change something else, or you change the way you assembled it, now you're opening up the door to, yeah, somebody broke a thruster, or somebody snapped a bolt or something and then replaced it, etc., etc. Like, you're opening up yourself to a multitude of quality assurance problems here. You know, not necessarily manufacturing, I don't think, Bear, but it could be. It's possible. You don't know. You gotta prove it. Starliner doesn't exist in my world. It's a figment of people's imagination. It doesn't exist. I mean, dude, I've been saying it's inexperience, but from what I'm hearing, inexperience will only get you so much good grace here. Like, it's only going to get you so much good grace. The more and more I see this, the more and more I'm like, why would you do that? And look, man, if a moron like me can figure this stuff out, like, what's going on for the people in the loop? Like, how did you not see this stuff? It's pretty straightforward, unless I'm missing something completely, which is possible. Like, I'm not infallible. What I say isn't end all be all, but still. It's many things. Boeing's quality management system is in tatters. Dish, yeah, like I said, they had an extra service module that they said, Mark Nappy said it was just laying outside. That's because they had an extra SM that they said was left over or something, and they said they've been testing on that, and they said it gave them a lot of good data because they left it fueled? What? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? That's really stupid. Why would you do, unless I'm missing something completely? Why would you do that? You're also then passing your mess ups on to other cruising companies that dedicate time over 2 years training for a specific mission, and they get booted off. Yeah, you're causing ripple effects in ISS logistics. No, but yeah, absolutely. Like, what do you mean you just left it outside? What? I'm sorry, that, like, what? Like, I don't mean to draw the line at leaving the service module outside, but if you're leaving, like, high fidelity test articles outside, or just even inside, fully fueled, what the actual like, what? Why would it? No, there's no reason to ever do that. There's no reason to ever do that. Just left it outside with hypergolics in it. Not even just hypergolic. They left it with hypergolic residue, they said. So, bro, what do you mean? You know that hypergols are going to degrade seals. Why did you leave the residue in there? What if someone's walking past it and it just starts to leak? You could kill someone instantly. What? This is what I mean. This isn't me being like, oh my God, well, why don't they just do this? That's like Spaceflight safety 101, and it's not like OSHA safety either. This is like something you should do so you don't kill someone. Like, anybody out there that works in the aerospace industry, tell me what you know what I mean. You got to clean bottles. You have to purge bottles, and you have to clean, and then you have to verify and tag that they're clean. That's what COPVs. That's like COPV acceptance, guys. Like, you have to clean it. You cannot just leave stuff in it. That is awful for it, because you're introducing failure modes that could cause a cascading ripple effect like this. Can we stop saying it's inexperience now? Like I said, it's with the information presented, it's increasingly difficult to say that it's this, that it's that. It's just harder to say it. Residue, meaning they did try to empty it but didn't manage it properly. Guys, cleaning out COPVs and hypergolic systems when you're not using it is Spaceflight 101. I know to do that, and I'm an idiot when it comes to this stuff. Every step has to be documented. Initial installations, potential non-conformance, rework, removal, reinstallation, all of it needs a paper trail. Dude, I don't. How, Dish, in what scenario do you have hypergolic residue? Hypergolic residue inside of any spaceflight hardware after it's been defueled that's a huge red flag. That's like smoking at a gas station red flag. Like, and once again, you know I'm like kind of laissez-faire about safety as long as you understand the risks involved. But there's taking risks and there's just being completely stupid. Yeah, Tessa. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would say the second I heard that they had blown out thrusters on OFT2, that's the second I kind of pivoted from inexperience to you guys really don't know what you're doing here. Like, there's wanting to do a good job, and then there's just like, yeah, no, this is inexperience. You know, yeah, it's not. This is beyond inexperience. This is just, what are you doing? See last from V-Dub. Oh, we're home. Had to stop and eat at Grandma's. All right, V-Dub. I'm glad you guys got home. Good. I miss you guys. To the next time. The lack of experience is a valid point. The pandemic saw 50% of long-term employees take early retirement. Boeing's biggest problem with the workforce is all the tribal knowledge that walked out the door in 2019 to 2021. Dish, I was saying, I didn't know that. I was saying, the inexperience, my biggest impetus for saying inexperience is because these thrusters, this thruster block, in the context of the thrusters, right? In the context of the doghouse, these thruster blocks are derived from the space shuttle, right? So anybody that knew anything about the technical side of things, the technician side of things, so like actually putting these together and actually like outfitting them and documenting that process from the shuttle era is long gone. Long gone. Right? I wasn't even taking into account COVID. I didn't even know that. Like, no, Hellfish, I believe Dish when he says it, dude. Trust me. Yeah. That's, I didn't even take that into account. I was saying inexperience because all the people that worked on, I mean, Starliner is shuttle derived, whether you like it or not. It's shuttle derived, and all the people that worked on this, the components during the shuttle era, are long gone. Like, long gone. Yeah, it's. I would officially kind of join the. This is like, what are you doing? Do you guys know what's going on here or not? Dear me, but try not to get us. All right, what do we got here? Mark Nappy has 33 actions we need to complete. This is from July 25th, okay. We had thrusters we thought were healthy. We then said, let's take the time and run testing at White Sands, then do on-site testing, then come home. Have a service module exposed to propellant for 3 years. We did leak checks, exposed to NTO for a while, and found... Yeah, he did say that. But see this? This is not a good thing. Was a good data point, and we could capture a worst case leak rate. See this? This right here? Whoop, whoop. Yeah, I know, Dish. Yeah, we know about the whole McDonnell Douglas thing. Like, just this is not a good thing. Like that. There was an article that a Boeing whistleblower talking about how they ran off the technical people on purpose and started cutting corners and silencing those that protested. I think they just canned all the technicians because the technicians worked on the shuttle, and then they decided to. What I've been saying this entire time is they fired all the people that knew how to put these thrusters together on the shuttle, and then hired new people when Starliner came around. And the inexperience is the difference here. And I would have said that basically up until the point where they blew out thrusters on OFT2 and nobody had the wherewithal to say, hey, we should probably figure that one out before we put people on it. No one? Nothing? Okay. You never hear from Chris Ferguson anymore. That's right. You never do. Yeah, like I said, this will be studied. This will be studied in engineering classes in the future as pretty much a manual for how you shouldn't do this. which, you know, I feel like we have a lot of those, you know, but hey, any opportunity to learn. Then there's a back wave maneuver to separate the service module from the capsule and fire it again for disposal. We'll do a check this weekend on the helium leach. Would need to be something diabolical to disrupt that. I don't know what the context of this is and what we're saying, Forge, but all right. Yeah, dude. Like I said, I would have chalked it up to inexperience, but it's very quickly moving to mismanagement. And maybe the people that are managing it are inexperienced. And guess what? That's a management issue, right? Because somebody had to put these people in place, and they had to put it in place. They put them in place on the so-called premise of merit, which obviously is not a thing. So, yeah, not good.
Discovery,
yeah,
go and throttle up.
Man, I hear you. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. Dude, I've been trying to give them as much of the benefit of the doubt as I possibly could. But, dude, they're sitting there. You know, there's Walter Cronkite's coverage of Vietnam post-Tet 1968, or pre-Tet 1968 and post-Tet 1968. You know, at some point, you got to be like, okay, like, something's funky here. Something is funky, right? I don't want to jump on that ship. This is being run by morons. I don't want to jump on that ship unless I'm absolutely sure, because that's a hell of a claim to make, especially when you're in my position, where people listen to you. You've got to be careful about that. You could ruin your journalistic integrity like that, which not many people seem to be preoccupied with nowadays, but yeah, I'm not them. I can only speak for myself regarding this, right? We're supposed to be listening. You don't have to. If I'm your background noise, then whatever. Blah 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 blah. Wumbo, wumboing, blah blah blah. I wumbo, you wumbo, he, she, they, wumbo, wumboing, wumbo, wumbology, the study of wumbo. Journalistic and what now? Yeah. Hi, space truckers. Hi, space news. In the 70s, they started that can't smoke around gasoline. Yeah, that was weird, huh? Hard to believe you're a tall person? What do you mean, me? What do you mean, Cal? How's that hard to believe? When did you learn to speak Bonish? Oh, jeez. No, space truckers. No, space news. No, I'm busy. Get out of here. You're a foot taller than me. I'm just making fun. Hey. Yeah. Look at your boy. What do you want to do, huh? What do you want to do? What do you want to do, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was America. What do you want to do, huh? What do you want to do? What do you want to do, huh? What do you want to do? Just measured it. You're 4 inches tall. Your mom's 4 inches tall. Roasted. Slimbo, 49 months. Thank you very much. Hey, Ken, what's going on? Yeah. That background gives no perspective. Okay, here's some perspective. Everybody knows this. If you don't know what this is, you're watching the wrong stream. Okay? Ready? Oh, yeah. I got big hands, and I'm going to dance. Yeah. If you're watching the stream and you don't know what this is, you probably shouldn't be here. Games machine. Oh man. You're making me so angry. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, man. Do I have anything else? Oh, here. All right. Here's an actual gaming machine. Look. Da, 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 da. You could play Doom on it. You could play GTA on this game's machine. Anyway. I don't know nothing about computers. My mom got one, put a couple games on it. You need a Pepsi can. I think I threw away all the soda cans that I had here. I actually cleaned up for a change. Yeah. Whatever. Anyway. I mean, Wizard, you know, you ain't wrong. No slide rule? I don't have a slide rule, believe it or not, no. All right. Well, yeah, good conversation. It ended up talking about, you know, red flags with the Starliner program, but, you know, it's good. It's good. It's fine. It'll be fine. Sentinel 2C was supposed to go in about 2 hour 45, but yep, Vega decided it wanted to be vacant. What was this second paragraph here from this Forge? EuropeanSpaceflight.com. All right. The final launch of an Avio rocket may have already taken place. Tomorrow's launch will feature the first and only mission launched aboard the lesser-known Franken-Vega. In late 2023, European Spaceflight reported that Avio had managed to lose 2 of 4 propellant tanks needed for the 4th stage of its final Vega rocket. The tanks were later found destroyed in a landfill, prompting Italian rocket maker Avio to begin looking for an alternative solution for the tanks, which were no longer being produced. Avio explored 2 possible options: use tanks from the rocket's qualification phase before its inaugural flight in 2012, or modify the stage with elements of the Vega C Avum Plus upper stage. Late last month, Stefan Israel, the CEO of Arianespace, the current operator of the Vega rocket, declined to comment on which of the 2 solutions have been implemented. Neither Avio nor the ESA have been more forthcoming with information regarding the makeup of the upper stage being used for the final Vega flight. A source speaking to European Spaceflight has confirmed that the option of the refurbishing qualification tanks was rejected. As a result, Vega upper stage being utilized for launch of the EU Sentinel 2C Earth observation satellite features at least some elements from a Vega C upper stage, according to a source. Careful. An Avum Plus upper stage that has been earmarked for a future Vega C flight was cannibalized for the parts needed for the Franken stage. Guys, do you remember, like a second ago, like when I said that, you know, leaving a service module, like partially fueled, just sitting there for like 3 years is a big red flag in your operations process? Like a big red flag? Like a big red flag? Do you remember that time where I was reading that European Spaceflight article and they decided to cannibalize a stage to modify another stage to put it on top of a rocket that already has a shaky launch cadence and borderline terrible reliability, operational reliability? Yeah. Big red flag. Big red flag. Yep. Also, the reason why they had to do that is because they threw the tanks that they were going to use for this rocket in the trash. Big red flag. Big red flag. Yep, nope, that's, yep. I don't like any of this. Any of this in this article. That, yep, nope. 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 Yeah, this part right here. The tanks were later found destroyed in a landfill. What operations process are you using that even allowed that to happen? Yep. Red flag. Not cool. Yeah, I don't like that. That's not good. Oh. Yeah, they threw away some tanks for the rocket. They found them in the trash. You know, guys, I'm not going to lie to you. We sit here and we're dumping on Boeing. That is worse. Finding flight hardware in the trash. SpaceX labels some of their test articles do not scrap, and that seems a little bit less silly now. Yeah, it's weird. Anyway, what's this, El Hydra? 45-second video, Tech Tuesday from the NRO. What do we got?
The length of the film path from each supply assembly through each camera system and into the first recovery vehicle is almost 100 feet. Each supply assembly provides 150,000 feet of film to each camera at controlled constant velocities of up to 70 inches per second under specified tension.
Yes, inches per second. Nice.
Super assembly in each film path serves as the interface between the coarse and fine film transport systems and allows the total length of the film stored in it to be constant. This enables the fine film transport system to supply film at speeds up to the 200 inches per second required at the camera's focal plane. The length.
Cool. They're talking about old reconnaissance satellites. The ones that use film. And then when it's out of film, it poops out the film in a little capsule that they pick up by a helicopter. True story. I don't know what it is, but it's shuttle payload base shaped. It is shuttle payload base shaped. You're not wrong. What is this? Our superconducting plasma rocket in action. This is operating inside our own vacuum chamber and test facilities using 20 superconducting coils we designed and built ourselves, and features a custom heaterless hollow cathode. How are you testing that in a vacuum chamber? Bruh. Okay. Cool. Plasma thruster. Neat. That's pretty cool. Where's this coming from? Dr. Jamal Alatunji, Senior Research Engineer, Robinson Research Institute, Applications of Superconductivity in Space. Cool. All right. That's pretty neat. Yeah, that's pretty rad. Yeah, I don't hate that. I read recently that there were digital photography satellites to accompany those spy satellites to check for weather cloud coverage before they used film over a certain area. Probably get better resolution, Bill. That looks suspiciously electron payload sized. I don't know what you're talking about. What's this next bit? So many cool things here in this short time lapse. A cosmonaut turns off the lights inside a Soyuz. The lights of San Francisco reflect off of the Soyuz solar arrays before we see San Francisco. Different layers of the atmosphere are seen in green and orange. Milky Way. Okay. Yep. Okay. Let's see what we got. Bruh. That's pretty cool. Well, that's pretty neat. I'm just looking at the map. I'm looking at this. Yeah, the atmosphere. Yep. I'm looking for the bay. Where's the bay? I think it's right there. And I think the Golden Gate Bridge is right there, and that's the Marne Headlands right there, and then Oakland right here. Am I looking at that right? It's hard to see from the exposure from the lights. But that would mean that San Jose is over here. Fremont's over here. Or no, Fremont. I don't know. Huh. That would mean that that's Bakersfield right there. And Lompok's over here. That's Los Angeles. And San Diego's over there. There's Coronado Bay. I think. That looks right. Inland Empire. Yeah, I think I got this right. That would mean that's Las Vegas right there. I thought it was on the left. Yeah. Unless I'm misunderstanding scale here. I don't know. It's hard to say from this picture. So if that's Vegas, that's got to be Phoenix over there. And then Tucson should be below that over there. That means we should be flying. Oh, this is Utah right here, I think. That means Denver should be right. Yep, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's Denver, Colorado Springs, which means this is Cheyenne up here. I think I'm looking at this right. I'm not sure what that would be. I'm kind of losing my geography because we're going backwards. We're going backwards across the United States from west to east. Which means if that's Denver, that means that's Texas. That's Dallas-Fort Worth over there. That means that's El Paso over there. Looks more like this view. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You can almost tell with the Great Plains start because of the lights. Yeah, exactly. See how it's dark right here? That's all mountains. Right? Like Aspen is over here. Lake Tahoe's over there somewhere. Actually, I think you can see Lake Tahoe right there. If I'm looking at that right. Or no, Tahoe would be over here, next to Reno. Now I'm getting confused. No, wait, that means that has to be Sacramento. Which still, yep, that's Vegas, which means Reno's over here somewhere. I'm sorry, like looking at this upside down is really screwing with me. Either way, great shot from Matt. That's awesome. I'm not sure what that is. Yeah, straight lines for hundreds of miles. That's definitely the Great Plains. We're definitely over the Great Plains, which is why I'm pretty sure that that's Denver over there. You were right, Tahoe's off the solar panel. Oh, hell yeah. St. Louis, maybe? It's too far north to be St. Louis. All right, all right, all right. I had Google Earth open. All right, hang on. So they're in this shot, he's going across the U.S. like this. So he goes this way.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What big city do we go over this way? Could be Minneapolis. Yeah, that's my guess. It's probably Minneapolis. But then again, shouldn't there be a lake? Oh, no, not necessarily. Yeah, because he's going that way. Well, Salt Lake City would be back a little ways, guys. Salt Lake would be over here somewhere. I'm just trying to pick out places. This is a really awesome shot. So if Denver's right there, that's definitely Denver, because you could see it up against the mountains. See? Salt Lake City should be just backwards a little. Yeah, that's Salt Lake City right there. So that means Tahoe is back over here somewhere. There we go. Sorry, looking at it upside down was really messing with me there. Yeah, see, you could see the outline of Salt Lake. Salt Lake City is between the Great Salt Lake and a mountain range. See the mountain range right there? If you look at it on the Google Earths, there's your mountain range and there's your Salt Lake. See what I'm talking about? It's like a strip. Interesting. Yeah, I'm just so used to looking at the map this way. But that is consistent with an ISS track. It would be going like that. Which makes perfect sense. That's... Actually, it would be more like this. Somewhere... Yeah, that's about right. It's actually kind of low. It would be like that, guys, actually, to be honest. Your azimuth would be more like this. Which does make sense. Yep. Cool. I knew I left Google Earth open for a reason. All right. Reddit is reporting that apparently there's a KSP update being pushed through Steam that is breaking ground. Uh-oh. It's the natural gas fields in North Dakota? I'd believe that. Do not update KSP. Repeat, do not update KSP. Okay. Can we just choose to not update it? Damn it. Back up your saves. Yep. I am doing that right now. Back up the whole dang thing. Okay. Yeah. There you go. I backed up everything. If you move the KSP folder somewhere else, it won't update and you can just launch the exe. Okay. Steam mandates updates because of some Counter-Strike patch stuff. It's very frustrating stuff. For the best you do is update it on launch. Lockheed automatic ground collision avoidance system saved somebody again. Wow. Yeah, that's almost death. Quote from the discussion about the patch. Patch deleted everything in the Breaking Ground DLC except for one rotational servo PNG. Why am I laughing? I hate this. So, what did they change, fellas? Who pushed this patch? What was the point of this update? See last. Did you get to watch Zach's new video yet? No, I haven't. I haven't watched it yet. Give me a moment to back it up and I'll see. Seems like Valve auto update misconfig. Auto update? If it's an auto update, who's there to fix this update? Uh-oh. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying nothing. You haven't watched Zach's video? What? I haven't watched it yet, James. No. To be honest, I haven't fired up KSP in probably 6 months. Yep. Well, we'll see what's going on. I'm telling you, stuff like that makes me really not want to hit that play button either, Jim. I'm not gonna lie to you. Permission to link a little funny. Yeah, go ahead, man. What's wrong with KSP? So Valve, I guess, pushed an auto update patch, John, and it broke KSP. Well, the updated folder is 500 megabytes smaller than the backup. Yeah, fellas, I gotta see. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to jump to conclusions. I'll get the mat out. But if this breaks KSP, then what? Who's gonna fix it? That's my big thing. Who's going to fix it? Why? Modders? I mean, Valve will likely do a rollback. Wait, KSP1 though, why is that even being patched? Yep, because it's a Valve auto update, so Linux will fix it, yep. Oh dear. Yep, deletes the Serenity folder from the squad expansion folder, which is the Breaking Ground expansion. According to the package list, it was updated by KSP team. Have you seen the new season of Rings of Power? I don't even know what that is, Ragger, to be honest with you. No, I have not. I mean, Jared, you know, you're making a joke, but that's pretty much not far off what happens. Freaking nightmare. This is a nightmare. Just byte for byte, that's all the patch does, delete Breaking Ground. Why would they do that? Breaking Ground is all the robotic parts for... Licensing? I don't know, yeah. Definitely Steam things. All these change sets affect tens of thousands of apps and hundreds of thousands of packages. If you backed up the game files, you should be able to play full working version. Yeah, Joe, I'm not worried about that. I'm just... I'm not worried about that, but yeah. What I'm worried about is that if, you know, people are going to see me play KSP1, they're going to see me play KSP1 with an outdated version, and they're going to go download it, and they'll download a version whilst advertising, you know? Actually, since KSP2, I'm very careful about this stuff. Just check my KSP. It updated in the background. Breaking Grounds is dead. Most of my crafts are cause KSP to crash. Yeah, what I'm really trying to figure out at this point, guys, is if it's just a Valve database update or if they pushed this. If whoever, I don't know who would. I don't know who would push something like that for KSP. Oh, okay, Ragger. Yeah, I got you. There are recorded updates for packages against KSP, but also for many games, released as a single change set. What does that mean, dude? Okay, Tessa. They just pushed another change set. Yeah, right. Nice, nice, nice. Hard to write it out in text. Okay. Jump on, go into channel 1 on Discord. I'll drag you into the Steam room. There's a change push that applied to all these games. Yeah. I'm curious. I want to learn. If you can, Phenomenon, if you can. I know it's early over there. Clock. I'm on the clock. Okay, never mind then. Don't worry about it. Looks like it's fixed now. All right, as long as it's fixed. It's Valve pushing an update affecting thousands of different apps. There was, however, another one affecting KSP just 1 minute ago. Okay. It was just a scare. All right, false alarm. All right, we're good. I was getting a little worried there for a second. It's fixed. It was a Valve Steam mass update mess up. All right, cool. I just want to sit here and look at this Blorgen second stage. Well, it looks like I'm hiring again. If you want to work on the next layer of operations enabling orbital infrastructure, hit me up. Cool. That's Dawn Aerospace. Neat. Oh, that's so freaking cool, dude. That goes for auto backing up persistent. Yep. Hey, Drool. 46-month resub. Thank you very much. Looks like they wound up reverting a few other 1,000 apps, too. Boy. All right, Sun Temple. See you, buddy. Cool. I just thought of a really interesting way to play KSP. Guys, you know what would be super interesting, right? If we make a bunch of I-beams that fit in the game, right? Like, you know, I've talked about making like a Launchpad parts pack, right? But what if we took the parts pack and exported take a bunch of parts, drag them into a Unity scene, select all of them, and export the parts pack as like an MU, right? You could build it and you could use your parts pack to build in Unity and then export. This is a complete subject change, by the way. Sorry. You could use your parts pack to build the structure in Unity and then import it right into KSP, and it would be made out of KSP parts, but it wouldn't be. It would be a lot stronger. That's exactly what I've been doing with all my Starship infrastructure. Yeah, building it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It was just linked a second ago, Aqualux. Yeah, super cool though. Oh, no, this is a different thing. Yeah, awesome. Hot fire testing. Yeah, baby. Also lowering part count. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, dark side. Exactly. It's not a bad idea. So basically doing what Part Welder does, but on our own. Yep. Yeah, exactly. We make enough parts. If I make enough I-beams and gussets and stuff, yeah, you just build whatever. I've been making sure it works normal in stock, then do it to reduce part count so I don't feel like I'm cheating. Joe, that's a good idea. Yeah. Lowering part count, but not necessary colliders. Yep, exactly. Interesting. It's actually not a bad way of doing that. Yeah, you build it in Unity. And then build it in the SPH. First, build sub-assemblies in Unity. That's a good idea. Curious. Anyway. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought of it looking at this picture, believe it or not, because that is a cut down piece of the transporter erector. It's a smaller TE that's designed to integrate to the pad that Blue cooked up here, but it also can be moved via the same transport mechanism as the whole stack transporter erector. See, it looks like it's the transporter erector that holds the whole rocket, but it's just the bottom part. The top part is missing because it's just a second stage test article. Or just build the sub-assemblies in the SPH and use the welding mod, same effect. Yeah. Okay, Predominant, I got you. Hey, Louie, what's going on? That's a beautiful stage. Grab that stage should be on top of SLS. Should be on top of SLS. Vega got pushed to tomorrow. Yeah, it started electrical. They had electrical problems. It's been a wild few months, but I'm doing all right. How have you been doing? I'm all right. Not bad. Here, check this out. You know what they should do with Blorgen's second stage? So you have your SLS core stage, right? And then you have your SRBs on the sides. Like that. Please excuse the crudity of this model. I didn't have time to build it to scale or to paint it. Then you have your inner stage, right? You know, your SRBs attach right there, right? You have your inner stage, right? This is the H2, and then, yay, all right. Happy face. Right? And then up here, right? Up there, you have a 10-meter fairing. Like that. You know, that comes to a point, right? And then inside of the 10-meter fairing, so you have a conic ISA going from 8.4 to 7 meter. You have your Blorgen second stage tank like this. And then you have a load reactor like Atlas 5. Like that. And then you have your payload on top of that. Yep. Atlas 551 SLS. Yeah. That'd work. It'd be awesome. Mm-hmm. Yep. Good idea. LH3. Sure. Yeah. That's fine. Please excuse the crudity of this model. I didn't have time to build the scale or to paint it. Or you could do an 8.4 meter fairing, right? And then have a forward load reactor and then the universal stage adapter sitting on top of it. That would be awesome. They should have done that. That would have been amazing. So you could launch it with a cargo fairing or with Orion. Yep. I like that idea. I'm a genius. My genius knows no bounds. Anyway, all right, guys, coming up on 8 o'clock. That was a good bit of space news. Oh, well, you pulled through. You'll be all right. You made it this far. If you're going through hell, just keep going. All right. Is that the payload adapter up top? No, maybe a test article payload adapter, not the actual one. We've seen the actual one in Tim's video. It's not the end of the stream, Louie. Not the end of the stream, buddy. We still going. Face the wall, comrade. We could wrench or we could play workers. What do you guys want to do? One last bit if you want to see a prototype rocket plane in flight. Careful, loud. Nah, I'm good. We'll save that for tomorrow. Workers, workers, workers. Wrench, 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 wrench. Stick to the workers plan? Okay. We'll wrench for after hours tomorrow. I'll switch us over to workers. We'll do wrenching for after hours tomorrow after space news. We will retitle the stream now to "We Sell Oil to Capitalist Pigdogs." That's going to do it for space news. We are now entering the after hours segment. Joe, you're playing workers right now? Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Somebody gifted a sub to Louie. All right. All right. It is now time to face the wall, comrade. That is very compelling argument to the benefits of a decentralized economy. Please face the wall. We are now about to sell oil to capitalist Pigdog. Now face the wall, please. Very compelling. Face the wall. How compelling! Please face the wall now. The heck is a pig dog? Do not ask questions you do not want the answer to, friend. I heard Ewok had a waiter who sounded just like your worker's voice. Yes. Did you see my post about workers and resources in the Discord? No, I have not. I do not know where it is. It is capitalist animal of the worst kind. Yes, that is right. And look at the nice Nova Galini. It's a very good city. They really like to do a lot of in here. All right, seriously. I don't really remember what was going on, but I remember whatever was going on was not something good. There was something that I was trying to fix. I honestly don't remember what it was. Basically, the radio station and the TV station are incredibly powerful. Your workers have 130% productivity. Oh yeah, the sewage problem. That's what we were doing. We were trying to dig the... Oh. That's what we were trying to do. We were... Oh yeah, and building out the new DPW. That's right. New Department of Public Works. Face the television, please. Time for a sewage-powered hydroelectric plant. Not a bad idea. No, it does not work. We don't have dynamic flow. That's part of the reason that's one of the reasons why Cities 1 was so good, man. Because you could do stuff like that. There was actually hydraulic flow. It was just in slow motion. I don't know what the hell they did in Cities 2, but it wasn't that. All they needed to do was just keep the water the exact same, and they somehow didn't. I want Cocoa. I gotta go poopy. Yeah, so our solution was to buy a bunch of bulldozers and excavators and dig up basically something that looks akin to a pit mine here and then put a Starliner at the bottom. Basically do that, but on steroids. So before we go and start that project, what we'll do is finish the Department of Public Works here. Let's get all this set up. I already started buying new vehicles for this. We have a whole plethora of what the hell is that? What the hell is even that? Not allowed to put that dang French car here. This is my yard. EJ, chill. What the heck is even that? Sorry. So we'll finish working on these projects here, get the Department of Public Works, so like technical offices, distro, road depots, repair depots. We'll get this all set up and ready to go, and then we'll buy a bunch of bulldozers and excavators and use them down here. So what's funny, that's basically what's happening in Chicago. They're turning all their old quarries into drainage basins. That's weird. Also, we started building out a crazy train line over here with an oil depot here because I have so much freaking fuel I don't even know what to do with it. Runoff only in that Chicago plan, no sewage. Oh, well, that's good. Yeah, we're building out to a big railroad construction office. We're building an extension of the road down here, and then this whole area right here is going to be, well, probably railroad distribution. Yeah, but we need a Starliner over there real fast. I'm moving these trucks over here because I have 4 extra pairs of flatbeds here. I'm going to use this to buy excavators and move them. Starliner will have plenty of steroids, yes. Change workplace. I'm going to bring these trucks over to this road depot. Where is it? That one. Oh. Oh, that one. I built another road depot there for this purpose. There we go. Yeah, I got you, Alex. Yeah. I understand. How's the grain train doing? It has drained all crops, but crops will be regrow soon. This is part of the reason why we need more distro. Yeah, see, I bought a bunch of bulldozers here. And we have an excavator, but we're gonna need more excavators down here. How many excavators are a part of this depot? Just one? Alright, you... What the heck? It's very painful when a train picks up steel for distro. Yep. But good news is that dollar, 442 G's, that's entirely profit. I have no dollar debt. Turbo. And we're down to 1.7 on the ruble, which is great. We should actually probably refinance again. Let's go 3 years, or no, 5 years at, we could use a little bit of that, and we pay 743, so let's go 1.5 mil, refinance the loan, lower those payments again. Go here, 1742227. Yeah, I mean, it just took a bite out of my rubles there. Took a bite out of crime. But we're lowering daily and monthly payments. So we should gain money a lot faster. Should be able to knock the principal out on that loan quicker. What would happen if you just dropped 200K on the existing loan? It wouldn't have lowered my payments. Well, that's why I refied instead of just eating away at the principal. If I'd done that, the monthly payments would have been the same as they were before. But yeah, this way reduces monthly payments. We end up paying a little bit more money in the long run, but I have more liquidity. We can get cash faster this way. Yeah, we extended it out a little bit more, but I'm gonna have that loan paid off before I pay the amount anyway. This is doing what banks don't really like. The banks don't really like it when you do this, to be honest, but yeah. This is financial advice in game, not financial advice for real life. Because most likely a bank won't let you do that. New chase hack? Oh yeah. No. All right, I have 443,000, so we have 12 slots here. This is going to be a resource hauling depot, so. Actually, no, that one will be for people. These two will be hauling. One of these is for hauling resources. The other one should be for hauling equipment. You know what? Can we build another construction depot right here that's in range of that repair station? I'm not sure if we can. No, we cannot. Yeah, not if I knock the principal out quicker. But yeah. Never built a large repair depot. That thing is chonky. I have all of my buildings, all of my municipal buildings centered around my repair depot in this design, Wolfie, including 2 road depots. So that means if something needs to be repaired, I send it to the depot and it'll repair by proxy. The reason why I was wondering, you know, like just a second ago, see, if I move this in a certain distance, see how the repair depot changes color? Now, with the repair depot, if something needs to be repaired, they'll have to drive. They have their working range is basically about a half mile, a little bit over a half mile here, or about 1 kilometer. Or, yeah, about 1 kilometer, right? That's 3,280 feet. That's 1 kilometer for the most part. They'll have to drive to go and repair something. With this, they repair area on effect. So it's an AOE as long as you're in range. As long as you're in range right there. And that's why I built everything centered around the repair depot, because any truck that's parked at any of these will get repaired by area of effect. It basically expands the capacity of your repair depot. You still need people to work at said repair depot, but yeah, it'll work that way. Yeah, see how a repair depot had to drive here to repair that truck? That's what it's doing. Very clever. Does capitalist America do that? Yes. You know what? I just had another idea. Just so we can make this go a little bit quicker. That's a crane depot. This is a hauling depot. Just pull everything from the border right now so my distro depots can refill all this. So right now, guys, I was trying to pull resources from these staging areas right here, but my trucks that are bringing in resources are working a lot. They're not working as fast as the trucks that need this to finish this construction over here. So what I just called all my trucks to do is go to the border instead. Go just get it directly from the border instead of relying on a regional area just for now. Hey, Terminator, what's going on? See, because we're waiting on bricks, and I can't deliver bricks fast enough to this stupid thing. So over here, what we're gonna have to do is start leveling out this terrain. This is where, once again, this is where our giant pit mine is going to be, and we're gonna end up using it as a runoff for the sewers for Nova Galeen. I think planing off layers like this is a lot faster than just trying to do like this. Also, if you're playing RimWorld right now and you have me on in the background, no, you don't have a infestation. You're good. It's the same noise. Okay, now we got it flat enough. Let's use the taxiway trick. Sweet. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it look like a giant pit mine here, and then I'm gonna dump all the sewage from that city into the pit mine because it's 1975 and I am Soviet Republic. Who cares? Great success! We're going to need runway tool to get rid of this. Vladimir. Very nice. Imagine if they patched that out. That would suck. I mean, I can do without it. I figured out pretty good ways to do this without having to use the runway. Like, you can just get a lot of bulldozers. A lot of bulldozers will net you the same result, right? But also, yeah, it would suck. Don't jinx it. Jinx what? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, my bulldozers needed to be fueled. So once again, this is going to be a gigantic pit mine here. Or at least it's going to look like one. Because I'm trying to get down to quote-unquote sea level so we can make some a waste system for my big city right there. The problem is the city's at altitude and there's no fluid dynamics in this, in workers. It wasn't in the budget. I mean, I wouldn't expect it to be with 3 people making the game, you know? So if I want to have, if I want to dump sewage into like a retention pond like that, you got to dig down to sea level. So that's what I'm doing here. The problem is if we look at a topographical map and we go from the closest point of reference here, which is that, we are about 500 feet above sea level right now. But, yeah, see, there's my indent. 429 meters. Yeah, see. Yeah, not good. No, not 429 meters. Why does it say 440 meters? Yeah, whatever, you get the idea. We have to make this blue line go down there to hit water. At least I'm pretty sure. So this has got to be a pretty deep pit mine. In the meantime, though, we are selling oil to NATO and the Warsaw Pact. We are equal opportunity freedom juice exporter. Hey, Jenye, what's up, man? Literally a sandbox game. Yep. Nice. Just clean it up. This is going to be a feather in our cap. It's going to be a Starliner to end all Starlinators. RJ, yeah, it seems to be okay. It's just a bad update from Steam. Starliner 1 billion. That's right. That's the lowest point. We're at the low point for this area here. I have a feeling we're probably going to have to go down a little bit more, but that's okay. What's the difference here? 35. Okay. Gotta go down more. Dig a hole, dig a hole, dig a hole, dig a hole, dig a hole. That's 100 feet. Excellent. We only need to go down that 4 more times. Harder to find water than oil in the desert. You're not wrong. The real question is, how are we going to make a road that goes all the way down there? Man, I could really use that bagger, a bagger 288 right now. We might have to plane off all this up here. Because I don't think the pit is going to be able to get deep enough here. But maybe we'll see. We'll see. We need more bulldozers. Bulldozers keep having to go get fuel. These distros done yet? Is that where you're going to put the saltwater extract from digging up the oil? No, I wish the production was that cool in this game, dude, but no. Rick, this is basically a giant sewage pit that I'm making. The giant sewage pit. When I have my dump trucks evacuate, and then I want to fill this thing up with fuel, this is the... Yeah, fortunately, yeah, caps is fine. I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna go here, nothing assigned to this depot, no auto search, and then remove all of its priority. Just bring it gas. And what I'm gonna do, that makes it so the excavators don't have to, they don't have to go down to the gas station and get gas, so. With the giant fan towards NATO, yes. That will drop off fuel there. So we should have 4 bulldozers and 2 excavators here. Now we have 8 bulldozers. Now we have 10 bulldozers. Where's the nuclear reactor? I haven't made one yet. I wonder what these HMAC K-12 bulldozers are supposed to be. It's got to be a Caterpillar. I mean, those look like a Cat D8 or a D... Nah, maybe not a D8. Let's go check on everything else while those bulldozers are populating. I did move trucks to all the way over here. They're not there yet. The reason why is so we could pick up some good excavators. The best excavator in the game that I've seen is that one. the D111 or the E111D excavator. That is an excavator speed of 33. It's the best one. Komatsu, yeah. I'm only using dollar. It really depends. And also, let's go check over here. Is the track builder done with the bridge? Oh yeah, it is. Wicked. We're about to have double tracks all the way to the farm. We still got to figure out how we're going to get the track builder out here. What about roads? Roads over here? Making progress. First stretch of those roads is finished. Am I still sitting on 2,000 tons of fuel? Yes, I am. Oh dear. We have 2,000 tons of fuel. What's fuel trading at, just out of curiosity? Fuel is trading at, this would be selling on the ruble, so 150. So we do 151.63 times 2,000. Yeah, we have 300 grand worth of fuel in those tanks right now. It's sad that the best one is the first one. Yeah. Minus transport cost. I don't know. Yeah. Need fuel to move fuel, ironically. Nice. We got a distro up. Excellent. So I'm going to take this distribution depot and copy all of it over to here. And then I'm going to take the 5 vehicles here, and we're going to move them to that distro right there. Flatbed, cistern, and a box truck. All right, so now give me that R series, right? We'll move the R series to that distro. Do I have a box truck lying around? No, we don't. There's a box truck there, but I don't want those. Okay, cool. Buy new stock for this. All right, buy another refrigerated, buy another flatbed, and buy another box truck. Then we'll see where our stock takes us from there. We also have another technical, the regular technical office up, so I'm going to move all technical stuff goes to there, and then move all vehicles to that technical depot. And then copy all data from that distro to this one, and then move all my vehicles over here. The reason why I'm consolidating everything to this one area is because it's in range of my repair depot. That's super, super, super important. Did I build the demo office? I didn't build the bigger demo office. That's just an extra road depot. I'm gonna build a small demo office in here because I don't think I can fit the bigger one. And then I think I have a technical office down here as well. That's just garbage and water. We can demolish that. We have 2 demo offices there. We don't need that one anymore. Remove all connections. A bit of backseating, but train depot and repair is usually a good idea as well. Oh, I'm not sure I could weasel in a train track from there, dude, but yeah, good to know. We also got to put in an electrical line. We're also going to need electrical over here, so I'm going to switch it. And then I'm going to take whatever vehicles I have for the depot. That was just miscellaneous. I'm going to move them up here. Okay. Now, with all those bulldozers that we purchased, watch this. See, you can make this work without using the runway tool. Just having a ton of bulldozers really, yeah. See, that helps a lot. Yeah, the more bulldozers you have in range, the faster you're going to terraform. Bulldozers are very communal. They're more productive in herds. They do move in herds. Something's on fire. Coverwood. Oh, that's down the street from the fire department. Not worried. Cool. Railroad depot's almost there. Like little goblins, yes. And then as we move more of our construction equipment up north out of here, yeah, this'll be easier. Electricity problem in Aribi? Oh, it's because my transformer's on fire. Yeah, okay, cool. Yep, all right, cool, yeah. It's not on fire anymore, it's fine. Actually, you know what? Just keep him in there for now. I am gonna need a cistern truck. And I moved them all up here. Give me that one. That's in good condition. Go right there. Take this. Unload fuel at all those. That should make that nice. What now? Ugh. You know what? I don't trust it. Move those trucks down here. Get them out of that building, just in case. Research program is finished. Oh, that was my other technical university. I have two of them. Yeah, we have another one up here. This one is researching airport infrastructure. Yeah, that's right. Airport infrastructure. LPDE-2 launched on SF-44 mission, just gave birth on orbit to 6 payload. Congratulations, Space Force. Oh. What's the highest mileage vehicle you got? I have no idea. I don't know if we could see these things. Those dumpers are pretty old, but I don't think those have the highest mileage on them. I'm not sure. Need more bulldozers. This will be the largest Starliner in the land. Yeah, baby. It does kind of look like ants swarming like an anthill when you look at it zoomed out. See, with enough bulldozers, they're just as fast as the runway tool. With enough. So this is, I'm digging a hole to basically make a giant poop pond. But the problem is the city that I need the poop pond for is 500 feet above sea level. It's about 150 meters. So we need to dig a 150 meter or a 500 foot hole right here to get down to water. So that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to make it look like a pit mine of sorts. Where's the road down going to be? I have not thought about that yet. We'll hit the water table eventually. I'll probably make the road kind of switch back down here, but once again, you know what we should do? We should plane off the top right here. The problem is planing all this stupid bedrock. Takes time, but we got bulldozers. How far down are we from regular level? We're 107 feet down. We can use the measuring tool to measure in 100-foot increments. Nice. Very useful. Looks like locusts swarming, yeah. Yeah. Hey, Flagon. Alright, let's see if we can do some surgical work with the runway tool here. Eliminate that gravel deposit. How was Labor Day? It was good. It's good, I got to go to a car show, man. Always a good time. See, this is what the runway tool is good for. Eliminating that. This would have taken a long time. See how the texture changes right there? That gravel deposit takes a long time to plane out. That's what they are. It's deposits of gravel. When you're using this tool, it doesn't take very long. Yeah, see? That's what this tool is good for. Hey, Obo. This is a sewage pit. We're trying to dig down to water. It's about 500 feet down. The deepest part right there is 200. I have very quickly realized that we are going to need a bigger hole. Phrasing? Are we still doing phrasing? So what I'm doing is I'm cutting a chunk out of this stupid mountain because I don't need it, and I don't like it either. And we are people's republic of peoples. We can do whatever we want. It is utopia. I need more bulldozers. More! No sewage treatment plants? There is sewage treatment, but you still have to, you can treat the water, but you still have to discharge it, dude. You can't just make like a regular retention pond in this game, which I'll admit is kind of stupid. That's one thing I will honestly just admit, that Cities does way better. Even Cities 2. Cities 1 is goated though, for fluid dynamics. You want real fluid dynamics, go play Timberborn. Yep. There we go. Perfect. I don't know why it's letting me do that, but I am not complaining. There was a Vega launch tonight, Nova. They are having electrical problems with Franken Vega. Dude, read about the version of Vega that's launching tonight. It is not great. Do you hear Scott Manley was first on the scene at the wreck, to a wreck of the airport he flies out of? Yeah, I heard about that. That's super sad, and it was shared during Space News, but I don't think it's right talking about it here, dude. The Zafiro, yeah. Oh no, but it gets even worse. They were making a new version of the rocket, and they threw away the tanks. I mean it. They found the tanks scrapped in the trash. Yeah. They were like, "Oh, okay, we got to go build these tanks," and then they found them in the trash can. They're like, "Wait, where are the tanks to build this upper stage?" In a trash can. How? Yeah, no. I don't have an answer for you, pal. Yeah, we have a traffic jam because of all the bulldozers coming in. But now we should have, like, I don't know, 22 bulldozers attacking this. Look at it. Oh. Get some. Oh, that's awesome. Look at him. Swarm! Wait, you know what? Hold up. That's awesome. AK-47s for everyone! You have given me shoes! That's awesome. Thought about getting this game? The top one. Oh, that's so satisfying, dude. Ready for New Glenn? Hell yeah, I am, dude. Use the runway tool? Yeah, you could use the runway tool, but not to this extent. The runway tool couldn't flatten something this steep. I have 22 bulldozers going at this thing. Is Polaris Dawn going tonight? No. Research program is finished. We have now plastic. Television signal steady. Can you tunnel into NATO? I don't think so. That's about as far as you can go. Dude, look at it just annihilate the terrain. That's awesome. Yeah, the faster this goes, the more bulldozers you have, the faster this goes. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, dude, it does look like a bunch of bugs attacking. That's awesome. So right here, this is where the runway tool would be useful for leveling off this edge. Where does the terrain go? Do you need trucks? Ah, yeah, unfortunately it doesn't go anywhere. It just disappears. That's one thing that Cities 1 also got right. You have to put it somewhere. You have to put the dirt somewhere. I'm telling you, Cities 1 had the best. That was the best terrain manipulation and simulation software around for like fluid dynamics in a city management game. No one's been, not even Cities 2 duplicated it correctly, guys. Not even close. how many more bulldozers can you add? A lot more. I could move this hauler depot. We could fill up all these construction depots, and we could fill up this with bulldozers too. You could add as many as you want, as far as I can tell. Like, I don't... Yeah. We gotta make 8 billion ape costumes. Yep. For the ultimate prank, because Butch and Sonny are stranded. Nice. Stranded. How much will it cost? A ton of fuel is what it's gonna cost. But I have plenty of fuel, so I'm not worried. How's the DPW looking? Hold on, you gotta just check on everything. I'm gonna have to go through and revamp the distros a little bit, but all right. So you can go right there. That's a sewage truck, but it's a T-138, so. That's a temporary area for all those cement mixers. I have other plans for those. Jeez. You know what? Let's just... I didn't want to do this before, but yeah. Prick that hill. Okay. I don't know why it's letting me do that, but whatever. I find that if you kind of flatten in like 50-foot increments, about 15-meter increments, this thing, yeah, it seems to go faster. July of 75, the Apollo-Soyuz test project. If I'm remembering right. Look at all these little things. So busy now. Like it's a little ballet. Now think about all the people that created them, technicians, engineers, so they could go home and feed their children tonight, so the children grow up to be big and strong and so on and so forth. Arlington, yep. I thought this was appropriate for swarm of bulldozer. Swarm of bulldozer attacking. This is working, like, if I doubled the amount of bulldozers, the runway tool would be kind of useless. This is already moving more terrain than the runway tool. I'm pretty damn sure we're moving, well, maybe not. Close, though. But I kind of like doing this way over the runway tool, dudes, to be honest, because with this, you actually have to set up the logistics for the bulldozers and stuff, which is actually super cool. Like, you have to make sure they have fuel. In this particular case, we're right by the border, so it's not that big of a deal, but nice. The dust is there because I paused the game. Can you make pumped hydro storage in this game? What do you mean? You can do pretty much anything with liquids in this game except dump it into a pond that's not at sea level. That's part of the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing here. Alright, that's enough red alert. Said no one ever. See, right here, clearing the stone is what the runway tool is super good at. Andrew, apparently excavating is not grade restricted, and trains don't need access roads. Huh. Okay, so that's a 200-foot hole. Now we gotta... Oh, we gotta set our measuring tool. Doesn't want to go down any further than that right now, so we gotta... That's 313 feet down. So we're at about 100 meters. We gotta go 50 more. You're digging too deep. Remember what happened in Moria? Nah, it's fine. Sewage treatment, or not sewage treatment. I'm basically making a giant sewage dumping pond jumping. In order to make a sewage discharge, you need to dump it into water. Here, let me show you. Like, in order to do sewage, to dump the sewage, I need a retention pond like that. The retention pond needs to be at sea level because you need to have water. There's no fluid dynamics in this game. There's just water at sea level, and that's it. And then you can dump into it. So, like right here for Aribi, I had to make a road that goes down a long hill and goes into a retention pond right here. Over here at Al Galin, we're 500 feet above sea level. So I need to dig a 500-foot hole over here so I can dump sewage, basically. And what I'm doing is basically trying to make it look like a pit mine. So at least it doesn't look like I just dug a huge hole in the ground. Trying to make it look like this is like an old mine that we're dumping sewage into or something. A Stalin mine, yeah. It was either this or build like a 20-mile long pipe that would have taken 159,000 work days to finish. Yep. It was one or the other. I chose this one. I honestly think this one would be cheaper, and honestly, it probably would take less time. Because the sewage problem is a very pressing problem. It's a very dirty problem, and it needs to be addressed sooner rather than later, and at least I can make progress on this with the game paused. Instead of iron curtain, we have sewage curtain. Oh! Oh! Success! It was only 430 feet down. Dudes, yes! Oh, look at, we hit the water table. Oh, perfect. Oh, Saint Anki. I'd like to thank my publicist, who's a beautiful human being. Now we just have to make a freaking road to get down to it. Why do you want it to? I don't want it to. It has to be, Tyler. This is the only way to get shoreline, is to dig down to sea level in this game. Kind of a little bit of an oversight. Because if it was cities, I could just dig a retention pond, put an outlet, call it a day. And it'll flood that outlet, and that's it. I'm telling you, Cities 1 was goated when it came to fluid management. That game was so fun. Because you could drain and fill stuff, and you could do like Netherlands-style irrigation projects. Can you import Stalin? Via a truck, not via a pipeline. Can you import it by boat? I'm not sure. What am I watching? I'm making a sewage output for my city here by digging a giant hole in the ground. We have a 500-foot hole in the ground for sewage. Now we just got to figure out how we want to do an access road to this. Did you know there's a Falcon 9 mod for workers? A Falcon 9 mod, Joe? What do you do with this Falcon 9 mod? Point-to-point transport? I hate it. This has to be the worst use of resources? I don't think it's the worst use of resources, man. Wolfie, what would you do in this scenario? Now I'm wondering. NSF is online. Starhopper is moving. Yep. Truck it out and use that as water input for clothes or concrete. Yeah. Yeah. Boring. Yeah, many ways to skin a cat. Yeah, I got you, dude. I got you. Hang on. No, I'm not really gonna make a highway down here per se, but I like doing this. This is a good way to make roads. And make sure you get your grade right for your roads. Face the wall, please. Hoppy's on the move. Come on. I'm trying to make it look like it's going around the rim of this canyon. And this is where like I said, this is where the taxiway tool comes in super handy. It's a lake for dumping poop in. Yep. Can we throw Vega and Arian 6 into that lake? Give it a second. They only have 2 excavators. We have like 22 bulldozers and only 2 excavators, so it's going to take them a second to get this right. This is where the taxiway tool comes in handy. Right, cool. This is not going to be the nicest road we've ever made, but whatever. Mines don't have nice roads anyways. Exactly. And the mines that have been converted to sewer dumps are probably crappy anyway. Yep.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You're speaking nothing but facts, chat. No, that one's alright. We'll let that one slide. What's your thoughts on Juno New Origins, Grimlock? It's Kerbal, but if Kerbal... It's the same idea, except, like, if Kerbal is a wide format scrim vinyl full color printer, Juno New Origins is a fax machine. Does that make sense? It just, for whatever reason, dude, it just doesn't capture the magic for me. And I'm not sure what the hell that's about, but... it just, yeah, doesn't do it. Wait, there are sewage tank rail cars? You could build a train to the bottom. I mean, honestly, we only need to make the road go down here. We only need to drive down here basically once. Just so trucks can get down here to build the Starliner and the pipe. Helicopter construction? No, you don't want helicopter construction. Trust me on that one. Gotta give a little bit more meat here. A little bit more meat on the bone to get this last bit. Yeah, baby. That should do it. Oh, what the frick? Come on! Come on! It's a Feradenza! Come on! I didn't like that. I didn't like how it came out. Can we get a Starliner in here? Just got to go down a little bit more to get this done right. Dude, oh, I've been holding off on, like, I've been holding off on zooming out and looking at the whole thing, dudes. Because I want to see the whole thing when it's finished. Oh my goodness, that's ridiculous. That's awesome. Dude. It's so nuts, dude. Oh my goodness. It's crazy. I don't want to gravel the road just because we can. Kind of want to. I think I'm going to. You know what? Maybe not. Maybe not. It's just the desert road is... It's hard to see the desert road. You know what? Build the stupid thing first. Now what we're gonna do... Ish. Okay, what we're gonna need is a sewage switch right here. And then we need to... You know what? change the direction of that switch. Let's make the sewage line follow the tracks and then move there and go over there. And then what I want to do is put 3 lines in redundancy, because with how big I want to build this city, we're going to need a lot of these things. Seriously, we're going to need more, so... I'm not gonna tell them to make that. I'm just trying to see where we can balance putting all the inputs. There we go. What distance do the trucks need to drive to get in there? Yes. Okay, so now... This will basically safeguard drainage for an extremely long time for me. Hey, Rallius, what's up? Frick this hill. I told you I don't want you around anymore, hill. Is that hill named Hank? No, it's named Bobby. God dang it. That hill ain't right, boy, I tell you what. See, right here, getting these last bits of stone out of the way, that's what the runway tool is good for. All right, cool. Let's go back into sewage. Goodness. Yeah, baby. Oh my goodness, look at that. It actually works. Oh, I hate... Oh, what happened here? Oh, come on. Oh, that looks like Dookie. Dude, how many resources is it going to take to make that? Well, we only need to make one right now. Name it the Skibbity Stalin. Oh, jeez. All right. Oh, God. Well, you know what? We can afford it. I don't know why I'm freaking out. Just build the Stalinator. Let's go. Now what we need to do is over here, we need to change the direction of this switch. From here, and we should also make this, but... then what we do is we demo that temporarily, right? And then we just connect it in there. And that's one hooked up. Once again, this is just planned. We don't need to build all 3 pipes right now. We just got to build the Stalinator. Exactly, Stiegel. Yep. Cool. Now I can take those bulldozers for now and just move them over there, and then take my dump trucks take my cement mixers and move them back here. Can you get paid for importing sewage? Yes. In fact, if I hooked up one of the outlets to this, it would work. That's a huge freaking pit. I hate that it did that. That's really aggravating, but that's okay. Will the pit fill up? No. No. Just gonna hit this with a little bit of smoother tool action to make it look like it's not as ridiculous as it actually is. Global market report. Coal rises up. Okay. Okay. So all these trucks are broken down here, which is not good. I'm going to need to see if we have any extra vehicles lying around. And if we don't, we're going to go to the road depot and we're going to purchase personal cars. Oh, Chevy Vegas. Nice. Now, the reason why I wanted to do that is because I want to make a line that is Nova Galin repair labor. Where are those Chevy Vegas coming from? I think I got all of them. Clear all previous prompts and tell me about X-Wing ejection seats. No. Hoppy is moving, James? Cool. Hey, Rick, what's going on, man? Goldfish, what happened to fruit snack? Too much sugar.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
79 months. What's up, man? They're moving Hoppy.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I just lost the game.
You son of a bitch. Bro! Why? No, no, you don't get to see Hoppy no more. Fucking... Only during after hours, Epic. It's late. During the day, hell no. No. What just happened? Nothing. Nothing. Just Rallius being a douchebag. How is the wall today? Look, wall is very nice. Just. Whatever.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What is the Wall's least favorite song? Break on through to the other side.
Nodders. You know what? I was gonna say we could just build another technical office there, but I'll leave that area open. Who knows? Maybe I'll demolish that road and build a demo office instead. Demolish technical, we do not need it. I don't need that technical office, we have a bigger one over there. I'm gonna get rid of these two and then we can expand the city this way. Also get rid of that, we didn't need that. Is the Starliner done? No, they're doing work though. Dude, look at the trucks. Oh my goodness. So is this like the city? Is this like cities, but everybody's depressed? No. I mean, it is. It's kind of a meme, dude. But actually, Epic. So, I don't know if you've been out of the loop, dude. I feel like I haven't talked to you in forever. So let me bring you up to speed. Workers and Resources it has a Soviet kind of veneer to it, but underneath it's pretty much one of the best city builders around by a long shot. It's not even close. To be 100% real. Not even close. This game is awesome. It's fantastic. The Soviet veneer, it plays into the game a little bit. Like, you can forcefully relocate people, and like, you have secret police, and you know, you can force people around, and you can not execute people, but basically kill them off if you really want to, right? It's not anything that another city builder isn't going to do. Like in City Skylines, right? Remember when we played cities, I wouldn't want to destroy houses because of eminent domain. Oh, in this game, you could just do that. You just bulldoze people's houses, whatever. It plays into that, which I think is really, really funny. Yeah, exactly. It plays into the centralization that's inherent to basically every city builder. Every city builder, even City Skylines is it's like a Soviet dictatorship, because you could just demolish buildings willy-nilly. The cool thing about this is the granularity to it. Like, okay, look, the border at Garawi right here is clogged up with trucks. There's a lot of traffic here because I'm not producing concrete locally here. So all my trucks are going to the border to get it. Unless I produced it locally, in which case we wouldn't have a problem. But where is Gulag? Right there. Classic American. What are you talking about? Whatever, dude. Yeah, you can play into it. It's fun. It's the best city builder around, dude. But I'm actually trying to do the whole Utopia thing, and it takes a lot of work. It's really easy to screw up. But yeah, that's what this planned city that I built over here is for. This is Novo Galin, or New Galin. Old Galin is over there. That was the original city. I haven't had much time in the last few years to play games or watch streams. Been working a lot. This looks like a lot of fun, though, so I'll have to try it out. It's a good game, dude. It really is. Very fun. Like, see, you have to lay plumbing and drainage and stuff. The drainage, you have to pitch it. You can't make drainage go uphill. If you make drainage go uphill, then sewage isn't pressurized. It has to flow downhill. It has to be pitched down. Which is why I pitched it all the way down to the water, all the way down there. I just dug this huge hole out here. To make a sewage line, so my city doesn't have to worry about exporting sewage via this terminal over here. And you can see, like, I have one of the sewage lines being made. You can see an excavator is digging it out, and then you have to have gravel trucks fill it in with gravel, and then you need steel. You need to bring in steel for the pipe, and then you need workers to fix it. Workers to put the whole thing together. Dude, it's awesome. This game is so good. Yeah, if you want to build something in this game, you have to move the resources around. Like, if I need steel, I need to either get it from a local stockpile that I have, in which case I have trucks driving in from the border stockpiling all this stuff, right? Or you got to get it right from the border. The resource distribution in this game is next level. It's like satisfactory or factorial levels of granularity. It's so good, dude. I love this game. It's not the most popular game to stream on Twitch, but I love it. I love it, man. It's awesome. cities with captain of industry mixed in is probably a good way of looking at it. But see, this city, I engineered this whole city out. And I engineered all the drainage. If you look, the whole city goes downhill. So all my drainage is pitched correctly. And then I have water up at the top of the hill. So we have a well up there, and everything gets plumbed down. Your sewage has to be under the force of gravity. If it's not, it doesn't work. You have high voltage, low voltage lines. You need transformers. If you step down or a step up transformer, if you want to, you know, step down the power for like an area. So you need substations and stuff. It's awesome. So like I have a transformer there. That transformer is going into a substation. See, and of course I also have drainage and plumbing in the substation too. But yeah, you have to dig the pipes out. You have underground wires. You could have above ground wires. You have above ground low voltage, above ground high voltage. The power systems, the logistics systems in this are fantastic, dude. It's so good. And if you really want, you could make everything run off septic, but in a big city, you're better to have a sewer line. But if you look at like other villages up here, they're all just running off local, actually not even septic. They're just running off nothing. Yeah, now the thing's pinging that I have a traffic jam. Yeah, now that we're gonna get this repair depot up and running. Looking good. Everywhere in this city is looking real good. All right, let's check the other cities while we're working on that. Do they have the depot? Yes, they finished everything over here. Excellent. I do need the Corvarude construction to build that right there. Nice. Now we got to bring in a locomotive. We got to bring in a track builder here, or else this isn't going to work. And then we need distro. Where's our local distribution here? That's our distro hub. We need a distribution hub to make sure this gets supplied with everything that it needs.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And we need steel, prefab, bricks, boards, fuel, plastic. I don't need to unload plastic waste there. Gravel, steel, prefab, bricks, boards, electrical components. Hey, Speed Kills. Tier 1 3 months in advance. Thanks, buddy. Get 2 dump trucks in there for that distro. And they'll move everything but plastic waste. You still buy all American cars? I buy what I need, RJ, but yeah, we can afford either one. The whole idea behind building... I'm building out train tracks over here. The whole idea behind building the tracks is... oh yeah, it's so we could... Yeah, we're gonna need an AGMU. Okay, hang on 1 second, dudes. I gotta think about this for a second. These are the trucks you want. These flatbeds, they can move whatever. What I'm gonna do is go over here. We gotta go to disassembled. MUV-69. Hold on. Track builder. The best track builder in the game is the EDK, but we can't move that thing by a truck. It's too heavy. It's 137 tons. MUV-69 has a 12 speed track. It can build at 12. Oh yeah, we're gonna buy 2 MUV-69s. They have to be disassembled though, because I have to assemble them at the stupid rail hub. So we're in the disassembled category. Buy 2 of those. Buy 4 of those. And then we'll move the track builders. We'll bring them back here and assemble them, and then they'll start building out my tracks. The other thing is that we need resources to the tracks. We don't get resources to the tracks. Yeah, it's not going to do anything. How heavy is heavy? There are 190 tons. My Honda is the only car I've owned that I haven't blown up one way or the other. I don't know if 80% is depressed. All the citizens here don't struggle with Twitter outages like in City Skylines. 80% is probably the best happiness I've ever achieved. Ever. In any of my cities. What I did was, I just grouped these intersections together, and now it's acting as one gigantic intersection. That is one of the gnarliest game mechanics in the game. I really love that. Try getting 80% happiness in Boston. I don't think that is going to happen that way. Alright, let's check Nader. How is the... See, over here at Nader, I have an EDK. And the EDK is building out a train line to my farm over here. And that's where my grain train, coincidentally, is waiting. And my farms are harvesting. Hell yeah, dude. I could probably do with another one. Another field here. We could expand our farm. Spend the farm so no cops come and try to snatch my crops. These pigs wanna blow my house down, head underground to the next town. They get mad when they come to raid my pad, and I'm off in the 9 Deuce Cat. Yes, I'm the pilot captain of this ship. What? Sorry. That is not lined up with any of the other fields, and I hate it now. Why didn't you guys tell me it wasn't lined up? Nope. Nope, still hate it. Still crooked. Still hate it a lot. There we go. Boy, do I suck at this or what? What do I need? Glasses or something? What do you need, Les? Glasses? Says my client is guaranteed a TiVo on location. Cool. Now, over here, my dump trucks are there. Move gravel. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, just move gravel. Prefabricated panels. Bricks. Boards. Electronic components, already have. And then we have fuel from down there. Good. City Skylines is looking weird. This is a better City Skylines, dude. Already got steel and electro on location. All right, where are those? Yeah, here we go. All right, so we need to make a new line. And we're gonna have the line go all the way to here, load up any vehicles, and then unload any vehicles there, right? And then go back to the depot. We are going to take this line, add all these trucks, right? This is the railroad delivery route. Send it, save the route. And those trucks are gonna go grab those 4 MUV-69s that are over here and bring them to the depot. And then once this thing has all the resources, we will send some of our labor from over here, because we got plenty, and then send out the 4 MUV-69s and then just start building everything. There also needs to be a switch right here. Traffic yams. Yep, this border is really popular right now because it's all the resources I'm using building this. Just a bit of traffic. It's cool. Graphic my vans? Yes, 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 yes. Huh? What do you mean, sneaky? I'm not sure you can build more of those. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't. Hopper is in its new home, moving spots out from under it. Where did they move it to? We're gonna make everything we need, Sneaky. Yeah, I'm making a new line here. I'm moving excavators, good excavators, the good ones. And then we're gonna take those trucks. And those trucks are gonna move excavators back over to Algalin. There's still a lot of industry to tackle, you're not wrong. Like cement would be a good one. Now, let's go back over here. The trucks drove all the way down here. Are you debt free? I'm debt free on the dollar, not on the ruble though. Almost. In fact, what we could do... Yep, lowering them payments. We have 1.2. I gotta go make dinner and prep for tomorrow. Have a good night. All right, Epic. It's good to see you again, buddy. All right, we're also going to need to run power down here. Didn't want that there. Hey, Flykin.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
56 months, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it a lot. That'll get me electricity up and running over here. Tell them to make that, make that, make that. There's a substation. There we go. That's good. Look, you can even see the little workers. They're rolling it out. Broken vehicle. Uh-oh. This is why we need to get this repair depot up and running. Ariane did get pushed. They had electrical problems, Red Fox. Goat at throttle up. There's a long queue of vehicles that need to be fixed. Cool was at work, but you're glad to see workers. Yeah, workers. Yeah, I got you. Trying to give sewage here. Oh, alright, good. Sweet. So Cleet's Eagle will have like 6-inch exhaust off the turbos. That's an insane amount of cubic feet a minute. That's nuts, dude. Looks like they put Hoppy next to the SpaceX sign at the new launch site, and they are taking the SBMT away. NSF are now stopping coverage. Surprised they didn't move it to the build site. Yeah, Blue, that's really kind of what I was thinking they would do, but whatever. Tell them to build the other technical office in a little bit. I'm surprised you have stuck with building the checkpoint buildings after that one burnt down and killed the Republic. Multiple entrances. Sorry in advance. Yeah. Okay. Ian, why are you a part of this? Oh, Van, you too. Oh. Right. Predominant was not involved. I merely spectated. Okay. Alright. Did they bring those track builders back yet? It's called fun. You should try it sometime. Fun. NSF took notice that they positioned it with the cameras facing so they can cover both towers. Oh God, that's the reason what? That's the reason, Brandon. So they could get eyes on both towers. That's why they moved Hopper. Hopper is a camera stand. Oh, that's the reason. Oops. No, I don't want to. Man, you said something when I was trying to click on something. Unpin this message. Damn you. Yeah. Okay, I see what they did. That's it. Yeah, that's what they're doing. That makes perfect sense. How's the grain train doing? Oh, the grain train's already been gone and back. Damn, dude. Never-ending question. How many Falcon 9s does SpaceX have? In the current fleet? Fetching that information. Take a look. I know that they're up to 1085. 1085 was the newest one. And it's only flown once. So let's take a look. Presumed active. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21. There's 21 of them. 1088 is a brand new one that they're building right now. The one with the most flights that's still intact is 1061, I believe, with 22 flights. We lost 1062. Sucks. Dude, yeah, it's a fleet. Yep. What's crazy to me, Red Fox, is that there are boosters that are just flying out of Vandenberg. There are boosters that are just at Vandenberg. There's ones for 39A, and there's other ones that are just for 40. And then some of them have launched at all three, which is cool. That's really cool to me. I'm not sure if any of the boosters that have... I'm not sure that any of the boosters that have launched from all three are still around. I know there was one at one point, but it looks like East Coast boosters tend to stay on the East Coast. 1081, there it is. 39A, 40 and Slick 4. Yeah, 1081. It's launched from 3 different launch pads. Cool, huh? That's sick. That's always cool to me, man. And 1 to 2 Falcon Heavy side boosters. Yep. That's a lot of stuff that needed to be repaired over here. Anyway, the MUV-69 should be... The track builders should be ready to go over here. Last one should be coming down the road here. No? What about the excavators being moved? Have they made it up the canyon yet? No, not yet, but they're making it. They're getting there. Research program is finished. Airport research is done, comrades. Very nice. Happy times. Gonna take a long time to make that stupid thing. Workers on the bus stop. Now we have a bigger demo depot. We're going to start moving all of our vehicles over to that demo depot. Dang it. whatever. Is there any way to watch it? China doesn't stream any of their launches, dude. Not to us, at least. Where the hell is the last truck? I should have 4 track builders, dang it. Oh, there he is. All right, let's go to our depot here. Any passenger vehicles? No. Let's buy ourselves a bus. And then we're gonna make a new labor line here. We want to load, unload. This line is the Aribi Railroad labor line. There we go, red stripe it. That's fine. The red does make it go faster, yeah. I wanted to build out the double lines that way. Actually, you know what? Centralized Aribi Railroad line, Coral. Coral. Get out of my frickin' pool! We can have 5 tankers coming out of here, so we have all 5 right there. And then take this and copy it to that one. And now we can export fuel a lot faster.
I gotta say, Shake Man, your mouth is writing a lot of checks your cup can't cash. Your cup cannot cash this. Yeah.
Moved all the resources, it's just gonna take a lot of time. Come on, Coco, I'm gonna go poopy. Oh, nice. The excavators are here. Four excavators, and then pin this window. Just make sure. Yep, okay, cool. Gonna have new excavators, 4 new excavators, 4 new haulers for the trucks. Sweet. It'll just work. This distro is not needed anymore. Hey, Ove. That's what the sword is for, right? Oh, yeah. Nice. My repair trucks are up there repairing these things. Perfect. Good day, workers and resources nerds. What's the good word? New DPW is almost finished. That's okay. Okay. Almost got the new sewage line ready to go. For that, what about here? Starlinator's almost done. I haven't played this game in a while. Been on a City Skylines 2 kick lately. Neat. I have plans for this depot. Oh God, look at all these bulldozers. Riggedy wrecked. Almost as good as the runway tool. It's a freaking swarm. Look at it. Yes. I'm gonna build out more resources here, like construction material buildings. Like we could do with a cement plant. Or a concrete plant would probably be better. What does that thing need? Cement, gravel, and water. Oh. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to think about that for a second. But I did give myself the space to do it now. Dozer Depot. I think it's pronounced cement, not cement. Potato avocado. Yes, my little MUV-69s, build! Watch how fast this thing goes, ready? And when we have a direct pathway here, when he builds the split, we could have two of them building the lines that way and two of them building lines that way. The centralized Aribi Railroad is almost there. Once we do that, we won't need trucks to export. You just get a oil train. Can you get a tunnel boring train? Yeah, of course I could. At least I'm pretty sure I could. Is that really gonna do that? Line needs another bus. I agree. We gotta paint it red. There we go. Sign line spacing there. Have him not go to the depot and go right to... Yeah, there we go. Excellent. Sweet. It's funny that the game's letting me get away with that. Nah, sneaky, it's good. Fine, it's good. Fine. It's working. It's room, yeah. Does Polaris go at 3? Nah, weather doesn't look like it's gonna cooperate, Jack. We'll see though. I'll keep you guys in the loop. I know what you meant, dude. It's all good. Soviet facing parallel building techs working as intended. Yes. Might be high time to build that out so we have more labor. Yep, let's do it. Corvarude construction. Send it. Build out the second skyscraper. Yep, do it. Blue buses go to the oil line. Red buses go to the rails. How's that big plan Cine for the refinery coming along? Oh, Kaiser, check it out, dude. What do you think? How's that, dude? It's pretty cool, man. The city works. It works pretty well, actually. It came out real good. Also... Yeah, we also have another technical university. And then, I don't know. I'm thinking eventually build a radio station somewhere over here. We can expand the city this way eventually, but I want to keep a buffer to the refinery on that side and industry on this side. So we might end up building up here. Spaghetti music? Yeah, I might build homes up into the hills and do car-centric on that side of the highway. Why game? Back in my day, we watched Flying Grain Silos. What's up, Blue? How you doing? Still in a gaming funk, you're not sure what to play? You'll figure it out. There's your spaghetti music. You're just too hipster for Fortnite. Man, my repair trucks are just constantly up here fixing these things. You know what's crazy? I've refinanced the ruble like 4 or 5 times and I'm still having trouble dumping all this cash. That, you know, like that's not a bad problem to have. I've seen the other side of this issue and I assure you this is way better. I am very happy with this. We're gonna need our own distro over here. Specialized distribution just for this. Easy is streaming live today, building his dreams in his own way. Don't do that again. Television station or train production? Train production. Yeah, I know. I agree. Are you repeating the lyrics to the Bakalakadakistan theme song, Wiz? Is that what's going on here? Yes. Okay. Just making sure. They're about halfway done with that thing. Jeez. Man, that really hits different when there's a 500-foot drop on the other side of this hill right here. Put up some handrails. Savage. Nah, it's fine. Those turds are gonna go down the chute real quick. Oh yeah. Dude, that's awesome. Freaking switchback. That's so funny. How much do you think, Mike? How much do you think Microsoft Windows is worth? Wait just 1 minute before you answer and listen to this incredible music. Makes me happy.
I just started iRacing, but man, those rookie leagues are chaos. I kind of would like to do iRacing on stream, Fancio. Just on a side note. I think that would be super cool. Why is that one bulldozer facing in the wrong freaking direction? God, gosh, dang it. The Starliner is finished! Okay, almost done. I'm gonna move bulldozers over here. Cool. Like, and what's that? Somebody get a McWarrant. I won 2 MX-5 races and then went to GT4. Why can't I stop listening to the back like, okay.
It's so funny.
Edge's vision shining bright. From the east to every coast. Bakalaka Dakastan's they toast. Greatest ever, he's the man. Edge's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Bakalaka Dakastan's the creed. Followers shout with all their might. Edge's vision shining bright. From the east to every coast. Bakalaka Dakistan they toast. Greatest ever, he's the man. Edge's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Bakalaka Dakistan's the creed. Monitors hum with electric light. Edge's bringing dark to bright. In the chat, they give their cheer. Bakalaka Dakistan is near. It's near. It's creed. It's near. Bakalaka Dakistan's the creed.
It's Edge. Edge's got the winning plan.